All right, guys, this next guest, man, he's been doing this for a long time. Real veteran in this game on the underground scene. I'm talking about the one and only Copywrite.
What up?
Yo, bro, how you doing today, man?
I'm great, bro. How are you?
Man, I'm glad to have you here. So thank you so much for your time, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to be here, Panda. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you reaching out to me. You know what I mean? So salute, man. Salute all your subscribers and all that. And
most definitely, man.
Yeah.
So let's start at the beginning, bro. You're from Columbus, Ohio, right? You born in Columbus?
Yeah, born and raised on the east side of Columbus. Yes, sir. Livingston and Elaine Road. For those from Columbus, Ohio, Livingston and Elaine Road. Yeah, that's where I was. That's where I came up at. But then I moved to 1st to 5th grade. Though I moved to Florida, Coral Springs, in Fort Lauderdale. So that's where I got introduced to hip hop, fell in love with hip hop, and then when we moved back to Florida or to Columbus, we moved into. My mom left my dad, so now we're in the hood, right? And like basically it was the same area we were in before we left, but now it had just like gotten, you know what I mean? It had turned into the neighborhood it became. So now I know all the real, now I'm getting introduced to good shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm around people that know this fucking music. So that I just wanted to put that out there real quick. But yeah, for sure. Columbus, Ohio,
right,
east side.
So was that like a culture shock for you though, to do the move to Florida, then move back, and like, how was that transition for you?
Nah, it wasn't a culture shock at all. No. My best friend growing up in Florida, my best friend growing up in Florida was Venezuelan. Shout out to Ellie Maureen. But like, my mom and dad were always, they were never like funny about races or any of that shit. They always had non-white friends, me growing up and shit. And my mom was like into like non-white music, so to speak. She was big into like Motown and Sam Cooke. So it was, and none of it was a culture shock. But my grandma, though, now let me say this though, had it not been for hip hop and me starting to get a little taste of hip hop and hear some shit, had that not happened, and if I wasn't such a fan of it, this was like maybe a year or two into me, because I became a fan of it maybe like 87, right? And we moved back to Columbus from Florida in like 91. So my grandma, I remember them trying to give us like a disclaimer, like they literally said, Petey, there's a lot of black people up here. You still want to move up here? But to me, that honestly made it sound more fun and interesting. I was like, yeah. It was me and my sister growing up and shit. But now, don't get me wrong, though. We moved into the hood. So some of the shit, I'm not going to say it was a culture shock, because that would be saying that crime is black culture, which is not the case. But I'm going to say that there was some shit that did shock me living in the hood, growing up in the hood. Like I definitely got a bike stolen, found out the hard way. You don't leave your bike outside and shit like that. You know what I mean? Basic shit. But yeah, I grew up, to the core of your question, Columbus, Ohio, the east side, born and raised, man. And I like to make that known because growing up in Columbus, Ohio, we didn't really have too many rappers that were like repping the shit. So we felt like we never had a mascot. We felt like we never had a voice.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, so I always wanted to make it a point to rep that shit. Also, I'd seen you see people here and try to rep other places and shit. And maybe rightfully so. You know what I mean? They might've been like what do they call it? A transplant. Like they moved from whatever, a different state. So they're going to rep that state. But for me, I just wanted to rep that shit. And that's basically all what MHz was about. We try to rep that shit super hard because nobody else was doing it. And we're from here. Like, what are we going to do? Be embarrassed about the shit? And we felt like our shit was so dope that we could make Ohio cool.
Right. So you said that you grew up with a sister, just one sister?
One sister. She's 2 years younger. Yeah.
Okay. How was the family household for you guys? Was it real traditional? You're Irish and Italian, is that right?
Yeah. Yep. My dad, more so Italian, no, Sicilian. My dad's dad was born in Sicily.
Oh, that makes sense though, because you have more of like the Sicilian kind of features, like with the hair and everything like that.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because that didn't start happening when I was a kid. I had blonde straight hair, so it's weird that my hair got coarse over the years and shit. Bizarre, but yeah, Sicilian, yep, and Sicilian and Irish, and then there's a little bit of German in my family. But don't get it twisted though. I never grew up really. We weren't like cultured, like knowing about Italian culture and shit like that, or any type of heritage like that for that matter. Because my dad's dad, sung with the Glenn Miller Band, but he was a piece of like he was signed to RCA and shit. He was doing big things, but he was a piece of shit basically. So he died. I never heard my dad talk about this guy once for all the cool shit that he did. I put it this way: when my dad's dad left the Glenn Miller Band, Frank Sinatra was his replacement. So like he's an ill dude. Like you could look up that old Black Magic by Skip Nelson, the Glenn Miller Band. And that's my grandpa and shit. But again, piece of shit to my dad. So I never heard about him. My dad's dad never taught him shit about that culture. So he didn't know shit about it. But me growing up was the shit though. It was fun. My parents were loving. They were hilarious. But the thing was, they were products of the 70s, right? So they were partiers. So my first year born, my dad was in the feds, in federal prison for you know what I'm saying, for a coke charge. But it wasn't him. He wasn't doing it. He was going to buy the shit, and the dude that he was following tried to say my dad was the guy and shit. But that wasn't the case. But he still got caught up on some dumb shit. But they were awesome. But there was always coke and like weed in the house and shit, and like alcohol and shit.
So they were like hippies.
They partied and shit. Yeah. They partied. Like I would be looking. I remember I was looking for Christmas gifts in the closet and shit. And I found a scale, like the old school scale, like the old school.
The triple beam?
Yeah, and it was great. It was like a great joint. Yeah, and I found coke and shit. I found a shoebox with the old school weed that looked like trash and shit. But yeah, I found that shit. But I knew like when they had company, they would always go to their bedroom and then I would smell the weed smoke and shit. So like I kind of, you start putting two and two together as a kid shit. But it was never like it never erupted into anything that was negative. You know what I'm saying? So it was never anything that stood out as negative. You feel me? It was just like a part of them having company, basically.
So what was your relationship like with your parents?
It was close. I was the firstborn, and it was after the doctors and shit had told my parents that they couldn't have kids. So when they had me, I think they were overly overjoyed. And then on top of that, like I was a really I was a good kid, a good baby, quiet baby, and I was drawn at like age 3, like self-taught. So they always were showing me off to company and shit. Like I got a lot of attention growing up, right? They were real loving and shit. They were cool as fuck.
So you were viewed like the miracle child.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far because like they also had my sister too. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't do all that. I wouldn't say miracle and shit like that. I would just say, because doctors are wrong all the time. They were just, let's just say that they were surprised. I see what you're saying. Isn't that the term for that shit? Technically, right. That's the term for that. Then you're right. Yeah, my bad. I just don't want you to think that I think I'm gassed up because my mom farted out some fucking retarded kids after the fucking doctor said she could. But yeah, they were stoked on it. So but I never had a curfew. I never had discipline. Like I never grew up with boundaries and shit. Like I was out doing shit, stealing and going to the mall when I was like 9 and 10 and shit. When I look back at it. But so that created problems later on for me in life in terms of getting in trouble with the law and shit. Because it develops you into somebody who thinks you could just get away with whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you could just do what you want. But growing up was great, man. It was amazing. My dad was fucking hilarious. That's who I get my sense of humor from. He was hilarious. He always was saying funny shit, funny, clever puns and shit. My mom was cool as fuck, loving. Like we grew up kind of poor, but I didn't know it. Like my dad was balling at one point, but right as I turned like maybe 2 or 3, things changed. He started having to work and shit, right? So So things were still cool. I didn't know we were like middle, we were like lower class, but like struggling. But I never really knew it because they would always make way. Like they got me the Nintendo when it dropped. You feel me? So like they would make way to get me shit. Then my grandparents, they came up through what's that shit called? The Depression, Great Depression. So they learned how to stack money and they were working and shit. So they had a little bit of bread. So they would spoil the fuck out of me and my sister. So I was always fresh to death since like 5th grade because of my grandparents. You feel me? So like once I started seeing like hip hop style and shit, I started getting into like Nike Air and shit and like right when that shit dropped, like 80, like 88, 89. It was because of them. But growing up was cool, man. I hated school from the jump, but like everything was cool.
So you're born in the late 70s, right? But you're really coming up in the 80s?
Yeah, yep, exactly. I was born in 78 and then I'm coming up. Yeah, exactly.
So what was Columbus like during that time? Like as a kid, like help paint the scene for us.
So here's the thing, right? You got to remember, you got to remember I was in Florida 1st to 5th grade. So like first grade, I'm born in Ohio. You really don't really know shit like that in 1st grade. I mean, you know what I mean? Like not 1st grade when you're that young. So I moved to Florida and then a lot of shit there impacted me, was starting to impact the way I was growing up. You feel me? So I have to include that into my upbringing too, because that's when I started noticing shit. But if you want to focus on Ohio, we can do that. But like I started getting impacted as a kid in Florida because I started seeing hip hop shit. I started hearing 2 Live Crew, Beastie Boys, just hip hop in general everywhere, NWA. And then I caught the bug. But then when we moved back to Columbus, though, I was smack dab where so when I was in Florida, it was more mixed, like whites, blacks, and Latinos, but it was maybe more whites than anything. When we moved back to Columbus, it was mostly blacks. So now, like when there's whites around, like you're not, let's say this, right? I didn't know what type you have to, when it's less blacks than anything, due to the people around me, I'm going to make the fatal mistake of buying Tone Loked After Dark instead of The Great Adventures of Slick Rick, which I did, which is one of my childhood regrets. But now I'm living in Columbus. So now everybody at school, they've got Short Dogs in the house. They've got, Ghetto Boys Grip It. Like they've got all the fire shit that's out. So I know what's hot. I'm borrowing all the hot shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm borrowing Big Daddy Kane from my homie Rashad. Shout out to Rashad from Columbus, the producer. So yeah, it was impacting me. It was impacting me in a good way because I was right in the middle of everything. You know what I'm saying? Like all the shit I was listening to in the music, I was living around all of it and doing all the shit.
Would you say that Florida had a lot of crime where you were living at?
No, fuck no, hell no, none. I'm not going to say none, but nah. The first time I ever seen any type of real street shit was I was visiting Miami with my homie I just named and his mom. You know, they had people in Miami and we went to Bayside and shit. And I saw somebody running from the cops on a dock and jumped off the dock into the water and started swimming, trying to get away from the cops and shit. And I seen 2 homeless people fighting, swinging crates and shit. That's the first time I ever seen any type of like violence. My parents did a good job of keeping me away from shit. You know what I'm saying? But then when I moved to Florida, or when we moved back to Columbus, I was right in the middle of shit. There was younger cats in the area that was doing crime. You know what I'm saying? Like I started doing shit, breaking into houses and shit like that. So you start stealing. I started already stealing in Florida. So then I just started stealing even more in Columbus because I had more friends that were into it and had advanced techniques and shit like that. So yeah, I mean, it definitely impacted me, man. I was more so a kid growing up in Florida and then just getting ready to be, more of a adolescent to where I was in the multiple stages. You know what I'm saying?
So do you think that like you were mischievous as a kid, or do you think that you were just more like impressionable?
Mischievous, real mischievous. So I was the one, like when I was getting in trouble, because like I said, 14 years old, my first breaking and entering, you know what I'm saying? I was going to court. I was going to the courthouse a lot as a kid. My parents and my grandparents and shit or whatever, they thought that it was my friends influencing me, but I'm the one doing the shit most of the time by myself, or I'm the one not influencing them, but I'm going to do it anyway. But they would, like, you know what I'm saying, follow suit. So I'm definitely mischievous. Once I was a kid and I figured out the art of perception, right? I had a friend when I was in Florida, and one time he went to Toys R Us and he stole a skateboard by rolling it out the door, right? And he rolled it out of the entrance door, because the entrance door, they're not looking at that. They're looking at the exit door. And on top of that, it's way ground level. So people aren't looking at that. All they're looking at is your face. Your face isn't looking at anything that would make them think that you're, I'm doing that. Once I seen him pull that shit off, I was scared to do it. He stole 2 skateboards. He gave me one of them. Them trash ass Powell skateboards, some plastic ones and shit, right? But the fact that he did that the way he did it, it opened up my eyes. I was like, damn, what I see is not what other people see. Like, you can do shit. Perception's everything, man. Like, it's just a lot of shit. And it opened me up into doing shit like that. Then I started getting addicted to stealing, because I'm like, yo, if I just want something, because my parents didn't have money for the shit, right? Keep in mind, it was my grandparents stealing or spoiling us and shit. So like, I would go somewhere and I'd like start like stealing shit. I remember I stole a Swatch watch over from a friend of a friend's crib. Now this is when I was younger. As I got older, I learned like the rules. You don't steal from friends or parties or which you go to and shit. And I would never do shit like this to this day. But this is just what I was on and shit, how I grew up and shit.
But it kind of goes back to what you were talking about earlier, right? Where like you weren't really taught boundaries.
Well, that and then being a kind of a smart kid and figuring out ways to problem solve and go around. Okay, so my parents say no, I can't get this, but what's another way I can get it? You know what I'm saying? Like, just thinking like there is a way to do this, and just like kind of just not taking no for an answer and having a creative mind and putting it to bad use. Really, to be quite frank with you, if we're being honest here,
Talk to us about the moment that you fell in love with hip hop. Like, you realized like, this is what I want to do.
Well, those are two different events. When I because I didn't plan to rap, but I fell in love with hip hop way before. I started rapping on accident, but that was like maybe 2 or 3 years after I started like listening to hip hop and being a fan of it. But I fell in love with it as a fan. I want to say like 87, 88. And I heard on the radio. Oh, no. Okay. So my introduction was, I heard like NWA on the radio. It was like Gangster. They were playing Salt and Pepper, Push It. They were playing like Beastie Boys, Paul Revere. But I fell in love with it was when I heard He's the DJ, I'm the Rapper, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince album. And that's when I first started like falling asleep with the Walkman on and shit, like on, and like, that's the first album that I absorbed and loved it as an album. It's not like it was just like an album and I would just listen to it over and over. I had other albums that I'd bought and returned and shit. Like, I knew I didn't like Tone Loc when the shit dropped and shit. I was like, what, 7, 8, whatever the fuck. I knew that shit was trash then, like I had the Fat Boys crushing, but there was something that they lacked lyrically, you know what I'm saying? And like, when I heard Will Smith, like back then, before he was known as Will Smith, this is before I'm an action star and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? This is like when he was, he is prime. Most people that come out of Philadelphia can just rap. There's something in the water there. Like I always say, Brooklyn, Detroit, Brooklyn, and Philadelphia have some of the best MCs. Columbus too, but and LA. But like that's when I fell in love with that with hip hop. When I heard that is when I was like, damn, this is insane. Like just hearing all the shit that Will Smith was doing, all the shit that DJ Jazzy Jeff was doing, and then as I got introduced to better music and shit, like. Because again, I was stumbling upon good albums on accident. Like I was listening to Kid and Play, which I liked. It's still bubblegum, but I still liked it, and I still to this day like it. The first album, and I was like, some shit I was getting, and it was corny and whatever, and I was still liking it, whatever. But like when I was in Columbus, now I was directly able to like hear all the good shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, and not strike out. So now I'm hearing Digital Underground and Ghetto Boys and Scarface and Too Short and just everybody, man.
Gangsta Nip.
Yeah, for sure. I was a big Rap-A-Lot fan. I was a big Gangsta Nip fan. I would buy everything that was on Rap-A-Lot. The Baby Ghetto Boys, Too Much Trouble, all that shit, man. You remember Choice, the female MC? She had a mustache and shit. Shout out to Choice. Yeah, I had all that shit, bro. I had Willie D.
You wild, man.
She did,
you
bro.
Wild, bro.
Yeah, she had the album called The Big Comeback or some shit. But yeah, I fuck with all that shit, bro. I was just a hip hop. Growing up, I was a hip hop nerd. I know about a lot of the shit. I could sit in a room and talk with like hip hop historians and all type of shit because growing up, I was so fascinated and in love with it. And I was there as the events happened and my eyes were just glued to it. Like I accidentally caught the first episode of Yo MTV Raps and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I still remember it. Because I'm seeing Public Enemy performing and it looked like they're in a fucking basement. And then years later, like many decades later, I see that was the first episode. And I'm like, damn, I caught that on the accident. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I fell in love with the shit early, man. I became obsessed with it. It was so growing up, I didn't have my own music until hip hop. Like I remember I found a Megadeth cassette at the mall. I took it home, listened to it and threw it out. I was not easily impressionable. I always had really good taste because you got to think at 3 or 4, I started drawing like, hold on, I got back cotton mouth. Hold on. All right. At 3 or 4, pardon me. At 3 or 4, I started drawing right self-taught. So I'm very attentive to detail. Like I'm trying to like get the Warner Brother characters and the Disney characters to make it look like Disney did it themselves. So with music, I'm very detail oriented too. So I'm prone to get bored easy if there's not like mental shit to stimulate me mentally. So I fell in love with hip hop because it was like very animated. There was a lot of shit going on. It told a story. It was very, and then when I started like, then here's where I started rapping. Here's part 2 of your question. After I moved to Columbus, because I would have never started rapping in Florida. I highly doubt it. Highly fucking doubt that. Like growing up, I wanted to be a cartoonist. So I'm living where I'm living. And I'm growing up, you know, Jakai is my friend growing up. He lives like, he's like living like a block up the street with his brother, right? His brother Terrell. Shout out Jakai and Terrell. And they had a boombox in their basement. And I got cool with them. We all went to the same school and shit. I got cool with them. Once I found out how close they lived, I started going to their crib, you know what I mean, after school and shit. They had a boombox in their basement. They used to make skits, like comedy skits and shit, like SNL style. And one day Jakai just started doing like a beat on the table like this. And then he started freestyling while he was rapping. Now this boombox just had a built-in mic. It's not like it had a mic and shit like that, right? So he starts freestyling. Then I start freestyling. Other people, like there's like maybe 4 of us. And then people in the neighborhood heard it. And then they started gassing our heads up saying, yo, I heard that tape. That shit was dope. Da-da-da-da-da. Like, and they egged us on. We were like, Jakai was like, let's try to write something. So we started writing. And then from then on, we just kept going. We were pretty advanced. Like we always had the basics. We had good rhythm. We were at a decent start from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So that's what started
a natural talent for it.
My dad, look, my grandpa is a drummer in a New York Philharmonic Orchestra and shit, right? My dad was a drummer. My sister drums. So rhythm for me, in my mind, everything's in a block grid automatically. So everything cannot be offbeat because the way I think is in like, you know what I'm saying? Like a sequence form. So yeah. So that was already just automatically there and shit. That was automatically there for me.
You really started recording on a karaoke machine, right?
Right. Also, I was like one of those hyper ass kids that was always making little sounds and shit. Like my sister thought I was hella annoying and shit. So you know what I'm saying? So rap's perfect for like kids like that. Like look at Eminem. Like you know Eminem growing up was like and all this crazy. You just know he wasn't shit.
The shit that annoys parents and stuff like that. You know, that drives them crazy.
And sisters' friends and yeah, for sure. For sure. But then shit like that pays off later on when you become an entertainer and shit. You know what I'm saying? you're like, oh, this shit coming in hella handy right now. Like, but yeah.
But you used a karaoke machine as a way to like kind of do like multi-track recording, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So my grandma got me and my sister a karaoke machine randomly for like a Christmas gift one year. And that's how I would listen to music in my bedroom. That was just like my little stereo system. And then once we started rapping, when we first started rapping, man, I wish I had this tape, man. My voice was so fucking high. It was unbelievably high. I remember going back and listening to it. I started rapping when I was 14, right? I remember going back and listening to this tape that I'm talking about when I was like 16 or 17. I was still early in the shit. My voice was still high. And I was like, damn, I sound like a little ass chipmunk. Even so, I wish I still had this shit. But like I had first started recording by myself, like a cappella. I did like maybe one verse or two, like by myself and shit, just to do it when I like I said, when I was 14, never did shit with it, never thought of it, never played it because I thought it sounded stupid. And then later on, we started recording. I think it was probably Jakai's idea, like, let's start recording. He's like peeping out that I got a karaoke machine and shit. He's like, does this have a mic? And I'm like, yeah. And then we started figuring it out. I think it was Jakai really that started doing. No. I showed them how to do that. But I got it from listening to Redman, What the Album. Like I was peeping out how he was going over himself. So basically I'm thinking if you just put a blank tape in the record, put the beat in the play, put the blank tape in record it, say some line, say this line, leave this line out, say this line, leave this line out, then put that tape in the play where the beat was just at. Now that's your beat and the first track of the vocals. Now you put your blank tape in there. Now you record it again. Now you fill in your lines that you left out on this one. But since it's a cassette, it's airy as fuck. So the more times you go over it, you start going, and the volume starts getting lower and shit. So Jakai started getting real creative with it and maybe doing like 3 or 4 tracks, right? Because Jakai can sing too. He doesn't like to let people know that, but he could sing and shit too. So sometimes he would even like bullshit around and sing and do harmonies and shit. But like the more you layer the vocals on that, doing it like that, the more it turns into 4th generation copy and 5th generation copy and all that. And then the shit just gets too airy to even deal with. Like sometimes it's so goddamn airy you can't even hear what's going on. So needless to say, when it was time for us to go to the real studio, we had an inkling of how to record and how to do ad-libs and shit like that because of that karaoke machine experience and
layering your vocals and everything.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
So you started hitting open mics and battling, and that's what really got your confidence up as an MC.
Right.
When you first started making,
it's like that's bullshit. I don't know where you got that from, man. That's bullshit.
Really?
I was on Star Search in '84, and I was doing that's when I was doing my mariachi stuff before I started getting into hip hop, and that's what got me into rap. No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking.
I was like, wait.
I watched too many of my interviews, and I'm like, damn, why don't I ever say anything real stupid in the interviews like I be wanting to? And I was like, I'm going to, man. My next one, I'm gonna just say some dumb shit.
No, what? You said some wild stuff in the past in some interviews, man. Like, I guess I read like your old school interviews too, like the text ones. You was like, I'm trying to stop female hitchhikers and stuff like that. Crazy. I was like, yo, this dude is crazy.
Oh yeah, that's because there's a line. There's a line. So when on my first single and shit, and I'm hella young on this, right? So I'm talking hella reckless. But that line, I search for bitch hitchhikers, pick them up, put a whack tape, and if they bob their heads, I strip them naked and rip them. And basically, I'm going way. The line in essence is not so much about. It's about how much I disapprove of somebody who's enjoying some whack music. That's really where I'm trying to say with the shit. But that's why I said that. That's why I said that line and shit as a reference to that. But I won't even say, if I say that, if I do Tower of Babel nowadays live, I'll say some other shit. I'll just replace that with like anything else. I'll say take them out to dinner. I'll say anything but that with
different
the original
times
line.
Now, man.
Yeah, and you're young kid. Now. You're that, and then you're like, bro, you're 20. Was I like 20 years old, bro? I'm reckless as fuck. I'm saying me and Jakai are saying crazy shit to like entertain each other and shit and just bug each other out. Yeah, for sure. Different times, like you said. Yeah.
So when you first started making beats, like your mom and your grandma didn't get it, right? Like your mom thought all the beats sounded the same.
Damn,
but over time, they like started to really understand as you were making money with it.
I see you trying to get your Nardwuar on, bro. Yeah, you definitely did your research.
Nah, man.
Yeah. So Camu would always. I met Camu in I knew Jakai and him first, right? I met them when I was already in middle school. We went to the same middle school and shit. So, and that's right when I moved back to Florida, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So I didn't meet Camu until 9th grade, right? When I started going to high school, Walnut Ridge, 4841. Shout out to Walnut Ridge High School. And me and Camu hit it off though, because Camu, so look, the way me and Camu met, and I'll get back to your question. I just need to do a little back history on this before I say this. I need to set this up. The way me and Camu met was people were telling me in high school, because I already had a reputation as an artist from middle school. Like everybody, like kids used to pay me to draw Black Bart on their jeans in middle school. That's who I was. Or like draw, that's how also I knew like the music that was out. And so like somebody would pay me to draw like a dog that said cool C, that said like glamorous life. Ooh, you got it. Shit like this. Or like, here, draw this. Can you draw this Too Short? I'll give you money if you draw this Too Short's Short Dogs in the House album cover on this piece of paper. Shit like that. Shout out to Rashad. Like I said, Rashad, the artist, he knows this. He grew up on the same street as my grandma and shit. He knows all this shit, man. But shout out to him and shit. Yeah, so hold on, what the fuck was my point? Okay, so I was known as an artist, right? When I got to high school, people were telling me that T-Ro is Camu's real name. They were telling me, yo, this dude T-Ro is ill, man. You got to see him draw. And they were telling him the same shit about me, right? Yo, this dude Pete is dope. You got to see him. So he's hearing all this shit about me and how dope I am as a cartoonist, and vice versa. I'm hearing the shit about him. So guess what? The first, like, I'm in art class first period, and guess who the fuck I'm sitting next to? Camu, T-Ro. So I'm drawn. I'm just sitting there to myself, just drawing. And he's drawn, right? And then he's kind of looking at what I'm drawing. And then I'm looking at what he's like, are you Pete? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, are you? So we figure out who we are. And we're laughing about the fact that they tried to pin us up against each other to like, yo, I bet you he's better than you. Oh, you got to have a draw off against my boy. And we hit it off and become cool. Then I find out that he likes like Gangstar and shit. Like he likes like real hip hop that not everybody even knows about. Like, so then we really hit the shit off and we start chopping it up, talking, and we start kicking it and stuff, man. Like we start hanging out and I introduce him to Jakai and them and shit. And then basically it's just, he kind of becomes part of the crew. You know what I'm saying? So, and that was the year that my first year in high school was the year that we kind of blossomed in terms of rap. Like that was our third year my third year rapping, right? Like me, Jakai, third year rapping, right? So this is now when we're starting to get a little confident and rap around other people and and start forming crews and start aligning with other people at the high school that rap. You know what I'm saying? So we started really starting to get a rep known for battling and being people that are dope and like kind of taking over the crew or taking over the school on the rap side. People that used to rap were scared to rap now. You know what I'm saying? So check this out. All right. So cool. So, all right. So then once I got equipment, right? Once I got my own equipment, Camu would be staying at my crib, right? Making beats and shit, right? My mom would just hear the shit. And it is true though. Like if you're hearing beats, especially hip hop in like from the next room and you're just hearing the kick, you're trying to put it together. Like what fucking song is that? A lot of times it's just annoying shit and it's just a kick and a kick and a kick. But also I don't know if you know this or not, if you make music or not, but even still you listen to it. When you're playing something over and over and over and over, and that's what you're doing when you're making a beat, you're playing that bitch to death. Then imagine you're playing it, you're playing it so much when you're making it. Then you're playing it so much afterwards because you enjoy listening to it. Then if you write to it, you're playing the fuck out of it. Then if you record to it, you're playing the fuck out of it before and as you record. Then on the playback, you know what I'm saying? So you're playing the fuck out of this shit. And Ma Dukes is next door. She's like, yeah, she's starting to get irritated by the shit. My grandma now, she would say like, why don't you sing songs like your grandpa? Why don't you cut your hair? Because I used to have dreads and shit. Or like, why don't you not wear baggy clothes and shit like that? So like she literally said, like, if you like older white people are racist, no matter what, it's just kind of built in inherently, even to some degree. You know what I'm saying? And like
it's just different times that they grew up in, you know?
Right. Like, and it doesn't make it okay. But I'm just saying, usually it's there, you know, to some degree, even if they don't really realize how bad it is. But if my grandma told me if I dated a black girl, she would disown me. My first love was a dark skinned girl, you feel me, in middle school named Desiree and shit. Shout out Desiree. So like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, that was the only racism that I ever encountered within my family was my grandma and grandpa and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, don't get me wrong. They would be nice to like their black neighbors. They would be nice on a surface level as long as it's not too close, as long as you're not invading my family type shit. Like, that's basically what it was. Or like my grandpa used to say some fucked up shit though. Now, it wasn't my blood grandpa. He was always there though. But like, you know what I'm saying? He would say fucked up shit, man. But yeah, but you know what? So that right. But peep this though. Growing up like that, around that little piece of that shit, it showed me that's how come when I see I know how white people can, not always are, some white people can be behind closed doors to other white people. And that's the only time I've seen that is like that. It's through being around my grandpa, seeing him saying some fucked up shit here and there. You know what I'm saying? Like, or like I'll go to jail and other white people in jail think I'm racist like them. So they'll say some out of pocket shit until they realize, you know what I'm saying? Until I don't respond or walk off or some shit like that. So that's how I know white people sometimes can say shit to the other white person. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know how the fuck I got on that, but yeah, that doesn't have shit to do with my mom complaining about the beats in my bedroom.
It's okay. But so why the name MHz? Like, how'd you guys settle on that?
I thought it was dope. I came up with it. I heard Redman say it in Whatever Man, right? Bomb MCs with rough megahertz. And I thought it sounded dope. And I looked up what it meant. And it meant like 1 million cycles per second. So to me, it just meant like something advanced. And I actually threw the name to my our homeboys and shit. Shout out Scotch, my homeboy Scotch. I threw the name out to them. And they just didn't like it for whatever reason. I liked it. I liked the shit a lot. So I just suggested that we use it to Camu. Because at first megahertz was just me and Camu. No, wait. Wait, was it? Yeah. It was first me and Camu. Then it got into a bigger version of us. Then it got condensed. And back to like down to the version that like the public ended up getting to know with RJ and Camu and Chikai and me.
So then in 2001, you guys released a compilation album, but it was like a demo to get a deal, basically, right? It's like the leftover tracks. Table
scraps. I mean, okay, so the only thing I would say inaccurate about that is that it was not to get a deal. It was basically to hold people over while our other shit was about to drop. And just to get like some little, kind of to get some money and shit. I don't know if that was our idea or Bobby Noggle. Shout out Bobby Noggle, man, who's actually done a lot of real dope shit in hip hop. Like him and Sam Henson came up with the college dropout bear for Kanye and shit like that. They made our website back in the day and shit. But yeah, that was just something that tied people over while we were getting our other shit together and kind of putting all the stuff that we had dropped up to that point was like something on vinyl that's hard as fuck to find, like Fondle 'em, you know what I'm saying? Like, so all our shit was like only available. People that we knew from high school that had been waiting for our shit to drop was like, yo, how can I get this? And I'm like, it's only limited press on vinyl. They don't have no fucking CD or vinyl turntable. So we wanted to put everything also on a collective body of work so that motherfuckers can hear all the shit we've been doing, you know, at the time. Which also, side note, Table Scraps is about to come out on vinyl for the first time through Fat Beats and my label Table Scraps Records. So shout out Eclipse at Fat Beats. Yeah.
Dope.
But yeah, that was our first release officially. People love that. I mean, I'll call it an album. We never call it an album because we take out the art to make an album serious and we just kind of put all that shit together, like you said, like a compilation almost. But people love that thing. So, I mean, you know, I respect that they love it and I like that they love it. That was our demo. That was the shit that we made, that we drove out to Bobito to get signed to Fondle 'em Records. You feel me? So that's early shit, man. Like that's early. That's right when we started feeling like we were ready, that we were dope enough to try to pursue getting signed.
So you've been on record as saying you experienced something called synesthesia, and that's where one sensory will trigger another one, like sounds having colors to them, and that's how you write your rhymes, right? Like something along those lines. Can you talk about the first time you discovered you had this?
Yeah. So the version I have is called chromesthesia, right? That's where my mind associates certain tones and chords with textures and shapes and colors. So I noticed it when I was a little kid. I used to like the song Moni Moni. You know that fucking song, Moni Moni. No, I used to like that shit. Every time it played, every time it came on, I'd get real hype and run around and shit. And it would give me this like, it gives you a rush. Like if you have my synesthesia is I get tingles through the spine. I get goosebumps. Sometimes I'll cry against my own will, tear up against my own will. And feel like your scalp is being like tightened, like the skin's being tightened on your scalp. So I can't listen. I won't listen to a lot of music around certain people because I don't want them to say what's wrong. Because if I say it's nothing wrong at all, I just have certain music makes me cry against my own will. It don't even got to be a sad song. It could just be a song that is amazing and shit to me, and the chords are right. So yeah, that shit's crazy. Camu had that, which is crazy, and Tage from MHz also has that shit. But a matter of fact, Tage is who told me the name of it because I was just describing it to him. Like, have y'all ever experienced blah, 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 blah? And he was like, yeah, that's actually called synesthesia. And then I looked it up and shit and you know what I'm saying? Found out more about it. But everybody's is different. And I know a bunch of artists who have it, but everybody's is different. Like some people, they have it with numbers. Like they'll taste the number. The number will be connected to a taste, you know? It's everybody's is different shit. But yeah, here's how it helps me out though. If what I'm working on doesn't make me feel a certain way, like if I don't get the rush, or if I'm not like, because when I wrote June, I'm crying writing it, right? So usually if I'm crying when I'm writing a song, the listener will end up crying when they're listening to it. What I realized is usually whatever emotion, and if it's pure emotion, whatever you're feeling and putting into the verse when you're working on it, when it's done right, the listener will feel that and experience it too, though. Not just hear it, but experience it. But yeah, that shit helps me out because I don't really work on music unless it triggers my synesthesia. So it's kind of a cheat code in a way, man. It's kind of a cheat code.
Yeah, I saw in the past you said that like early on you would spend like 6 hours writing a verse and rehearsing it like before, like back to back. But after a while, like you couldn't spend that much time working on it and you would forget how the patterns would go. So you'd start to write like a symphony and draw on snares and different stuff. And you said Crooked Eye does the same thing.
That's all absolutely accurate. Yeah, that's absolutely accurate. Yeah. Crook is the only other person. And like I said, I was in the studio with him when we were working on that Crooked Cop song that's on my second album. And I was showing him, you know what I mean, how I write. And he was like, yeah, because he was doing it in his phone, bro. He was doing all that complex shit looking at his phone. And I asked him, I was like, how do you remember the patterns? Because he does a bunch of complex patterns and all type of shit. See, if the words aren't written in there's a certain character that my handwriting has that's familiar to me. So when I write certain things a certain way, I know it means a certain thing. Like if I write the words in big bubble letters, it means say it louder. If I put a line underneath a sentence, it means to say it fast. I got a bunch of shit. I got the one of the beat. It's always got a circle with a one on it. Where every snare hits, it's going to have a S with a circle and a line connecting to the exact point, the exact pinpoint mark of the syllable where the shit hits at. So it's all foolproof and dummy proof. Like and like you said that I said. It started because I wasn't having enough time to really sit and work on my shit. And all my verses, they started to bleed into each other to me, like on High Exalted. Like it just started just sounding like, and the verses were constructed of lines I've already had previously, but I'm just constructing it in a better, more final way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is how I'm going to present it on my first album. So I'm trying to, give it, okay, this is the final way I'm going to do it. Boom. But in my head, it all bleeds into each other because it's all this shit that's just been moved around so much. It doesn't have its own thing. So yeah. And like people that write, if they write complex shit, sometimes like maybe they could relate to this. They'll write some shit and then like the night they write it or whatever, it'll be dope. They'll be doing it correctly and all that shit. They'll go to sleep. Next day they'll look at the rap and they'll try to do it. And they're not doing it right because they're not starting off at the correct starting point, or they're not putting a certain pause in a certain space, or they're not dragging a word a certain place. So it's something's off in it. You know what I'm saying? If you know how things are, if one thing's off, it can throw everything off. And that's how rap is. And that's what I discovered when I was doing those 6-hour, like long ass writing sessions. You could you could do the smallest shit and it could make the illish, it could make something so dope. You put a pause somewhere, you know, you start late, you start early, you just do something. The thing about paper that I like is you have more time to work on options. You can map out options better when you can look at it.
Yeah, so that's a good transition. In 2002, you released the album The High Exalted, and this is your debut album as a solo artist, right?
Mm-hmm.
You once criticized it, saying that it felt like the same song on different beats or something along those lines. Like you felt like it was too similar.
That's me being real critical and being harsh and being real critical towards it. Now at this stage in my life, I love it. I think it's a masterpiece. Yeah, maybe there's too many battle songs and too many just lyric songs. Here's my real gripe with it is that I should have did something different with the Let Me In slot. Instead of doing Let Me In, because I really hate that song. That's the only song I made that I really don't fucking like. So instead of that,
Why
I
don't
should
you
have
like
did
it?
because it was a joke song previously. It was like a literally like a joke song that I made just to entertain myself. Like I make these joke songs to entertain myself and my friends and shit. And I made it for that. And I felt like everything was I just had too many battle metaphor songs. So I was like, fuck it, let me throw this on there. It just, to me, it was a lazy move. It's not that I don't like the beat. It's not that I don't like the beat. It's not that I don't think some of the lyrics are clever and cool. I hate the fucking hook. It's like some reject Eminem shit from back in the day. I can't stand the goddamn hook. Like it's all right, man. It's cool. I think my immature ass was doing it also to as a temperature check for to see where the sluts were at back in those days. So you know what I'm saying? Like if that played at a show and some girls were like, then I'm hollering at them after the show type shit. But but overall, it was, to me, it was a lazy move. I could have done a bunch of different shit with that instead of putting that song on there. You know what I'm saying? And I don't dislike any of my songs, except for that one. So, but no, the album's cool. When I go back and listen to it, I'm happy with The High Exalted. I'm glad that it was well received. When I dropped it, I didn't know, I couldn't tell that you don't know that it's being well received when it drops, you see people saying shit online, positive stuff online. And I had a lot of positive feedback on it, but you don't know if it's going to stand the test of time and, or if people are going to remember it and shit. But it's one of those albums that a lot of people it impacted a lot of people's lives. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, I've had a lot of people say that was their shit growing up in high school and stuff like that. So, I mean, I love the album. I still love to perform it. I listen to the shit. I still love the rhymes. I'm like, these rhymes are still great. When I say the rhymes, listen, when I was locked up, if I rap, I'm saying a lot of those verses, right? Because you end up rapping in jail just to kill time and shit with other rappers and shit, right? So I'm saying a bunch of verses from Fire It Up, and I'm blowing people's minds. Motherfuckers are like, damn, and these verses are 20 something years old, man. So I still love the album. I fuck with it. I think it's dope. I love the shit that RJ blessed me with, man. I love the shit that Camu blessed me with, Mighty My. I think it's a great album, man. So yeah, I'm happy with it. So any shit talk that in the past that I may have had towards the album, at this current stage of my life, I don't feel like that at all.
Got you. Okay. One of my favorite songs from you is that song June, and you ended the album with that song. I know it's more instrumental than you rapping, but it's really like a vibe, right? The parts of you rapping and what you're saying is real deep. What was it like for you writing and recording that song?
So RJ gave me that beat already done. It was already everything that's the way you hear it is the way I heard it for the first time. And the reason why I only rapped, I did 1 8-bar verse in the front, 1 8-bar verse at the end. And the reason I did it like that was because all the musical shit, it's taking too much space. Rapping over that shit, you would have been trying to fight against all these instruments and shit. And it would have been, and plus, like, who the fuck, what are you going to do? Rap that long? That would have been whack and annoying and shit. So I'm like, I'm going to rap on the spaces that sound like the breakdowns and just do 8-bar verses. And at first I was going to do the song about like some ex female or some bullshit like that. And then because my dad had just died like a year prior to me, right in June. So I was like, man, let me just do something. I'm a big fan of like Tribe Called Quest, like Vibes and stuff, right? That song, like, and he's taught like the way that Q-Tip was able to talk about the deceased and like in like a real respectful, like almost like a memorial like manner, and like have beats that really like can make you cry and shit. I was always a big fan of that, and I always wanted to learn how to do that. And then with June, I was literally like, man, let me not be lazy with this shit. And because I was literally just flying into I was gonna fly 2 verses or break down 116 from an old MHz song that me and Camu had, where we were like talking about like girls and shit, right? Girl problems or whatever, some old real adolescent shit. And I'm like, man, that's a disservice to this dope ass beat if I just talk about that. And I'm like, then I'm giving this girl all this shine, and I don't even feel this way about the female. And so I just like, let me stop being lazy and just write something. So I wrote that shit. And that's the first time I ever, I mean, you have to understand, I never meant to be a solo artist. I only did solo shit because Mighty Mai just wanted to work with me and nobody else out the group. You know what I'm saying, at the time. So we always had a pact that whoever had the chance to get everyone else on, that's what we do, you know? So I just did copyright solo shit just because that was the opportunity presented at the time, you know? So June was the first time I ever wrote a song that had any substance to it. For real.
Can you talk about how your father passed?
Oh yeah, he had a stroke. He like I said, he grew up, him and my mom, they partied and stuff, and he was into uppers, man. He was into cocaine and shit like that. So that shit, that's not a long-term thing you could do. So he died from a stroke. Yeah, man. 1998, he died. I was what was I, 20 when he died? He died right before I started putting out music. I was telling him on the phone one time that we were in a situation where we were about to put out music. I don't know what he thought. If he thought I was full of shit, probably not, because his dad was fucking, you know what I'm saying, who his dad was. His dad was on RCA Records. So yeah, he never got to see me do my thing, man. He never got to see me put out music and shit like that.
Do you remember the moment that you found out? Like,
hell yeah, I remember, like yesterday. I was listening to OC's Point of View. I was listening to OC's Time Up on the headphones. I was living with my mom and my sister at the time. I'm sitting on the couch watching TV, writing and shit and chilling. And my uncle Bob calls, my dad's brother, and he tells me, and then I'm like shocked and shit, start crying and shit. I'm pretty sure, or something like that. Pass the phone to my mom and shit, and then yeah. So that OC song, Point of View. No, not Point of Views. Is it? I gotta make mad moves. I won't pop on a planet to drop jewels. I won't pop. That is Point of Views, I think. Yeah. Whether or not I rock one. Yeah. So that song's always reminds me of that moment. But yeah, man, that's too early. That's too early for someone to die. He was like maybe in his late 50s.
Yeah. And on the song June, the second verse, you know, that verse is the one that really stands out to me, because like you say basically that you guys didn't get to spend a lot of time together, but like you keep the time that you guys shared like real close. And it's almost like depression was like a family tradition. It was like something that everyone experienced or something. It was like common in your family.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything, but that's how I always felt. But yeah, but for sure. My sister definitely deals with it. My mom, yeah. That's very safe to say and shit. That was a very good diagnosis from me of my family as a child. But that verse was that's why I left it as the second verse. You know what I'm saying? Because it kind of like, it was more powerful to me. You know, I was saying the most in it. And it kind of embodied more so about what the song is about, because the song is called June because of the fact that he died the same month that I was born. So it's always bittersweet. You know what I'm saying? He died June 1st. My birthday is June 12th. So I don't talk about June at all until the second verse. So yeah, it like wraps it up and shit and kind of explains in a way what the fuck's going on.
Right. And that's the thing, that you end the song by saying that, you know, each month that you celebrate your birth, like you're reminded of his death, basically. So it's like you can't really be happy.
Yeah, you know, yeah. It's crazy. It's fucked up. Yo, bugged out shit is my mom died the same month as Mother's Day. She died, passed away in May. So yeah, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's bugged out. But I mean, it's life, man. But life is crazy. When I was a kid, I never thought, I never was thinking like, these two people were not gonna be here like in like 10 years and shit like that. Never, you know what I'm saying? What I think like that. Like there's some days, like even earlier today, like I'm like, or yesterday, I was like, I can't believe this is my life. Like I can't believe I still can't believe my parents are gone. Like it's fucked up. Like it doesn't stop. It's not a dream that like stops one day or some shit, or like, it's not a joke. It's like, they're really just like gone. I'm not laughing like it's funny. I'm just like, I'm able to see the humor and shit. It's just like, it's pretty desolate. It could be, it's a morbid thought, man. But that's life though, really, when you think about it, you know, that's the cycle of life.
Yeah, well, rest in peace to your parents, man. What's the story with you and Rockefeller Records? I saw an interview, you said that it was actually just Blaze that was interested in signing you. But then I saw RA, the Rugged Man, he spoke on this and he was saying that Jay was going to sign you as the first artist to a new label he was going to do.
Nah, I don't know what RA is talking about, to be honest with you. But also, to be fair, there were a lot of rumors swirling around at that time. But the thing that I said was the correct shit. Rockefeller. All right, so it was this contest, right? I don't get in shit like this, but my friend had signed me up without me knowing. My friend managed my homeboy Kwame. Shout out to Kwame. He used to manage my homeboy Metaforce. Shout out Metaforce. And he signed us both up for this Rock the Mic, this battle thing, right? At the King's Art Center complex in Columbus. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm signed up. I'm gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So I do the shit. I place getting one of the 1, 2, or 3 placings or whatever the fuck. So now I got a battle. And I had to like perform at this spot. I had to edit my cuss words out and shit. So then I got to I get through the shit, and it's me and this rapper named Skyscraper, right? Shout out to Skyscraper. We're going to battle in between 50 Cent's set and Jay-Z's set during the Rock the Mic tour at the Polaris Amphitheater in Columbus, Ohio. So I know who I'm going to battle. I got my shit together. We battle. I destroy him. No offense, but I destroy him. Just Blaze is holding my arm up because he's the one announcing the shit. Like, understand, as I'm walking, like I get serious when it comes to like certain shit, right? So when I knew I was about to battle, I quit smoking weed. I was just like I was training. I just like everything, right? I just take the shit real serious. I get real obsessive with the shit.
He was locked in.
I was locked in. I was like, there's no way. I was like, if I lose this, I could lose it, but it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot of fuck ups or some shit, or me to fuck up for me to lose it. So anyway, as I'm going to the shit, and it's funny because backstage before the battle happens, like we're all in the same room and shit. Like I'm walking through, I'm seeing everybody. I'm seeing Daz. I'm seeing Freeway. I'm seeing Lloyd Banks. I'm seeing all these people, but the whole time, anybody that battles knows what this is like. It's like the same as a fight. You're just focused on the shit and you can't relax until it's over. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't relax until the outcome is presented and you're the task at hand is over with and completed. So we're all in the same room. Me and the dude I'm about to battle and some other people, is kind of like the green room, and him and his boy are talking shit about how they're going to win and beat me and shit. And as a rule of thumb, one thing I never do, and I don't do it. I don't really talk a bunch of shit before the battle. I don't like to do that because I feel like that can jinx you. And that would be so fucking, that it just would be an embarrassing way to fuck up. You know what I'm saying? You talked all this shit. I'm usually really quiet before a battle, and I'm just focused on all my shit that I want to say and shit, you know? And like I said, I can't relax until it's over with. So they're talking about how they're going to win. I'm just sitting over there quiet and focused on my shit, ready to go. So when they call us out and I'm walking out, now, remind you, it's the Rock the Mic tour. It's Jay-Z headlining. It's his tour. It's 50 Cent performing after him. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, G Unit, Obi Trice was an opener. You know what I'm saying? It was a big tour, man. But here's the crazy part. When I'm walking out onto the stage, when Just Blaze announces me and Skyscraper to battle, I'm walking past Jay. Like, Jay is coming off of the stage from doing his set, and I'm walking past him on the stage. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the baton is passed. Not that he sees it like that at all. He doesn't know who the fuck I am nor cares. He's just getting off stage. It's just another day at the office for Jay. But for me, it's ill. It's surreal because at the time, Jay-Z was my favorite rapper, favorite MC. So it's bugged out. It was bugged out. But so here's the thing. Just wanted to sign me to Fort Knox Records, and that's the label that Saigon was on, and DJ Sycamore from Brooklyn was an A&R. But after that battle, I went out in the crowd. I was chilling. I was just walking around. Everybody was dapping me up and shit, saying good job and shit. And someone stops me and asks me my name and shit, and it's Beehive. It's Jay-Z's cousin. And I recognized him from somewhere, but I couldn't place it. But I had seen him on like the Jay-Z Behind the Music. And we exchanged numbers, and he started managing me. Now, at the time, he managed Jay Dilla and who else? Blink. He managed who the fuck else? Memphis Bleak,
right?
Bleak and Blink. You know, Blink Dog with Blink with Blink, who produced 1-900 Hustler, even though people say Just Blaze produced it.
Right.
Yeah. Lights, Camera, Action by Lost Boys, that Bink. But also Bleak, though. And you literally read my mind and shit, even though it sounded like I said Bleak, because he managed Bleak also and shit. So basically, he was sending me Dilla beats. He was sending me a bunch of ill shit, man, to demo shit up. The songs I have with Dilla, like That's a Rap and shit like that, those came because I was demoing songs to get a deal with Beehive, and Beehive sent me the Dilla beats. Like, I still have like 10 beat CDs. Like, I made copies of them all and sent them back to House Shoes and shit to get to my Dukes. Shout out to House Shoes. Shout out to Detroit. Shout out to Guilty, Marv One, and Long Live Dilla. But yeah. That shit is basically what came about that. Now, the reason why I didn't go with Just Blaze, and I regret it, like, I'm not going to lie, it would have been dope. Even if I would have got shelved, just to have that co-sign would have been real dope. The reason I didn't is because when I told Beehive about it, basically, long story short, because I'm not about to burn bad bread on anybody or talk negatively, because it really, Beehive never did anything negative to me. Shout out to Beehive. And he used to manage Razkaz also. I forgot about that. But Beehive was just like, he didn't agree with it. He wanted me to go, wait for a different offer. And I listened to him, you know what I'm saying? But I really wish I would have just I wish I would have just did the shit, but it is what it is, you know what I mean? And so I'm going to say this, though. I'm going to use that not to cut you off. So artists, just know, if your manager works for you, and if you don't want to do something or do want to do something, it's your decision, and you should go with your gut instinct. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you're the person it could affect. So yeah, that's the lesson from that.
Yeah. So RA said, Copywrite, I don't know how true this is, but rumor has it he might be Jay-Z first rapper out when Jay-Z make his new label. It's nothing in stone yet, but I know that they're interacting and leads are being sent his way. A good situation might happen for dude. Fingers crossed. You don't want to jinx shit. But then he kind of goes into dissing Milo and stuff like that. So that's what he was talking about.
Shout out to RA, man. I got a lot of love and respect for RA. I probably owe that man an apology because I spazzed out one day on him unnecessarily. I think I was having a bipolar episode and shit. But long story short, I remember reading that. Just to clear everything up, from my understanding, RA was not trying to RA was not incorrect on purpose. There was a lot of rumors. He said that right when the shit first hit the fan, because there were a lot of rumors. Like people were saying, coming up to me all the time, like, "Are you getting signed to Rockefeller?" So he just was basically, he probably just heard it and was just saying it. And I do remember that piece of time and shit. But he wasn't that wasn't anything. He wasn't out of pocket for that. He was just saying what he heard, and a lot of people had heard that same exact thing at the same time. So yeah, shout out to RA, man. Shout out to RA for sure. And it was like Beehive had let Jay hear some of my shit, and he told me that Jay said I need to have better delivery or something, and then that bugged me, or I need to say my shit like I feel it more, and it kind of bugged me out because I was like, I feel like that's one of my biggest appeals is that I say my shit like I feel like my delivery is all right, but at the same time, I always feel like there's something to learn also. But yeah, shout out to Beehive, man. Shout out to Beehive for sure. Shout out to Guru too. I went to Young Guru's when I was going there. Bleak was there and shit. Bleak was leaving, so shout out Bleak. Shout out Young Guru. Shout out Beehive, man.
So in 2005, things start to get, take a turn for the worse. And then it's the infamous fight, right? And I mean, this is a weird situation because like you guys had been boys since you guys were in 9th grade.
Uh-huh.
What exactly happened that led to this?
Low key, some of that Rockefeller shit, like Cage thought that I was going to get signed to The Rock and stop fucking with them, right? The truth is, I already was distancing myself from anything that had to do with Cage because I had gotten to see enough of him as a person. You have to understand, me and Camu, when we moved out to Middletown, New York, we were roommates with Cage. You feel me? Until we got our own spot. So I got to know him as a person and be witness to certain events to where I was like, to where I saw part of his character that I just didn't really rock with, as a person and shit. So I started just distancing myself rather than try to like do something or change something or try to get someone kicked out. I don't roll like that. I'll eliminate myself from the equation, but I'm not, you know what I mean? So that's basically what I was doing anyway. And they started feeling like I was doing some shit. So then they were trying to sabotage my shit because they thought that I was about to like be like blow up and shit. So that's literally what that was. Like I had a show in somewhere. I think it was New York and shit. It was me, RA, speaking of RA, Tone Deaf, and I forget who else. And Tone Deaf was there. And then shout out to Tone Deaf, QN5. And basically, long story short, some fans they asked my homeboy where we were staying. My homeboy told him like a dumbass. And then the next morning, it's Camu and Cage and like 10 other cats downstairs in the parking lot with like bats and shit of the hotel. They're calling us and shit, right? Saying, come downstairs and shit. Camu trying to be funny and shit. It's funny in hindsight and shit because Camu was like doing a funny voice and shit. So like we're like it's me and 3 other people. So we're coming downstairs and shit. We're not ducking wreck. We're not calling the police. None of that shit. We're coming downstairs and shit. So we go down. We put our shit in the trunk, and then it's really me and Camu talking for a minute. It's me and Camu discussing some things, and Camu's upset about some things. Camu feels like I own money for beats off the High Exalted, which is not true. But Cage has gotten into his ear and has tried a trick that Cage previously tried on Jakai, but it didn't work on Jakai because Jakai is really stubborn and strong. Not to say Camu's not strong-minded, but Camu could be easily influenced sometimes, especially if he wants a reason to do something and feel validated. So he's upset that I'm not really kicking it with them anymore. So now he feels validated saying I owe him money for shit. So me and him are talking about this. I'm really giving you a play-by-play for real because just since you asked and shit. So me and Camu, it turns into Me and Camu were talking. Cage is like, slap that dude. And then it's a dude named Radon there who deceased since then. I had nothing to do with it. And me and Camu start getting in an altercation. And then I got out the brass knuckles, of course, as seen in the picture and shit. I get some hits off on Camu. I bloody up his forehead and shit. But Camu's bigger dude than me at the time. So he's got more body strength. So he's pushing me, getting me, you know what I'm saying, cornered and shit. But then I get out of the situation. And when I get out of the situation, I start running. Cause now bear in mind, it's like 9 of these dudes, 10 of these dudes, right? And they got weapons, and the weapons are in the picture. Look at the picture. There's a motherfucking like a big ass steel baton in the fucking picture laying on the ground and shit. They had all type of shit. So I'm
Who's
running
taking all these pictures?
Cage. Cause Cage,
oh my God.
Cause Cage, that's yeah. So I run into the lobby, right? Cause at this point it's me and Camu fighting, and I'm starting to get at him a little bit and shit. Like if you, anyway, I don't like that it's negative and shit. That's my brother, and I miss him every day, and I regret going through this.
Right.
But I'm just giving you a play-by-play because I've never given a play-by-play of it. And you asked, and I told you in the beginning, I'm not going to duck any questions because I don't do that. So if it took place, I might as well talk about it. So then, I run in the lobby, and then, I'm in there trying to catch my breath, and then I walk out. I'm looking out the door to see what's going on. I see Cage with his camera. That's when I flick him off and shit. And I'm trying to catch my breath like a motherfucker. And then and that's that. And they drive off. And the dude in the lobby working at the hotel is like, "Do you want me to call the police?" I'm like, "No." And then we dip. We dip out. So that's basically that, man. But after that, me and Camu were able to patch it up and shit. Like I bumped into him a couple times in Columbus. Thank God. And we hashed shit out. And we talked about shit. I bumped into him 2 days in a row, man. Pardon me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You were buying some shoes, right? And
yeah, I was going to buy.
Looking for some shoes?
Yeah, I was going to get the Jordan 4s, the military Jordan 4s. And it was me and my homeboy Illuminati. Shout out Illuminati, man. And yeah, okay. So look, I was dating this girl in Virginia. I'm on my way to Virginia. I'm right getting there from Columbus. It's like an 8-hour drive and shit. My first love, the first girl I ever fell in love with, Desiree, the girl I mentioned before, turns out she ends up being Camu's cousin by marriage, right? So she calls me on the cell and crying, and she's like, she tells me Camu's got cancer, right? Tell me he's in the hospital, right? That's the first I ever heard of it. So I'm like, damn, I want to go see him. Like, this is crazy. This is after the situation where they try to jump me and all that shit. But I want to go see him after I hear this news. But I'm like, I'm just pulling into, you know what I'm saying? I'm just pulling into Virginia and shit. So I'm not about to do it right now. So on the way, when I'm leaving, I call back and I find out if he's still in the hospital, and he's not out. He's not there anymore. He's out. So I don't go see him. Right. So that's why when I saw him, he was like, "I heard y'all are coming to see your boy." Cause me and Tage Future from MHz were like, "Yo, let's go see him." You know what I'm saying? Like I called him when I found out, and we were, we were talking about going to see him in the hospital. So then I see him another day. I'm with my mom and shit. I'm going to Kroger. And he's with his sister, and I bump into him in the parking lot. He's like, "See, man," anybody that knows Camu, they know his sense of humor and his personality and shit. So like, he's like smiling and shit when I see him. He's like, "See, man," he's like, "We're meant to be friends." And it's so stupid to me. It's stupid as fuck to me because he's stupid. It's stupid as fuck because like it's so childish and shit. But it's funny too because he just like conspired like it's just. But he's my dude. But here's the fucked up part, right? I was holding a grudge. He kept calling me, leaving me. This is like motherfuckers still had answering machines and shit. He's leaving voicemail, answering machine messages like, "Yo, let's kick it." This is when he knew he had cancer. It had come back, right? It had come back. Like, because after he left the hospital, they said that it was in remission or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it had come back, and he was calling me, wanting to kick it and shit. And I was holding the grudge, man. Matter of fact, I went to there's a Groove Shack reunion. That's the record store that we used to go to the open mic at and shit that I started battling it and shit and got good at. There was a reunion for that shit, and Camu was there. And when Camu came in, I didn't even recognize him because the condition he was in. You feel me? And I went over and talked to him real quick, said what up to him, and I left. I just wish I wouldn't have been so petty and wouldn't have held that grudge. I really was holding the grudge about the way that they jumped me and took them pictures and put it online, because me and Camu are better than that, bro. Like, his mom is, I still go see his mom. You feel me? Like, I like, his family's my family, like, and vice versa. So we were just closer than that, bro. We were like brothers. So, and don't get me wrong, brothers can go through that shit. But my thing is, I wish I wouldn't have held a grudge about it. Cause guess what? Cause now I could have been spending time with my homeboy before he left this earth. Cause now I just can't.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, now I'm over the grudge part, but now guess what? Now he's not on this physical plane anymore. So the joke's on me. I miss out on that. So I learned a lesson from that.
I think the problem is, man, that's like sometimes when you go through things privately, it's easier to forgive, but when it's put on a wide public consumption, you know what I mean? And you get everybody's opinions, and then it's like a little bit of embarrassment on a wide level like that this situation happened. I notice a lot of people have a harder time of patching things up.
Yeah, for me, it's just like, yo, it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy because we're better than that type shit. You feel me? Like, yeah. And I could feel that too, though, that you're definitely right. Like, it doesn't make it any easier. But it was just crazy.
Like, why didn't you guys just talk on the phone before it got to that point of like getting physical?
Nah, he was trying though. He was having his manager call me and shit, and I'm like, yo, this is crazy. Because for one, call me direct. Don't play this bullshit ass Hollywood shit and try to have your manager call me.
Right.
And then two, I don't owe you anything. You made all the beats on my MPC, and we never discussed money, and you never wanted money. We don't listen. This is exactly what Cage did and got like to get Camu into that mindset, right? To pin Camu against me or whatever, or whatever. He tried this shit. One time Jakai came to visit us, right? When we were living in Middletown. And Jakai came back, he came to me. He was over there kicking into cages and shit. And then we linked up later and shit. He's like, you know, Cage told me, he's like, did you get that money from Copy? And Jakai was like, what money? And he was like, that money from you rhyming on his album, on my first album, right? He's like, we don't charge each other to rap. But like, that is the same shit that he pulled on Camu, but it works. You feel me? It didn't work on Jakai and shit. So, you know, it is what it is. But really, at the core of it, here's what it stemmed from. My close friend was upset because I wasn't around anymore, and this was his outlet. You know what I'm saying? This is all he had. This was his only.
It seemed like it was his only way. Hurt move.
That's what it was. That's absolutely what it was. And it is what it is. And I'm not. It just is what it is, man. It's life. It's put it like this. The shit that they did was nothing that's unrepairable. They didn't my mom. They didn't kill my sister. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers get in fights. That's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just wish at the end of the day, like I said, I wish I wouldn't have held a grudge. I wish I would have talked to Camu and shit and spent more time with him. You know what I mean?
So what was your reaction when you finally found out that he passed away in 2008?
Oh, I cried like a baby. Cried and cried and cried.
But was there a notice that this was happening? Like he wasn't gonna make it, like leading up to it?
Yeah, well, yeah, there was. But like I said, I wasn't taking heed to any of it. But there was. But what's crazy is how high he kept his spirits while all that was going on. Look, here's the thing, right? There's a documentary. There's a Groove Shack documentary. It's online and shit. It might be hard to find, but it's online. It's got a bunch of interviews with Camu during those days. And it's real. It's ill as fuck for real. But Camu, his spirits are so high, and his like poise and demeanor is so high. You would think that the dude just got pussy and just got paid. Like he wasn't like moping. He wasn't moping or nothing. He was just like, I never seen nobody walking toward the gate of death and just like have that much, like be that much high spirited and shit. And I used to think about that all the time, man. Like that's bravery on a different level. That's crazy though. Yeah, man. I wish yeah, man. Here's why I didn't think he was going to pass, because he had come out of remission the other time. Also, I had some of that going in my mind to where I was thinking like he's going to be all right. The way that people talk about Tupac, the second, when he got killed, and they were like, "Oh, he's a survivor." That's what I was thinking.
Bro, that literally went through my head the moment you said that. It's the same exact thing that just popped in my head.
Yep, that's what and that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, damn, I was like, he was in that shit. He came out of remission. He should be all right. But yeah, man, that shit was fucked up. But I do have to say though, respect to all of the rest of the weathermen, because they all showed up they all drove to Columbus and came to Camu's service. LP, Aesop, Tame, all of them. They all had on black suits, all matching black suits, and they all trooped up to Columbus and shit. And matter of fact, after they left the service, they were standing up. They were across the street in a different parking lot, because they probably thought I was gonna. They didn't know, because I'm in there with, what I'm saying. I know everybody there. It's like all family. They were like keeping their distance. They were in a parking lot across the street, because I think they thought I was gonna try to like. I don't know if they thought I was gonna try to pull some shit or something like that, which I never would do, man. It's my best friend's funeral. But yeah, man.
Wait, Cage didn't come to the funeral?
No, he did come. They all did come. They all did come, and they wore matching black suits, and they all came. It was dope, and it was respectful. But I'm just saying, after they had left, they were across the street in a like parking lot across the street, all of them together. Pardon me, because they probably thought they didn't know if I was gonna round up, the whole everybody and try to like do some shit or something like that. I was like, damn, why are they so far? Why are they so far away and shit?
Right.
Like Camus' family friends are over here. So
this leads to you making the song "Forever in a Day." Yeah. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. Just a song where I was reflecting and talking about the situation with me and Camus, and also just kind of like expressing how close of a friend he was and is to me, and just kind of talking about that situation and how I felt about it and how I saw it from my point of view and how I processed it from my point of view, basically.
When you first heard that beat, did it make you cry? Like, did you have like a physical response like this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely, I did. Yeah, that's why I picked it. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been on the brink of crying, saying that shit live at shows and shit. Yeah, that shit. The notes that the sample hits, it definitely triggers those emotions in me and shit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So then there was the situation with you and Icon the Mic King that was allegedly over money, right?
It was.
They said that he paid you for a beat. You never sent the beat or something like that. You guys ran into each other and you allegedly swung on him first and missed, and he swung on you and you hit the ground and security came and threw you guys both out. He said that you paid him back or something.
Here's the whole story. That's close to it. No, I never paid him back.
You never paid him back,
bro. If you punch me, you got your money's worth. You're not getting. I was foul and I was in the wrong, and I deserved what you did to me. But that's the payment for that. You're not getting that. You're not getting that, and your money back. Yo, but okay. So he got close to it. Luckily for everybody's sake, I have a real love affair with the truth. So even if it doesn't swing in my favor, I just like the truth for what it is. He is close. Okay, so here's what happened. He paid me to do a chorus, right, on a song. He sent me a DVD with him rapping, and he sent the chorus, and he wrote the chorus, right? And I thought the chorus was really cheesy. It was like he was like trying to play off, because like I know some of my shit will have like a royal theme or like a spiritual dark theme sometimes, but that shit is really on accident really all the time. And then if it's dope, I'll use it. So he had this really corny, like, all praise. I literally remember it was like, all praise, all praise. Da-da-da. It was some chorus he wrote that he wanted me to say, and it was so corny. And then and I'm not, and the DVD or whatever, the CD-ROM, whatever the fuck he sent me, him rapping, it was corny to me, man. I didn't like his lisp. I didn't like how he was offbeat, and like he like his sense of humor, his sense of rhythm was bad. So I did some foul shit. I was like, I'm just not doing this shit. And okay, so fast.
You keeping the money?
I kept the money. Yeah, I did some foul shit. Yeah, that was foul. You know what I'm saying? So I got what was coming to me for sure, and I can acknowledge that and take ownership of that. Now, here's the thing that's not true though. So we are at Scribble Jam. I'm at the Scribble Jam because here comes RA again. Me and RA are cool at this time. He invites me. He tells me, he's like, yo, I'm about to be out in Cincinnati for Scribble Jam. I got a booth. You want to come out and sell some CDs or some shit? I'm like, yeah. So I drive my girlfriend at the time's whip out there, right? I'm at this point in my life, I'm a super like reckless drinker, partier, all this shit. Like I haven't ran into any. Keep in mind, I was straight edge until I was 23. I didn't grow up drinking or smoking weed or cigarettes or nothing. In fact, I made a vow because of my parents' addiction problems that I would never touch the shit. So when I hit 23 and then started like, once I started drinking and smoking, I started wilding out. It started coming out in excess because I haven't done it before. I've never faced repercussions from it, so there's no reason to slow down. So I'm just going wild, right? So I say that to say this. I get a 40 on the way up to Cincinnati by myself in the car driving. So I'm already getting fucked up. When I get to Scribble Jam, I bump into a rest in peace Pumpkinhead. I bump into Pumpkinhead after I set up at the booth with RA. I run into Pumpkinhead, arch rival, and Debut, right? Shout out all those guys. We start doing tequila shots. We're getting fucked up. I'm like 8 tequila shots in. We're getting super fucked up. There's an MC battle. We're at a table, like kind of by the out. Here, let me just condense it. We're at a table. There's an MC battle, right? Like we're kind of behind there, but you can still hear all the shit. Somebody on stage says, you're getting knocked out like Copywrite in a body fight. I love how precise my memory is, right? So I'm catching feelings, right? I'm drunk and I'm catching feelings. And now that I'm drunk, I'm feeling like, you get drunk, you feel like you start feeling like you're tough and shit, right? And you start not thinking about reality, and you start not playing shit through and thinking about what could happen. So I'm mad and shit. And then Icon is hosting the battle. So he says, after the dude says the line about you're getting whatever, like Copyright in a body fight. I may have missed one multi in that, but that's how it ended. He was like, Icon was like, yo, I like this guy. Anybody that doesn't like Copyright is cool with me, right? So now I'm like, all right, I'm gonna say something to him when he gets off stage. So I go out of my way to say something to him, and then we go outside, and then he knocks me the fuck out, and then basically, yeah. That's how that happened. And
wait, so did you swing on him and miss?
I did. Yep. I remember that. Yep. I actually remember that. Yep. He got me with a really good shot, man. He definitely did. He did. And I deserved it too, because I stole that man's money. You know what I'm saying? What I should have did if I didn't want to do it is just tell the man I don't feel like doing it. So yeah, but I never paid him back. I told him I was going to pay him back one time, and then I never followed through, but I never paid him back though.
How much money we talking?
Bro, it was low money. This was in the early days. This is in the table scraps days. This is like $100, $200, maybe $225, something low, bro. Something super low. It was something super low. I wasn't even known like that. I was barely known. People that knew me were just like, like just stayed on the blogs and shit like that, and like stayed hip to like shit that was coming out. But yeah, but that's what happened though. Shout out to Icon to Mike King and shit. I think he bought undergroundhiphop.com. So yeah, he did. Yeah, shout out to Icon. I've spoken to Icon since then and shit. Like as I've gotten older, bro, you got to understand also a lot. Like when I came in the game, I was like 20, 22, 23. I'm 47 years old now. I'm 47 years old. I've matured a lot since then. You know what I'm saying? I've had to experience and go through some shit to learn. But one thing about me is I pretty much smoothed out any type of beefs that I've had with anybody in the past, like with esoteric anybody.
Wait. Don't go into that yet. Okay. I won't.
I won't. But all I'm saying is he's one. I've smoothed things out. And if I haven't, it's because they're not willing on their end. And I understand if they are, and I'm not to say that I'm not saying that they don't have that right. All I'm saying is that I've tried to make amends on my end because
you've done your part.
The parts where I realized that I was a dickhead and out of line and shit, you know what I'm saying? Later in my life or whatever, or later when I want to, I tried to own up to it and apologize and shit. So, that's just how shit goes. So, hey, sometimes you got to get punched in the face, right? What Mike Tyson say? Everybody's got a plan till they get punched in the face. Sometimes you definitely have to learn that there's consequences to actions. You know what I'm saying? So that was just a lesson that I had coming to me. So there's
one thing I got to give you props about, man, is because not a lot of people will come on camera and admit they got knocked out and admit that they were wrong.
And have a sense of humor about it.
And they deserved it too.
It's true, man.
I gotta give you props for that, though,
it's
bro.
True. It's true.
I know, but in hip hop, a lot of people have egos too, and they're like, "That never happened. That I don't know what you're talking about."
Man, yeah, but you know what, man, I've been humbled through life and had to deal with like so much real serious shit that something like that is a walk in the park. You feel me? Like imagine having to go. You know what I'm saying? Having to go, sit down. You're locked up, and you got to leave. You got to leave freedom for a while. I'd rather get my ass beat any day. Like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine the people you love the most on this earth just disappear one day. So getting in a little, fight ain't shit. You know what I mean? Like getting shot.
Everybody
in the
takes L's too.
Everybody
takes L's.
Yeah. And admitting shit. Here's the thing, also about a man that tells the truth, right? If I tell the truth on shit and it's all not complimentary, and I have an unbelievable story and it's complimentary, now I got credibility because I'm not fabricating and dressing up the stories and shit. You know what I'm saying? Plus, like, man, like why deny it, bro? Like it just is what it is. But yeah, it is what it is, man.
But the good thing too about telling the truth is you don't have to remember how you told it.
Right.
Because the people that tell lies, they forget how they tell the stories a lot of times, and things change when they tell the story again. And in this day and age, where you got so much video and access to previous interviews and stuff, you can't get away with lying anymore. Like people will pull out the receipts.
Nah, they absolutely will. They absolutely will. That shit is funny though too when they do it. That shit is hilarious. Yeah. I love that shit. Yeah.
All right. The whole beef with the Weathermen and the Demigodz, right? Like, did this really start from Cage talking smack on message boards? Like, that sounds real petty. Does that really happen?
Yeah, wow. That's literally how it started, man.
So what was his reason for doing it?
But here's I don't know, bro. We were both on some bullshit back then. We just thought we were the shit, bro. We were just talking hella shit. But here's the thing, though, right? Here's the thing about that. I know it sounds bugged out and like that it started from some message board shit. But that's the thing. Like, just like I said about me and Icon, there's consequences to your actions. And even though it's on a message board and it's ones and zeros and shit, and it sounds nerdy and soft because there's a keyboard involved in shit and all that, and you got to register to get on the fucking message board, you're still talking to a human disrespectfully and out of line. You know what I'm saying? And like, yeah. But that's how it started. I mean,
Well, I'm not faulting them for taking it as
you're good. You're good. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying maybe I'm realizing that out loud in real time too. Like that's like you say some shit and like, you know what I'm saying? Just some real shit could happen because of it.
Well, because you think about it, even online today, where somebody's talking crazy in the comments, a lot of people will go crazy. They're like, "Drop the Addy, yeah, I'm pulling up." Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, that was the beginning, basically, when you guys were doing it back then. Basically, that was the start of it.
Because people were not desensitized to. It's like, you ever see Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back?
Right.
At the end, when Jay and Silent Bob look up everybody who's they look up everybody's IP who talks shit online and shit, and went to their house and shit and tried to start beef with them and shit. Yeah, but I mean, really, man, one of my other regrets is that I wish I would have been more peaceful, earlier on in my career, and just like allied up with more people. Because I mean, a lot of people wanted to work with me and shit and approached me and
Right.
sent me beat CDs and all that shit. And I mean, my ego was just so out of this world and shit. And just a bunch of, my mindset, man, it just wasn't, I wasn't in the right mindset, man. You know what I'm saying? My mindset was on me and my friends. We were all used to being real. We were all assholes. That was our culture. And that was how we were with each other and people and shit. And people that knew us knew that about our sense of humor. But what I failed to do was I failed to like, tune it down. You know what I'm saying? Like, tune it. You know what I'm saying? I should have tuned that shit down. I was being a little too reckless and having a little too much fun and shit, a little too comfortable, just shit like that.
Right.
Like,
when people don't know you personally, they'll take it differently than like somebody that knows you and they know, oh, he's just an asshole. It's okay.
Right. Well, in a lot of times I won't even mean it, but in those days though, man, we were real cocky on some MC shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we were real cocky. We were on some bullshit. We took it real serious, and the fact we took it serious, the fact we knew we were good, and just, I don't know, man. We were just on some real life. We were on some bullshit for a while as far as their rapping shit goes. People locally.
Can you talk about the start of it though with Cage? Like, was it like interaction between him and like somebody from the Demigodz on the message board? How exactly was it?
It was Cage versus Alex, right? It was Cage's message board. And it was somebody saying, I mean, I don't know, man. It was a back and forth. And then they had a show at SOBs and shit. We had a show, I should say. I'm piggybacking like High and Mighty shit. It was like matter of fact, it's an Eastern Conference showcase. I want to say Doom was there because Doom was drunk as fuck on the mic and I remember me and Milo, we were like, damn. Like we were just waiting for a while and shit to go on, which we never ended up getting to go on and shit. But basically, it was a physical altercation, real quick in like the crowd with like is between Cage, Camu, Self, and SO. It ended real quick. No punches were thrown or any shit like that. And
but wasn't it true that SO challenged Cage to a battle and he turned it down?
I mean, that may have happened. That may have been some online shit. That could have very well happened. That could have been the case. And
then Self grabbed the mic and yelled.
Oh no, that didn't happen. No. That didn't happen at the spot though. No. That didn't happen at the spot. No. The way they approached it, it had nothing to do with music or the mic or anything. In fact, it may have a different act may have been on stage. It was because I'm there with my girlfriend at the time, right? And she already is about to pass out. So we're in the smoke-filled VIP, and I'm trying to make sure Shorty doesn't pass out because there's creeps around. There's like people that's giving me vibes, right? There's one dude who's giving me vibes. I'm not going to say his name, but he was like a friend of Cage's, and he's like, "Yo, let me take your girl out to your SUV. We'll make sure she's all right." I'm like, "Yo, are you fucking out of your goddamn rabbit ass mind?" I didn't say that, but I'm just thinking like, "Yo, I got to watch this girl." So anyway, they were just in the crowd, and then they just SO approached Cage, held his arms behind his back real quick, did something with his hat, and Camu came up and got involved, and then it all got stopped. You know what I'm saying? Like that's literally what happened. But it also looked like it was a big fight going on and shit, and the lights came on and like, but it had nothing to do with the mic or had nothing to do with any announcements or any of that shit though. And nothing about a verbal battle or none of that shit.
Man.
Not that I heard, man. Not that I heard. Like, who knows? Like, it could have been. But that's not how I saw it, man. That's not how I saw it.
Because on the internet, it says, like, Self grabs the mic and he says, "We got some gay rappers up soon on F Cage, F Copyright, and F Homo Conference Records."
If he did say that, I didn't hear it or pay attention to it.
Okay.
It could have happened and shit. It could have happened because, like I said,
But they say that he started swinging on Cage, and Cage allegedly didn't fight back.
somebody held Cage's arms back and tried to swing on him, and then Camu popped up, and then it all ended up evening out and stopping. You feel me? Like that's literally what happened. I want to say security came in once they could see that it was a bunch of people doing a bunch of shit. Once Camu got involved in shit, security came in pretty quick and just stopped it and shit. And then I think I don't know if that ended the night or not, man. I'm trying to remember if that ended the. I know we never ended up getting to perform though, but I don't know if that was like the end and then they stopped it. But they could have said the shit on the mic for real.
The incident gets confirmed on a bunch of diss tracks, basically. Apathy said on the intro of The Gods Must Be Crazy, we ain't battling no more. We ain't making diss records. We go into shows and punching motherfuckers in the face. Esoteric on the song Do It confirmed that Cage got punched by Self. Then a year later, Self got hit in the head with a bottle by Cage.
That never happened. So none of those things ever happened. The Heineken bottle thing, I heard that rumor. That never happened. I heard Camu hit Self-Titled with a bottle too. I read that online too. That never happened. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, though. Those things it's biased. They're all saying it happened, but it's not a third party confirming that it happened. It's them saying it. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, where's the credibility in that? Like, you saying it about yourself, like you could just create the narrative. The punching shit never happened, bro. I was there. I didn't get no punches off, man. That shit stopped before. He may have, no. Wait. When I said he was fucking with Cage's hat, that may have been a punch that he threw and the hat fell off or some shit. He may have got a punch off for sure and shit. But the rest of the shit.
The bottle thing
that may have happened. That may have happened. Nah, the bottle thing never happened that night. And I read online that shit happened at a different night.
Not that night, but they said a year later.
No, but I was about to get to that. I was about to say, then I read that also that the bottle thing happened on a different event. Nah, man, like I talked to Camu and them about that. They said that never happened, man. They would have told me about that shit. Bro, Camu would have made a video online. You seen the video Camu made after me and him got in a fight? And it said, did you ever see that?
Yeah.
He took a picture and shit. He would have did the same shit for Self, especially if he would have got the upper hand. Like he would have made Camu love to gloat. That's the thing. Camu loved to gloat and brag and shit. So he would have definitely done that. I would know, bro, and I would tell you, but nah. I mean, that would have been, you know what I'm saying? I would love to say Camu did that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not?
Well, they said that Cage did it though, not Camu.
It didn't happen, man. It did not happen.
Okay.
Man. I'm telling you, man. Not that I know of. I'm not God, so I can't say it didn't happen, and because I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? But to my knowledge, to my thorough knowledge, it did. That's one of the rumors that like spun off of it and shit. Right. But they may have got but they may have get the punch off. I retract the statement about they didn't get it. They may have gotten the punch off because, like I said, his hat flipped or did some shit like that. So Cage's did when the other dude was holding his arms back. So, but he definitely was holding his arms back when he got the punch off Cage. So I mean,
the song. Sorry, go ahead.
And I don't even, and I'm not saying that to defend Cage or any of that. I got no dog in this fight, but I'm just saying it for the sake of what I saw and shit. And I wasn't faded or nothing. I wasn't fucked up because I thought I was about to rap. You know what I'm saying? And I was sober as fuck. I may have smoked a little bit of weed that night, but you know, I remember. My memory's good. My memory's good.
Yeah, because on the song by Self-Titled called I Could Write a Rhyme, he says, snuck behind with a bottle, then he ran quick. That's how a little man fights a giant.
Oh, it may have really happened then, man. Because why would he wouldn't have said that if it didn't happen? You know what I'm saying? So it could have happened. That could have happened, man. But like, so that's when I removed myself. Like I also wasn't in the mix of shit because that's after I had seen the shit that I said. I'd gotten to know enough about Chris Cage, whatever, Christian Palco, that I was like, I don't rock with him. You know what I'm saying? I had seen, there was a situation with his mom and his stepdad, right? And and the dude was like, all women are whores, even my mom. He said that about his mom. And I was like, yo, I was like, if this man don't respect his own mom, he don't give a fucking rat's ass about none of us. So that's honestly, bro. So maybe this gives it more clarity. Then he has a daughter. He's got a mixed daughter with this black girl, right? And he never ever spent any time with the daughter. He don't tell nobody about the daughter. The girl looks just fucking like him, bro. It looks like a light skinned version of Kate. She's on Facebook and she follows him and he don't even follow her. Bro,
Wow.
that's not my type of people, bro. And I'm not trying to air him out or none of that, but maybe I never said that. So maybe that gives people clarity as to if I just say, hey, I saw some shit I didn't like. I seen some weird, I don't rock with dude. Maybe this gives it clarity. I seen this shit and I was like, all right, this dude ain't as cool as I thought he was. Like, okay, he let me and Camu stay at his crib real quick, but that's because he thought he was about the benefit. You know what I mean? Like he thought he's getting free beats from Camu and all type of shit. And like, he's out. So it is what it is, man. But
there was like so many diss tracks going back and forth, and it's like I feel like it ruined the opportunity for a lot of good music to be made between the two groups, man.
That's what I'm saying. And when I was just saying that one of my regrets was in this music, not making allies and making enemies instead. That's literally what I was talking about, because one of the people that I would have liked to work with, that they were sending me beats in the beginning is Apathy. Apathy was sending me self-titled beats like in 2001 and shit for, you know what I'm saying? Like for me to pick one and for us to work on some shit. So don't get me wrong. Like we were cool at one point and shit. And like I get it, man. I was on it. I could see how it could be hard for people to want to squash it with me because it's, for one, people don't normally change, right? For two, people don't understand, like, or consider that the way somebody is when they're a 20-year-old idiot versus the way they are when they're like a middle-aged man is different. Then there's the thing that like when you extend something to somebody like an opportunity or something or an invite and they kind of spit in your face, so to speak, you never really want to fuck with them again, no matter if they apologize or not. And I've maybe done that to people, you know what I'm saying? So, or you know what I'm saying, in a roundabout way, or it could come off like that. So I don't blame them. An I'm sorry or an apology doesn't always fix everything. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that it's not worth doing, because you don't say it because you want something in return, but it doesn't always, like I said, this goes back to the other thing. There's consequences for your actions always. So you know what I'm saying? But it's
crazy. Did they ever reach out to you though?
In the beginning? Did
they ever reach out to you to squash it though? Like anyone from over there?
No, I reached out to them. No, it ended up being the other way around and shit. It ended up me knowing someone. Who did I know? I knew somebody who knew SO. And this was back in the MySpace days. And I asked them, I asked them to tell SO, I apologize and I want to squash it. And we had talked back and forth since then, like on like social media real quick. Like Apathy, we're cordial on social media, you know what I'm saying? But that's one combination that a lot of people want to hear is me and Apathy do some shit.
Yeah, and you know what? I would like to see you on his podcast now, because he has a podcast, and I would like to see you guys talk about how this situation prevented you guys from being able to do a lot of good music together, man. I think that would be a dope conversation for the fans to hear.
Oh yeah, I'd be down for that. I would be down for that. Yeah, app, holler at me, bro.
Yeah, and I know he gonna see this, so he definitely needs to holler at you, man. And he needs to holler at me for an interview too.
Yo, for sure. App's one of the dopest MCs, man. Like honestly, his voice is insane, man. He's insane, bro.
Yeah, he's fire, man.
His voice is crazy. His bars are crazy. His flow is crazy. All that. So yeah, he's been active. He's been making music and shit lately.
Yeah, most definitely. All right. So one of the things, though, right? Not to bring it back to SO, but he criticized
you're fine, bro,
for being white and using the N-word. Now, there was a time in hip hop where that was a little more accepted for white people to use that word. Like Necro in our interview, he said that, he has footage of him in the early 90s on stage using the N-word and everybody was okay with it. Like, but as time went on, it seemed to be more of an issue.
I grew up with an identity crisis. My self-image, I saw myself as a black person. And I don't think if I didn't have that distorted self-image, I don't know that I would have kept rapping, to be quite frank with you. So that's where that stems from, if we want to be completely honest, from a psychological standpoint. So it took me a while. And then growing up.
But wait, when you say that though, right?
Growing
when you
up,
say that, are you talking about like you physically seeing that when you look in the mirror, or like you identified with it?
Not physically, not physically. I completely identified with it and I wanted to be, but not visually in the mirror, literally, but like, that's how, how you have how like if you're somewhere, you have a self-awareness image of who you are and stuff. Mine was of another character that I had created in my head, I guess. And this character happens to rap. This person happens. So that's basically I felt I did the ignorant thing of having black friends and me thinking that it was ever okay, just because they'll say it to me or give me the okay to say anything or any of that shit. That doesn't give anybody an okay. You know what I'm saying? No matter who. So I was young as fuck and basically was thinking it was okay and shit, basically. But mine was from a, I basically wished I was black for real. So it was more of, I want to be Down syndrome than anything for real at the core of it. But yeah, there had been a couple times there was a battle where I battled some kid named Prism Sadistic in New York, or I'm sorry, Chicago. And I battled him in the street after I was on tour with like Smut Peddlers and Cage. And somebody videotaped it. You might still be able to find it on YouTube and shit. And I did say that that's where I dropped the N-bomb and shit. And I think listen, if you listen to Table Scraps and you listen to Combustion Spontaneous and you listen to The Funnel, I dropped the N-bomb in once in each song, each of those things. And then Camu ad-libs me, which does not help the ignorance that I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Because then that's like I feel like that's encouragement and shit. But yeah, now this is something that I've noticed in other white people that I've met and shit that maybe grew up similar to me. This is a thing that a lot of us go through. The only difference is some of us realize it and stop it. Well, some of us realize it as we're growing up and we're like, damn, like this, like you realize like, that's corny as fuck. I can't believe I was doing that. And you're like, man, I can't do nothing but just stop doing the shit.
Takes a third party to call you out.
Yeah. Or for whatever reason, sometimes you either just grow out of it or you don't. I know, listen, man, I just spent last year mostly in jail. There's so many white people that say it. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. Like, this is insane. Like, to not even have the self-awareness that like this might offend somebody or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a ballsy move, man. And
I don't think it's just white people, though. I think that it's all people, but it's most offensive when it's coming from white people because of the history of slavery and everything, right? Because like I've seen it used in like Asian rappers, like other Latinos, like Mexicans. They all different types of people say, because we grew up in the hood, it was always said around us. It became part of our vernacular and everything. And it's like the whole close proximity to black people being the reason why it's justifiable, right?
Right. Exactly.
But I've also seen people later on in life, like you're saying, be like, yeah, I don't use that word anymore, even though I used to say it all the time.
I didn't say it all the time, but I definitely, you know what I'm saying? There definitely were times. I wouldn't go as far as saying I said it all the time, but I definitely would say it here and there and shit. But yeah, but nah, that's all you could do is own up to it, because I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's crazy once you learn. It's almost like this, right? It's like you're getting like, let's say you're getting a check for $5,000 every week, right? You're like, this is cool. I'm just getting this $5,000 check. But then later on, you realize that a woman is getting murdered every week that you get this check, and this is like part of her insurance thing, and it's a Ponzi scheme. Then you're like, well, damn, this $5,000 feels fucked up because I know how it's coming to me. I can't even enjoy the shit. But once you realize the like white kids, and this is how I was, they think it's cool because they see people who are allowed to use that word using it, and they make it sound cool and shit like that. And you get intrigued with it because you love this rap culture and like, and it's, you know what I mean? You just get caught up in all this shit, but then you don't know, you do know, because who the fuck doesn't know about racism except for dumbass Lil Wayne, right? But you, or so he claims. But like, once you realize, like, and you think about this shit, you're like, man, this is fucked up, man. It doesn't matter who I am, who I grew up with, what gangs I'm down with, who has my back, you know what I'm saying? Like what dope boys co-sign me or any of that. Like, and I'm saying that about all white people. We have no reason to say that. You know what I'm saying? We don't. And if we said it in the past, we can't do anything but own up to it and explain our state of mind so that we don't get misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? Because it's one thing if you're saying it like on some fucked up shit, like trying to put somebody else down. But it's another thing if you want to be part of the club real bad. And you just don't realize you're a cat, but you were raised around dogs, but you don't realize you're a cat. You know what I'm saying? So you're barking, but you should be meowing.
In the past, you said that like, because it was just you and your homies hanging out and like freestyling, that it easily came up like that too for you though, right? Like that was one of the situations.
Yeah. Like the times that it did. Yeah. It wasn't like I was ever in a like angry yelling or talking about something or something. It would usually be like us doing like silly character freestyles and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or us clowning some like a stranger, but like maybe like just talking about like a white manager though, like this, like, I don't know, man. But yeah, it was definitely any time it was said, it's out of line though. You know what I'm saying? For me, for sure. And I acknowledge that.
I think that the excuse that a lot of times people use though is them saying that they use it as a term of endearment, but then you also hear them use it in the negative way by calling someone a bitch ass. You know what I'm saying? And that's not a term of endearment if you're using it the other way too, though. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really not though.
A non-black person can't. Here's my theory on that. A non-black person can't use it as a term of endearment because it's not interchangeable. You can't call. You know what I'm saying? You both are not in the same club, so to speak. You feel me? Like it's not like I'm Italian. If somebody calls me a I'm gonna laugh. You know what I'm saying? But if it's like somebody that I think is like being racist, I'm not gonna laugh. You know what I'm saying? Just like a gay person could call somebody else a certain word, or a female can call a girl, oh bitch, please, like because they're female, so they don't take. They both deal with the hardships of being in this group, so they relate. So they, you know what I'm saying? It's completely different though. But again, it took me a while, bro. I grew up. I was literally, when I first moved back here, I was the only white person in the neighborhood besides my sister and my mom. There may have been other people, but they didn't have kids, so they didn't register. They were maybe people who we threw rocks through their windows or something. So I really had a lot of work cut out from like just unhealthy mental things that I developed. You know what I'm saying? Like as a kid, in terms of like maybe like that, and in terms of me breaking laws and shit like that, and in terms of the self-image stuff and shit like that. But it is what it is, man. I'm just glad that I came to a point where I realized not to ever do that shit. You know what I'm saying? And not to ever condone it.
And you're right. I think you're right about that. It's just, all you can do at this point is come to that realization.
Yeah. That's all you can do, man. It's embarrassing to hear me, see me say it. Like I don't mind talking about it because I'm good at communicating, and it is what it is. But to hear me do it and to hear me sound like I'm having a good time and say that shit, or hear me just like thinking like you know what I mean? Like that's, I can't, it can't stomach it and shit. I can't stomach it. Oh, okay. We used to do these joke albums, and I used to say it a lot on the joke albums. That's what it is. I had a character, the character's a real white trash dude. Nothing goes his way. He's like horrible rapper and all this shit. His name is Power Bar Ernie. And I used to have him say it a lot. But yeah, I used to have him say it a lot.
All right. So getting to the situation with Cage, right? Like, what was your guys' ultimate fallout? Was it the jumping situation?
No, I left already when we pulled up to his mom's, and the thing that I told you when he was crying and saying, "Look, Metro, who's in SA Smash, and Jakai and some other people came up to visit us in Middletown. Cage and Camu got in some legal trouble. I forget. They had to go to court. It was some traffic shit, some small shit. I think Camu was driving Cage's car and got a ticket or some shit like that. They had to go do that. When they came back, they called us and they were like, yo, pull up. We need y'all. So we pulled up over there to Cage's crib. Then we go over to outside of where his mom lives. This is the thing. The day where he said all women are bitches, even my mom, that's the day that I realized that I made a mental note and said, that's the day that, when you just stop respecting someone and stop fucking with somebody and you've seen the thing that you need to see to let them know that that's not the type of people you rock with and that's not the type of characteristic that you value, that you want in anybody. And bro, man, so my mom's a bitch. So my sister's a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not fucking with anybody who's like that. And also here's the other thing. When we were going on tour, he started getting jealous of the responses I would get on stage and shit. Cause you got to think, right? I'm drug free. I got my breath control is already good. Even when I'm even now right here, I could say, I'm saying his shit, ad libbing. I'm making his sound dope. He can't finish his sentence. I'm jumping in. I'm like Mr. On Point. I'm like Jadakiss helping Cameron out with his shit on verses, on the Dipset Locks verses. So I'm just getting all this shine and shit. And then I think Cage might have that thing where he's got that, I want to be the only dope white boy syndrome. So I think he just didn't like all the, all the little accolades and kudos I was getting. I'm just coming out on the scene and I'm taking shine away from him and shit. Cause I started noticing it on the road and shit. So yeah, I just started noticing, man, it's a bunch of things, man. That's why you can't really be careful about joining crews with people that you didn't grow up with or starting businesses. Anything that's going to involve shit like that, be careful. Make sure you really know these people. You know what I'm saying? Because if you ask me, he helped break up a crew, infiltrate a friendship. So bro, that's you got to be careful who you let in your circle. And our mentor, Intellect, shout out to Intellect, the dude who taught us everything we know and shit in Columbus, the OG in Columbus. He told us before, he was like, man, and he was telling us as it was happening, he was like, man, those New York dudes, they're stealing y'all's energy, man. He's like, they're stealing y'all shit low key. And he's like, and they're breaking y'all up, man. He's like, they're stealing y'all shit, they're breaking y'all up. You know what I'm saying? He was on point for sure. To some degree, I'm not going to say that they stole our shit. We all caught influences from each other and shit, but they definitely infiltrated our crew and shit. So
another thing that Esso had said on the song "Runaway,"
you're not 730. You're Power Bar Ernie.
No, he said that y'all were fighting over the same chick from Boston.
Oh, Harmonia. Who'd he say that about? Me and who though?
You and Cage. He said you went from writing Cage's nuts to saying Cage's nuts. He's a shady fuck. Let him get stomped. I hate his guts. And plus, you admitted you was glad you left and not seeing him get beat was your only regret. If that takes the cake, then this here's the frosting. Y'all were fighting over the same chick from Boston.
No, we weren't fighting over Harmonia. No, but shout out to Harmonia.
So it is an actual person that he's referencing, though.
Yeah. Harmonia. Yeah, she used to be on the underground hiphop.com forums and shit. She's cool. I used to talk to her. Evidence used to date her. Cage never talked to her or dated. But see, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about battles, right? some information people get, they're looking for leads, right? They're looking for leads, right? They're looking for dirt, right? So some of the leads they get is going to be more accurate than the other shit, right? So it's like some shit they'll just say.
Battle rap too.
Right. Yeah. And sometimes it does. Here's the reality of it. It doesn't even matter if it's true. It doesn't matter if it's true. You could just say the shit and people are going to assume that it's true. The mental game of it is to say it as if it is true. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's more so if you're going to say some more real fucked up shit on somebody. But yeah, that just wasn't true, man. I mean, here's the reality of it. I'm sure. I think he put me onto Harmonia and was like, yo, this chick is a freak. She's good at phone sex. She's good at phone sex or something like that. Because I never been in the same room with her, but we used to have a lot of phone sex and shit. But yeah, but it wasn't like I said, people just say shit, man. Like people just say shit.
Wait, didn't you say before in the past that like you and Cage was like, I don't know, like running down on some chicks and stuff together?
We yeah. A couple times. Yeah. Like passing her to this room and shit. Like, yo, he's in his room. All right, I'm in the living room. Throw her out when you're done. Type shit. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was wild, bro. You have to understand. I was so fucking wild, man. When like we were so wild in Columbus in these days, and then when we were just running around the world, like being that same way and shit, you know. So yeah, we were wild, man. We were wild. We were wild, man. We just grew up. We were doing wild shit. And Jakai was just so bold, man. He was just so crazy that like he's like a little older than the rest of us. So his personality would have us. We were just like doing crazy shit was the norm, man. We were doing crazy shit was the norm. No, wait a minute. I'm lying. I met Harmonia, man. Shit. Because she made me late to my show in Rhode Island because me and her were in my car and shit. Yeah. Shout out Harmonia. And I ran on stage with no shoes on because like they were starting the show and they're like, where's Copy at? Yeah. Man, my brain is faulty, but yep, for sure.
How could you
like how that
she
chick
gonna be watching
shit?
This now?
It don't matter, bro. It don't matter. Well, I mean, it don't matter, bro. What's she gonna say? It's a lie.
No. I'm saying she's gonna be like, how could you forget me?
Nah. I remembered her though. I remembered her.
All right. Well, eventually you released this video of you beating up Cage. People are saying he's trying to get something out of the trunk of his car. Some people said it was a shotgun or something like that, and you keep punching him in the head. So you was ahead of your time because you put the video out online. Okay, well, yeah, you was doing World Star early.
I had to get him back for when he got the picture of me and he fucked up me and my best friend's friendship. Yeah, he had that coming to him. And the thing about me is I like the art of mystery, and also like, bro, yeah, I was in the right place at the right time and had the right opportunity and shit, and had a homie that was solid, that was a good driver, because they tried to. All right, you want me to tell you how that one went? All right, so I was living in California at the time, and one night I hung out with this chick, right, and it was me, Twiz the Beat Pro, and this chick and her friend. We went out in Hollywood and shit. The chick, honestly, was really annoying. I couldn't stand her personality and shit, right? So I was like, I'm not fucking with this bitch. So we parted ways and shit. And then I'm on Twitter and I just happened to see the same chick I kicked it with the previous night talking to Cage on Twitter, right? So I'm like, all right, let me do some detective work. So I called a chick up and I'm like, or I think I text her and I'm like, yo, what are you doing tonight and shit? You want to hang out? And she's like, no, I'm doing something. And I was like, yo, is Cage is performing at the Roxy, right? Because I seen it online, right? And she's like, nah, he's at so-and-so. So she tried to lie to me and tell me that he was at like a club all the way on the other side of town because they didn't want me within the vicinity, right? It is what that is. I mean, that's what logic tells me. So then I'm like, okay, I saw what she was trying to do. So I already know where the show's at. So I asked my homie, And I'm like, yo, would you drive? Because I'm living out in California. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a car up there. And I'm working on my second album, The Life and Times of Peter Nelson. I'm like making songs with Twiz the Beat Pro and shit. I'm at Twiz's studio. You know what I mean? Like a studio crib. So I asked my homie, I'm like, yo, Cage is at the blah, blah, blah. Would you mind driving me up there and shit? And just like, kind of like, wait, you know what I mean? Doing what we got to do. So I could go, I was like, I don't need you to get out the car and none of that. I said, I got all that. Just, I just need transportation. And he's like, yeah, I got you. So he comes through and we're sitting outside the Roxy. Like we're we're on some stakeout shit. Like we're on some legit, like fucking, some private eye shit. Right. So we're in his car and we're a couple blocks up and I see him come out. It's Cage. It's a couple of his friends. And they got a big ass van. Right. They're probably touring in a van. Right. But then I see, and a bunch of time goes by and shit. I end up like going into the liquor store, getting me a little bottle of Jack and shit. Cause I'm like, you know, shit like that is good for that type of situation. You know what I mean? Get that little alcoholic rage in you and shit. So then I see the girl that I was just kicking it with the day before pull up, right? Cause like, as we're sitting, staking out the situation, I'm getting the sense that we're getting the sense that they're starting to realize that that they're starting to notice us. Cause they're kind of looking around and shit. They look like they're regrouping. So what they do is all of them go into the van except for Cage. He goes with the two females and they try to make it look like they try to disguise it and try to make it look like it wasn't like that. Like they really, really, really were going out of their way to try to throw me off and shit. So they drive off. And then when they drive off, my boy starts following them, right? They start doing some crazy, tricky shit in these residential neighborhoods trying to lose my boy. Like they almost lost us for real. Like my boy had to go, my boy had to do all kind of backward shit. It's me, it's Twiz the Beat Pro, and it's my homie, it's my homie driving and shit. Twiz is just there to record and shit like that, right? I'm like, just record this for me. So anyway, they almost lose us. They're doing shit to where we got to go backwards and all type of shit. They almost lose us. And they got a little bit ahead and shit. And my boy knew where they were going, found them. And then that's where the video starts and shit. And I step out and then I start, I grab the back of his neck and start hitting him in the back of the head and shit, right? And start hitting the back of his head with my fist and shit. And the bitch is screaming, like you hear everything that's going on and shit. And when he runs off and he falls and he starts reaching for his ankle. And that's the only reason why I left is because I'm thinking he might have like a little 22 or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then that's that. Oh, and then by the time, here's the icing on the cake. The recording at the end with the female is at the end of the shit. When I get back to Twiz, the Beat Pro studio, the girl calls my phone, right? I'm like, hold on. As soon as she calls, I'm like, Twiz, set the mic up. And she's talking, and then that's when I record what you hear and shit. And she's like, why did you do that? You fucking asshole. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. That wasn't me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I'm not about to incriminate myself on tape and shit. But yeah, that was that, man. And that was some ignorant I did. But, you know, again, like I said before, every consequence has a reaction. Do I regret doing it? A little bit. Am I proud of it? Not really. But was it a consequence to him? You know what I'm saying? Organizing, trying to show up and jump me at my motherfucking hotel. It was a consequence of that action. So that's why we got to watch what we do.
This is like 4 years later, right?
Yeah, that's why I was ill. That's why I was so ill, because you're not expecting any of it. In California, like me in California, you're just not expecting any of it. And the way I did it was so dope, and I pulled it off completely. And then the next day or the next morning, he made a tweet. I remember he tweeted. He said, "I want to see blood." He's talking about my grandma, because I made a tweet about my grandma's being having her cancer. You know what I'm saying? Like, matter of fact, that's when I just found out my grandma had cancer, and that's when I moved from California back to Ohio to take care of her till she died. You know what I mean? So he made a tweet. He was like, grandma's dying. I want to see blood. And, but then he deleted the tweet and shit. But like he deleted the tweet and he denies it ever happened type shit. You feel me? Because he don't like to get the upper hand.
I couldn't find the video. Did you get it taken down?
Oh, no, he did it. He had it taken down initially because it had like, bro, that motherfucker got like 1 million views the first day. YouTube sent me an email saying they were about to start paying me money from that video.
Oh wow!
It was the only video I ever had where they said that. But I know where to find it for real on some ignorant shit. I send you the link. How about that? How about this? How about this? I'll make you a deal just because I'm such a nice guy. I'll find a link, send it to you, and you'll edit it right here so everybody can see. So everybody can see it.
I don't know. That's kind of messed up, man.
Yeah, I know it is. I know it is. But do it though. But do it. But, I mean, hey, all this shit, you might as well. Like, why not?
All right. Yo, man, I like you, Copywrite. You dope, man. I'm not gonna lie.
That's what.
But yo, what was his reaction when you was punching him? Was he like cussing at you, like screaming? Like
he was in shock because he didn't even see me. He was trying. They had just parked. He was trying to get his luggage out of her trunk so that they can go into her house. So I just show up. His back was to me when I showed up. He didn't know, bro. I just showed up. I showed up like just fucking. Now you see me, the magic man. Now you see me. Now you don't. And then all of a sudden, I'm just grabbing the back of it. That's why I was punching his neck. I know that's a weird place to hit somebody, but but really, when you get like neck knots are a bitch and shit, right? But I know it's a dumb, but that's that. I didn't want to turn him around and shit. You know what I mean? And in the back of your head, and I know this because Radon, rest in peace, punched me in the back of the head when I was getting jumped when I was running into that hotel lobby. But the back of my head, I got like a weird like bird beak thing in the back of my head. It's so hard. It never hurts. It's like, I got like a hard ass head and shit. Pause. But so I knew I'm not about to punch this dude in the head because why punch a skull? That's like punching a pit bull in the head. So yeah, I hit him in the neck and shit. But yeah, I don't know, man.
wait, but what about the rumor that people were saying that he was in the trunk reaching for something, like he was trying to get like
no, listen though. It's not a rumor though. He was getting his luggage though because he never even saw me roll up. They thought they lost us. They were down. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, my boy who was driving was on his shit. Like they almost lost us. And he had to do some crazy shit to get caught back up. So he was thinking, all right, cool. We lost him. I'm gonna get my shit, get in this bitch's house and it's over with. He was just he didn't even see me too. Oh, there's Copy. Let me grab something for him. He was just getting his luggage. He was like his own concierge. He was just getting his luggage out of the trunk to go into the, yeah.
Because they were trying to make it seem like he was grabbing a shotgun.
All right, why are you going to have why would you have a shotgun on tour? Right. You're traveling state to state and living out of a suitcase. You got a shotgun? Who are you, Antonio Banderas? You got a fucking guitar case too? That doesn't even make sense. They're saying that the whole video was there. You see the video. You don't see a shotgun. Where would you even get that from? They also said that my hand was a fucking newspaper because of this fucking skinny ass bone I got in my hand. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm awkwardly built. Look at that. Look, like they were like, is that a newspaper he's hitting him with? It's a skinny ass wrist and shit, bony ass wrist. But nah, bro, he didn't have if anything, like I said, I thought he may have had a 22 or a knife in his ankle. That's why when he fell, he ran away from me. Does the video? No, the video don't show that. He ran away from me, lost his balance, fell, and then started reaching for his ankle. And then that's then I say something. You could hear my voice, my obnoxious ass voice. I say, ha ha, bitch ass, pull out a gun, because I really thought he was pulling out a 22. Now that's plausible, not a shotgun, because he's on tour and like, you know what I'm saying? You got enemies, whatever. You might want to, just to be smart. Why not? So I'm thinking he had like a 22 and shit. Because I don't know if he would be bold enough. It takes a certain type of person to use a knife and come up and cut you and shit like that. A lot of people aren't built for that.
It's way more intimate. That's why like they say in prison, the way that they do the cutting and stuff like that, that's way more serious. Anybody could shoot somebody, but to stab somebody and feel the life come out of them, that's some I
literally was just about to say that. I literally was just about to say that same quote, that it's more intimate. But nah, for sure. And also it takes more heart. And also there's the chance that somebody can grab your arm and stop that shit. You feel me? So anyway, yeah, I thought he had like a 22 or some shit like that.
So you just did a song with him like last year, right? What happens?
Go ahead. My bad.
Well, what happens from the fight till that time? Like, did you guys talk and patch it up? You guys?
It wasn't a real collab. There's an artist that I respect, who respects me, who had a feature from Cage. And I wanted to use the verse because I wanted to give fans that nostalgic feeling and shit. And I also wanted to show Cage, if he heard it, how much better I can make his shit sound. You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, bro, if you listen to the like, just the way I finesse shit. Because all my music, I'm very hands on with that shit, like drops, all that shit, like breakdowns and shit. Like my man D1 is right there with me on a lot of shit. But you know, I'm not just rapping and then just walking away. Like I'm in here hands on with all the shit. So I wanted to give the fans that feeling and shit. And that's why I did it and shit. You know what I'm saying? Cage probably hates it. Honestly.
So you guys never had a conversation, never squashed the beef, nothing?
Nope. I tried though. I told Mighty Mai, because I'm working with Mighty Mai and shit. And I talk to him all the time. I told him, I talk to Cage, see if he wants to squash his shit or whatever. I owe him an apology type shit, you know what I'm saying? Because that shit I did was ignorant, even though I felt justified at the time. That shit was ignorant. So, I mean, but I'm going to tell you right now, that's not going to happen with Cage, man. It's just not going to happen with.
Why is that?
Because what would be to his benefit? What would he get out of that? I'm not in a real high place career wise to where he would benefit from working with me. I wouldn't benefit. And matter of fact, he would have trouble. Like, bro, he'd have trouble keeping up. You know what I'm saying? Like it'd make his job harder and shit. You have to work harder. So like, there's no benefit to it. The fans would like it for nostalgic reasons and shit. You know what I'm saying? And we probably would make some dope shit. But I don't know, man. He doesn't fuck with me like that. He didn't even start fucking with Camu until Camu started making beats that he liked. Then he wanted to do the Nighthawks project because I think he felt like I can get these dope ass beats and I have to pay money for them if I tell Camu, let's do a group together. You know what I'm saying? Because he despised Camu in the beginning. I know they ended up becoming real cool and shit, and I'm not going to discredit somebody's friendship and shit like that. But I'm just saying, in the beginning, he absolutely couldn't stand Camu.
Did you feel bad for him throughout his career, like when he had his car accident and like when he had his like issues with substances and things like that? Like he's had a pretty rough career.
Cage. So I didn't know about the car accident. What happened with that?
You don't remember? You don't know about that? He had a car accident.
He's got me, bro. He's blocked, bro. I've been blocked on all his social media since maybe before that happened. No, since that happened. So I don't know, bro. I don't know about the car accident. No.
Yeah, he had a car accident where he had amnesia for 2 years.
Are you Cage? Chris Palco?
Yeah.
When did this happen?
Let me see. Yeah, in 2015, he suffered a brain injury in a road accident and was affected by amnesia for 2 years.
Damn, no, I didn't know about that, man. 2015, you'd have thought I'd have heard about that.
It's kind of funny because
I feel bad for Cage,
it's not funny. It's not funny, but
it's about amnesia, and I don't remember it. Is that what you're saying?
No. Because I told the same thing to Necro, and Necro was all like, "I've never heard about that." And
that's the irony of it, is that it's about amnesia. We're like, wait, maybe I, you know what? Maybe I used to know about it. Maybe I caught amnesia.
Well, Necro said, he's like, did he forget that he was gay? And like, he started taking shots, but so Necro's my guy. So shout out to Necro, but like that.
That's hilarious. Oh my.
But when I read up on that, I felt bad though. I mean, like, damn, bro, like that's it. You had to like relearn everything pretty much. You know what I'm saying? So that's rough. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad. That's fucked up, bro. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Cage has had a hard life, bro. Like Cage's dad, you know what I'm saying? Like Cage's dad was a wild heroin addict and shit, and had Cage in some fucked up situations growing up. You know what I'm saying? So Cage Cage is really going through some shit. So yeah, I feel bad. I didn't know about that, and I definitely feel bad for him because that's not easy and that's terrifying and shit. You know what I mean? But Cage is also a strong dude, man. You know what I'm saying? He's gone through a lot of shit. I mean, yeah, that's crazy, man.
But you know what I like though about you is that like you really do keep it real though. It's like you can be like a little ruthless with like, yeah, this happened and I beat him up and stuff, but at the same time, it's like I don't really want that for you where you would be like really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like you still have a empathy. You know what I'm saying? Like you still can feel for somebody's situation.
I mean, dude, it's. I mean, everybody's got the capacity to be a good or a bad person. It's all about the choices that we make. Cage, at one point, I thought Cage was cool as fuck, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm not gonna say that he's a bad person or a good person or he definitely doesn't deserve anything negative like that. But we go through shit in our lives that make us a certain way, and it's not always our fault. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And also I have mental illness. I'm bipolar. I have depression. I have ADHD. You know what I'm saying? Anxiety. So also a lot of things sometimes go past our control. Sometimes it's mental illnesses and it's not treated. Sometimes, you know what I mean? Sometimes it is treated, but it is what it is. Like, so and I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm just saying like, I could be very compassionate and understanding because that's how my mom was. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was raised. So,
yeah.
You're right, and that's a Gemini shit though. You're right. I could be your worst nightmare or your best friend. It's true. It's because I give the energy that people give me, but most of the time I'll give it to them like harder. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I try not to. As I've gotten older, I try not to focus on negativity, man, because there's you put that shit out and it comes back to you because it's like basically it's like a smoke signal. Somebody's going to answer whatever you put out. Somebody's going to recognize it if they speak that language or operate on that frequency, and they're going to return it, whether it's love, whether it's hate, whether it's a physical challenge, whether, you know what I'm saying? So like what you put out there, it comes back. It's like a boomerang with a ripple effect.
This coming from the guy that just said he was going to send me the video of Cage getting beat up and to edit it and put it in.
That's just but that's just for point of reference. That's just for point of reference. That's like,
really
that's like an
Gemini,
almanac,
man. You really are.
That's like
Gemini,
an almanac. It's just like an almanac, man. You know what I'm saying? You're just referencing a factual event, a historic event.
That's crazy.
Oh, shit.
All right. So in 2008, there was a rumor that you got into an altercation at a Mac Lethal show in Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, yeah. God damn. That was bad.
R70
that was bad. Yeah.
Said on an old message board that you were disrespectful, dissing the DJ, wasn't going on stage, and got beat up in the parking lot, and you were trying to flag down any car so you could escape.
This was absolutely true. This is all pretty fucking accurate. So this is all pretty accurate. So this is fucked up. I love this
guy, man. He keeps it real, even when he gets
true,
fucked
man.
up.
This is all
crazy.
This is all the way true. So listen, this is how it happened. All right. So this is a point in my time where I was like, man, I was still mixing pills with alcohol, right? So I fly out there to do the show. Vast Air's out there, but I didn't go there. I didn't, you know what I mean? We didn't roll in together. He's just there. He's performing too, right? So everything's chill. I'm normal. I'm sober. I'm cool. And then a fan comes up. And this ain't the fan's fault at all. This, you know what I'm saying? What I did was on me, even though I was blacked out though. I don't remember. So I'll get to that point. So a fan hands me some pills, but also the promoter was cool and paid me before the show. Right. And so I go up on the stage. Right. And this is where I start blacking out at. Apparently, because I don't remember any of this. This is what people told me. I start saying, fuck the DJ, fuck this show. I already got paid anyway. I'm not doing this shit. Here's where it gets real funny. I pocket dialed my girlfriend, and on the mic, I was saying my girlfriend's a whore, right? Because she told me
shit.
And I know it's true because not only did people in the venue tell me, but she told me, my girlfriend at the time told me and shit. So here's the crazy part. I told you I blacked out, right? But I regained consciousness. You ever black out before from alcohol?
No.
Okay, you're smart. You're a smart, man. All right. So sometimes, not always, because usually you're just like blacked out, then you wake up the next day, but sometimes you'll regain consciousness like in the middle of the blackout. And it's almost like that show Quantum Leap, like where you're thrown in the middle of a situation and you just have to deal with it. You don't know how you got there or what they're mad about. So I regained consciousness and I'm like I'm in the middle of all this. I'm running towards, that's why I say that was true, that I was trying to flag down cars, because I regained consciousness and I definitely was doing that. And I'd also remember getting up off the ground, getting kicked and shit like that. And my Movado was scratched up. But I remember thinking like, damn, this Movado is like durable as fuck, because it just had a couple scratches and shit. And they were like going, you know what I mean? They're kicking the shit out of me. So that's all true, man. That's all true. And that was fucked up, man. That was fucked up. That's why I quit mixing pills and shit with alcohol. And that's why if I do choose to drink, which is rare, it won't be at the venue or before the show. But I used to do that, man. I used to abuse that shit, man. That's the addiction in my family starting to kick in and shit. That's like, you know what I'm saying? The shit that used to irritate me about my mom and my dad. And then it's starting to show up in my life. You know what I'm saying? In real time at the time, and me not knowing, and then me having to get a handle on it because it's court ordered. You know what I'm saying? So many times, or I got 70 UIs.
Wow.
That's crazy, right? 70 UIs. That's crazy.
How did you even get to the studio today, man?
I mean, I still drive illegally. I don't drive drunk, but I still drive illegally. You know what I'm saying? So
okay, got you. All right.
I still gotta bust my moves, man. You know what I mean? But yeah. But no,
that pause was epic. That pause was epic. Yo, but did you ever fix things with them? Like apologize that situation happened?
With who?
With the promoter, the people at the show and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. But you know what, man? People don't want to hear that apology shit when they just paid you fucking $1,000 to go upstairs and go on stage and disrespect them and be a dickhead. When you're actually a fucking great rapper and fully capable of doing the shit, you know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, bro, and ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. I did, but really, nobody's trying to hear that shit. You know, actions speak louder than words. Especially there was a point in my career where there was like I was caught up in a cycle of really doing like self-destructive and like fucked up shit like that. Like all that shit is because I was drunk. All that. Now I'm not saying like it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been sober, but what I am saying is had I been sober, I wouldn't have ever done any of that shit. You feel me? The sober me probably would have walked up to Mike. What's his name? Mike. What the fuck's his name? What's his name? Mike. The one that owns undergroundhiphop.com.
I can't think of it.
Icon of Mike King.
Right.
Icon of Mike King. Had I been sober and I would have seen him at that thing and shit, I probably would have squashed it and said, "Hey, let me figure out a way to get your money back to you." The sober me is a way different person than like the drunk me and shit. Yeah, man. So one of my DUIs, I hit and skipped, and I'm not saying this to glorify it at all. I'm just saying this to say that how reckless and without thought and careless and ignorant I can be when I'm, you know what I'm saying, blacked out. I hit and skipped a car. I hit a car, drove off, hit another car, drove off, hit a house. The cops come and get me. They try to take my blood from me. I say no. So when that happens, they got to get a warrant to get in your body to get your blood sample. I bite the cop at the hospital when I'm handcuffed to the bed. I don't remember any of this. You feel me? That shit is not cool. Like, bro, that's just, you're not going to win that one. That's just making your life more difficult. So like, there's so much shit that I went through because I was self-medicating, because I didn't get a lot of this shit happened like a lot of this shit happened after my mom died and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like and after my dad died is what I'm realizing. Like I was just self-medicating. You know what I'm saying? Like I would really get fucked up with the plan to just see how much alcohol my body can tolerate. So it's almost like I'm challenging myself, but I'm punishing myself. It's real self-destructive behavior, man. Gets
Yeah,
real
you know,
self-destructive.
this is a good transition because I was going to ask you that too. So your mom ends up passing away to natural causes. I think you've said before in the past.
It wasn't that. I don't know. I wasn't natural causes. She should still be alive. It was either. I think the autopsy ruled out it was COPD. I don't think it was COPD. I think she was taking. I know she was taking pills like in the neighborhood. So I still live in the hood, right? For lack of a better term. I live in the neighborhood called the Bottoms, Franklinton, in Franklin County, in Columbus. And they're starting to gentrify it now, but this, like, it used to be real fucked up. Like, so my mom was the type to where she would my mom would do a lot of drugs if they were available and shit. Like, she just would. And there's this bitch around the way that sold drugs and shit. So I had just little bullshit ass pills and shit. I heard she took some somas and shit, never woke up. And that's coming from the lady that I think she got the shit from. You know what I'm saying? But you never know. But it definitely wasn't natural causes. Whether it was COPD for real or an overdose or whatever, or too much somas or whatever, it definitely was not natural causes. She should still be alive, man.
So when she passed away, you said that you were really suicidal. Like you were doing so much dumb shit that, you know, you didn't want to be here and you felt like you were abandoned on this earth and you didn't want to breathe. Right. And
Oh, yeah, that's true.
it led to a lot of you spiraling and obviously doing a lot of substances. Did your parents ever do like stuff in front of you?
Nah, they would just drinking and shit. Yeah, they wouldn't do anything on purpose or anything. They didn't. Well, no. Look, I wouldn't even really see. I'd see my mom drink and gradually get drunk, but usually she would have like went to a bar and then came back drunk and shit when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. So it's not so much that it was around me in front of me per se, but I just still knew what was going on and I was still dealing with the shit. But me being suicidal, I would call how I felt being passively suicidal, which means that I'm not going to do anything actively to kill myself. I wanted to get on heroin and just like die out on it or something like that. I wanted to get on a good opiate and just let it take its course. Like I wanted to do the coward way of suicide. You know what I'm saying? Like, or maybe
not blow your brains out.
Right. Maybe I just wanted to justify doing heroin also because I was in my Kurt Cobain phase also. But nah, I definitely was like that. I was super depressed, man. I didn't give a fuck. I think I smoked crack like twice and shit. Like I did not care. Like I didn't care if I lived, if I died. I didn't care. I really did not care, man. I cared about other people, but I didn't care about myself. But it didn't last that long though, because I'm not like the thing about me is I get down for a little bit, but then I get like real motivated to overcome obstacles because I get this rush like I could do it. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I could do it. And I kind of know I could do it. So, and then I'm like, I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like if I go, then my sister's going to be feeling like I'm feeling now. So yeah, but I mean, dog, my mom was my best friend. You feel me? My mom was a real dope woman, man. Like she was a real understanding, real cool, loving. Any shred of decency I have, it's from her. You know what I'm saying? It's literally from things she's instilled in me or me from her being this way around me by example is me. You know what I'm saying? Just like putting into action things that I saw her do and shit, like qualities that I really like about her. Like I can't even believe that we're related, that I'm her son sometimes. How sweet and non-judgmental and just kind she was. It's crazy.
You have any kids?
Nah, not that I know of.
When I hear you
Kid,
talk about...
if I have any kids, hold on real quick. Let me go. Hey kids, if I have any of you, come holler at me. Come holler at Dad. Hold on.
When I hear you talking about like your family dynamic and like the family history of like mental health and addiction and everything, it seems like a lot of the substance use was to deal with like undealt with trauma within your family that like got passed down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I would say that for sure. I would say that.
So let's talk about mental health, because in the past I've heard you say that you had OCD, you had that song OCD, ADHD, right? But then like you said that you had bipolar disorder, and some of the prescriptions left you feeling like zombified.
Yeah, I hate it. I didn't like it. I'm not on any of those meds now, though. I take my ADHD meds sometimes, but yeah, man, it just killed my creativity, killed my sex drive, killed my personality, made me spend a lot of times inside my head. You know what I'm saying? Like more so than being in the moment, and just made me more like made me more
checked out.
I'm introverted, which a lot of people wouldn't guess, but it made me even more introverted. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't like it. And then
So it made you like a recluse.
It just made me like a dull version of myself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it just felt like it took away. It just made me like a little sedated and shit, and just made me like it made me okay with being sedated, you know, like feel like content and just like not stepping out to do shit. You know, I don't know, man. I don't like it. I feel like I get what it's meant to do, you know, bipolar, and I'm rapid cycle bipolar. So it's a little different. Like the lows aren't that low. They're not suicidal, and it switches pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? But don't get me wrong. No, I still get depressed, but it's not like some like certain, like it's not real low. Like I've heard people talk about theirs and I'm like, damn, mine's not like that. Thank God. But my heart goes out to those people, and shout out all the people that deal with that. But hold on, what were you just saying?
No, like you're right. You know, with like prescription pills, it's kind of crazy because, you know, like in America, like every 3-4 commercials is a prescription medicine commercial, and then you hear about the side effects. It's like it's almost worse than what you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of crazy.
Absolutely.
But a lot of like those mood altering substances, like, you know, those prescriptions it's terrible, bro. It's crazy. It's a lot of trial and error too.
That's it. Because I've been on a bunch of different ones. You know, I've been on lamotrigine. I've been on lithium. I've been on Celexa. I've been on what's the other one? What's the one I was just on? I forget what it was called. But yeah, you're right. It's trial and error. And the worst part is you've got to wean off these drugs that now your body is dependent on. So you're going to go through withdrawal symptoms. You know what I'm saying? For a while and shit.
There's a lot of people too, though, that once they get off of it, they're never the same as they were before they got on
exactly.
it. Like it alters your brain like completely. You know what I'm saying?
Yup.
It's pretty crazy.
It fucked up their neurons and shit like that. Like, no, exactly. Yep, it's fucked up. And then the doctors are pushing it. The doctors always seem to be pushing like a certain thing. Like, I don't know if they get a bonus for doing shit.
They get paid.
Yeah, I heard some shit like that.
Because, you know, they have actual people. Because I have a degree in psychology, right?
And, that's dope. Yeah. Okay, that's one of my favorite things.
If you notice some of the questions I ask you, it's very like, how do you feel about that? Or, you know, kind of thing.
That's okay. So do you notice I think from a psychological standpoint, like, are you like, okay, this dude, yeah, I love psychology.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I like your answers for a lot of things. But one of the jobs you can get is peddling new medications.
Okay.
Right. You go visit the doctor and you say, I got these medicines and blah, 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 like for you to prescribe. And you know what I'm saying? And then they get a kickback off of that, you know, but it's like you're just being a legal drug dealer. You and a doctor, pretty much, you know what I'm saying? You're being a legal drug dealer dealing with that type of stuff. It's pretty crazy.
And if you have any motive to push anything like that on somebody other than to treat their diagnosis, then that's saying that you're willing to, you know what I'm saying, to mistreat somebody, you know, with the wrong medication. That's like saying, yeah, I'm willing to commit malpractice. Let's go.
Well, you know, the Western medicine, the route that a lot of people take has always been like, we treat the symptoms, not the root of the issue, right? Like what is the actual cause of this? It's never that. It's just like, oh, you have a headache, take this for headaches. But then now you're dealing with this, so take this for that too. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, well, because if you cure the problem altogether, you stop the money flow for that, you know? which we all
Exactly.
know, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You just want to keep selling them Band-Aids. You don't actually want to stitch it up for them.
Mm-hmm. But on the song "Don't Kill Me," you opened up about some of those issues that you had, and you said, "Dude, I was with in jail, said I'm lucky, right? Because in the morning I'll be free from bars and prison. I told him he's lucky because both his dad and mama is living. We've each got our own personal hell." And I think that really stood out because it's like a lot of times we always view things like the grass is greener on the other side, or we only see what the person allows us to see. It's like social media, right? People's lives look so perfect, but you don't know what they're going through. Like I always say that everybody's going through something that nobody knows nothing about.
It's very true. It's very true.
That song is dope, man. I just wanted to let you know that.
No, I appreciate that. And no, that's how it can feel sometimes though, because look, man, yeah, it's fucked up, man. It's real fucked up. Losing, like, I don't know, man. Do you have your parents?
Yeah, I do.
See, man, that's a blessing, man. So like, just them, like, bro, I don't even want you to imagine it, but but the shit can be terrible. And sometimes no matter what's going on in your life, good, great shit, amazing shit, you still can't even really enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you can't share it with the person that created you. You know what I'm saying? Just all that type of shit.
And I know what you mean, because it's like when something happens, you look for that person that you can call, right? Like who's that person that you can call to tell this good news to, or even bad news, right? And like you hear that support that comes from them, you know. And when you don't have that anymore, it's like, bro, like who do I call now? You know?
And the crazy part is, the most fucked up thing about when someone passes away and it's fresh is you still automatically think, you're still like, oh man, I got to hit him up. You're like, oh fuck, I can't hit him up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's been so many things where I was like, damn, I got to call Camu and ask if he heard this shit, ask what he thinks about this or did it. And I'm like, damn, I can't do that no more. I can't do that no more. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like, it's weird. It's like your little instinct to hit somebody up, like you just said, it kicks in, but then you're like, you realize you're like, oh, they're not here anymore. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't know if you know that song from Jay-Z and Jay Electronica where he says, like, I got numbers in my phone that'll never ring again.
Yeah, that's my shit. Yeah, that's my shit.
Yeah,
that's my shit, man.
Exactly.
That'll never
like,
ping again. He said, then he says that'll never. Yeah, no, that's real shit. No, I like that. I related to that shit. I like that shit too. He sounded like he was about to cry on that shit a little bit. I love Jay Elect, and I love that Jay-Z verse, and I love how many. I like how Jay-Z acted as his like Ghostface, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? And jumped on a bunch of tracks.
Yeah. Man. But yeah, in 2010, your album "The Life and Times of Peter Nelson," right, is like highly regarded as one of your best works of art. This was obviously the difficult time in your life, dealing with the passing of your mom. Your grandpa was dying of cancer, right? Your grandpa or grandma?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nah, my grandpa was at that time. Then right after my grandma was. That's the crazy part. Is so my mom died, my grandpa died, then my grandma died, and they were all staying in the same house because my mom was taking care of my grandpa because he had cancer. You know what I'm saying? And then my grandma was just there because what's she gonna do? Stay at her house alone? So yeah, it was crazy. It was a bunch of shit like back to back to back.
You had a hell of years, bro. Like you had like a bunch of years that were rough back to back. You know, it's like you never got a break, pretty much. It was like kept on hitting you when the waves keep hitting you. You know what I'm saying? You're caught in the undertow.
It was some bullshit.
Yeah.
It was some bullshit for sure. I mean, it's fucked up. Life is, man, life could be like that. But yeah, it was like that for a little bit. You know what I mean? But I always kept my faith in God through the whole thing, and it never made me mad at God or anything like that. I always understood that some of these things are consequences of their own actions. Like my mom wanted to put, like that's what happens when you play with substances and shit. You can't expect, and even if it was COPD, then that's just accidental because she had real bad like mucus in her chest from smoking cigarettes like all her life and shit. But it's just like I wish my dad was still here, but like the doctor told him not to work and shit. He just had a stroke. He told him not to work. He goes back to work. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just have to be careful with shit. You know what I'm saying? So having them like die in my life due to things that weren't natural causes, it definitely made me realize when I was like looking like I was on a real path to destruction and shit. And like I just kept back to back fucking up. Because here's the thing, when I was getting the 7 DUIs, like that was like kind of private, you know what I mean? Like cats, because I got them all in like 5-year span. So it was like, I was just like, God damn, like this shit just keeps fucking up. But I'm like, yo, what's really happening is however you want to look at it, God, the universe, or whatever. There's no way I could be drinking and driving and just out here wilding out like this. There's no way I could get away with it. I got away with it for a long time. And I thought that I was like the fucking invincible kid. But like, there's like times I was drunk driving, coming in out of blackouts and realizing I'm close as fuck to a semi, like so much dumb shit. So basically it's just like, I got away with it for a bunch of, my luck was good in the beginning, but then I just kept, and then guess what, man, I could have killed somebody else or hurt myself. You know what I'm saying? I could have, when I hit the 2 cars in the house, that could have been, I mean, it could have been so much shit, man. But yeah. But then I'm like, yo, do I want to end up like my parents and shit? And do I want to go out like that? You feel me? Like, do you want to really go out because you have no self-control? You can't say no to a drink, or you can't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like compartmentalize things or just realize that you have an issue. So it basically, it comes down to that, you know, and I like life. So I'd rather be here for a while. So yeah, man. It's good. It's good. You just got to learn from shit. If learning from the pain is the whole takeaway, you know what I'm saying? If you don't, if not that, then you could just let it eat you alive and destroy you.
Yeah, but for this album, you know, you made the move out to California, and because you were living in that house with your grandpa, and you felt like you were losing your mind a little bit, right? Because it was a lot to deal with. It was overwhelming.
Oh yeah, I was the guy that wiped his ass. I was the guy that cleaned the shit out of his ass, that rolled him over and cleaned the shit out of his ass. Yeah, I trimmed his ear hair, nose hair, all that shit. So yeah, it was overwhelming, especially just because my mom had just died, man. I just dealt with it. It was a lot, bro. I'm living in a house with my grandma, my grandpa, 3 dogs and shit. And I don't mind doing it, but it just was a lot, bro. It was a lot. Yeah. So I went out to California to house sit, and I ended up just like staying there, like even after I was done house sitting. And the place I was house sitting was a friend of mine and shit. And her husband is a musician, but they lived out in Amsterdam. And this was like her mom's house, but her mom was out in Amsterdam visiting them. So they had a house with a studio in the back. And when I get there, like in a crazy turn of events, my homeboy, shout out to Rob Stern, he's there house sitting too and shit. And he's an engineer. So now I get to record for free, like right here. But that was cool. I was actually addicted to Molly real bad during that time, man. I was like doing Molly every day and shit. And then one night I tried to go to sleep, and I woke up to like an alarm sound in my head and my leg doing this. And I was like, what the fuck is that? So I tried to go back to sleep, and it happened again. I called the hospital and I told them what happened. And they said, you're going through withdrawal. There's like, you're just going through, you know what I mean? So I stopped fucking with it for a while. But yeah, man, that was
really different at that time too.
And especially in the Bay Area. I'm in the Bay Area, bro. It's amazing. It's like a 4th or a 5th of a capsule when I'm in it, and it's doing the trick. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I was doing like a little bit every day. This girl I was seeing and shit at the time, she had a bunch of them, and she gave them all to me and shit. I was doing them every day. I was trying to escape.
It was more pure at that time, right? It wasn't being cut like it is like with like fentanyl and all that shit.
Oh yeah, nah, bro. This is like 2009, 2010, bro. It was fire. It was amazing. Yeah, it was pure as fuck.
That's pure. What they actually labeled it as, like pure MDMA, pretty much.
Now now if you get it, chances are you're getting something with speed in it, or like you said, Fetty and shit. Yeah. But yeah. I was really just looking for a time, dog. I would do any ecstasy I could find, like, and it was so weak at the time, I'd get like 4 of them and just do them all. I was literally doing anything to try to distract myself from the depression or get any fake happiness. I was trying to get it, you know, in my system and shit, because I was too depressed. I just didn't want to live. I didn't want to be here anymore. I felt like there was nothing here for me. So like I said, when I heard Sean Price, Monkey Bars, and I heard how honest he was being about all the ugly shit, quote unquote, or all the shit that may not be viewed as complimentary in his life. Him calling himself the brokest rapper, him talking about how his kids aren't getting him shit for Father's Day. Just shit about getting the publishing check for like 50 cents. Like I've gotten tiny ass publishing checks like that. I still get them. So that album it opened up my eyes like, damn, this man's fearless. He's just talking about everything, and he's not afraid to dive head on into like all the other shit that everybody would maybe try to avoid. So that's what really, if you look at the timeline, that's the shit that inspired me to really talk about everything in my life on Life and Times, for real.
Got you, man.
Sean Price. So rest in peace to God, Sean Price. Sean Price, man. Peace to Bernadette and peace to the whole Price family. Peace to everybody over at Duck Down. Those are my people.
Yeah, man, let's talk about that, right? In 2015, when Sean Price passed away, you had already worked with him on the song Trooper, and you worked with him on Pickup Sticks too, right? What was it like working with him?
So, man, the songs we did, we were not in the same room. I've been in the studio with him though for other songs though. So, for the Ill Mind joint, really, I'm on like 4 or 5 joints with Sean and shit. Like the first one is like inadvertently, like somehow just by happenstance, like Pac FM, the first joint I'm on with Sean Price, Pac FM Stomp remix. It's me, Sean Price. Yeah, that looks more like it. Whatever just happened on the screen, that looks more like it. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, yeah, Elite did produce that actually. Shout out to Elite. But the joint Trooper, I wasn't there with him to do that. But I was in the studio with him watching him do other shit. And I ended up getting footage of that shit. I need to get that footage dumped and get it to Bernadette. But so I could still answer that question, even though our joint, we didn't record it in the same spot. He's funny as fuck. I got footage of him rapping, doing a verse that he's doing for you know what I'm saying? You know, when you touch down in the city, like some of the local cats might want to holler at you for a verse, shit like that. So it was, matter of fact, it was my homeboy Baby Manson, Puppet. Shout out to Baby Manson, upstate New York type shit. And he's cracking jokes, bro. He's laughing. It's the Sean Price that you would think would be there. He's cracking jokes right before he does his verse. He's talking shit. He's saying he's the greatest before and after. He's proven to you he's the greatest during. It's classic Sean Price, man. It's in the same shit, live show shit. Sean Price is amazing. He's the same way everywhere he goes. He's cracking jokes and shit. I tried to get him to fuck with the SB Dunks, with the P-Rods, the Paul Rodriguez's. And he was like, he said he liked how they looked on other people's feet, Pauls, but he ain't feel like he could pull off the look because the way that the shoe is designed and shit. And that was, matter of fact, that was a point in my life where I was taking a lot of ecstasy and shit. I jumped off the plane to do the show in Rochester, and I'm doing ecstasy and shit. And I'm asking everybody in the car, do they want one or whatever? And they're like, nah. It was Halloween and shit. It was a Halloween show. And I'm like, damn, I'm feeling like this is normal type shit. And I'm like offering it like it's Tic Tacs and shit. And their cats are like, nah, we're not fucking with that. But yeah, Sean is incredible. The same exact way all the time. It's always the same energy you see on the screen. He's always cracking jokes, talking shit, and smoking weed. And just, you know what I'm saying? Being Sean, man. He's missed in hip hop, man. He's missed in hip hop. Him and Doom are my favorites. So like them gone, it makes the game real boring for me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Doom and Price, man. Doom and Price. If put it like this, if you send me on a 14-hour flight overseas and all I have is Doom and Price to listen to, I'm good. I don't need anything else. I'm good. But yeah, being around Price was hilarious, man. He was hilarious, man. He was hilarious. But he also wasn't no joke. Like I said, I seen him jump front line at that same show, standing off with a crowd of people against another crowd of people. You know what I mean? And he really didn't necessarily know these people like that. He just could tell they were solid people. So meanwhile, I'm in the K hole. I'm doing Special K. I'm over here. Baby Manson over there doing Special K. And then he's like, I'm seeing out the door and seeing motherfuckers standing off, go out there for a second to come right the fuck back inside and continue to be high as fuck. But yeah, Sean Price is incredible, man. It's always dope. It's always dope, man, when Sean's around. That's all I could say. It's always a good time. It's always funny shit. When he was doing the live show, he was saying his name was Andrew Price Clay. And he's doing a cigarette like that and all that. He's doing jokes in between his songs, you know, talking like Andrew Dice Clay. Incredible. No one else like Sean.
What was your reaction when you found out that he passed away?
I cried. I sat in my car and I cried. And I didn't know I was going to cry like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like we were the best of friends. We were rap friends. We met through rap. If I wasn't good at rapping, he wouldn't have given a fuck about, he wouldn't have been, you know what I mean? There would have been nothing to it. There would have been nothing to discuss. Like, but we built a relationship based on his respect for MCing and those who could do the craft. So, I cried, man. I cried, man. I really cried. I sat in my car and I cried, man. I remember the day I was working at Jakai had a collection agency. And I pulled up in my little dumbass X5 I had at the time and shit. And I saw it on Twitter and all that shit. And I cried, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. I shed thug tears, man. Because there's nobody like Sean, man. He's from that era. You know what I'm saying? And it was too early for him to go. He should still be with us. You know, and
you made that song, White Sean Price.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. That was just my little tribute, my little way of paying homage to him. You know what I'm saying? Paying homage to the God.
I don't know if you've ever heard about this, but I interviewed Illa G, right? And he said that he had this dream about Sean after he passed. And when he woke up from the dream, Illa G's girl was crying. And she said that she saw Sean's ghost above Illa G's body while he was sleeping. Man, roll the clip.
All of a sudden, Phil hand grabbed my nose. I wake up and I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, oh. So my lady at the time busts out crying and just turns over. I'm like, what? Was I talking in my sleep? And then she was like, I seen him. And I was like, what are you talking about? She was like, I seen Sean over you. And I was just like, yeah, whatever, yeah. So, and she was like, no, I seen him. So I was just like, all right, what'd he look like then? And then she described him. Had a black hood. His face was black with black eyes. She's like, I seen you grab him. Like you're grabbing him. How the fuck do you grab a spirit? She's seen it. There's no way in hell she could know what it looks like. How do I grab a spirit?
Hey, man, the spiritual realm is real. I don't doubt it. I can't doubt it.
It's kind of crazy because then like Illa G went and spoke to Bernadette and she said that, yeah, his spirit is still here in the house. He be knocking things over and talking to the kids and stuff like that.
That sounds like him too, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that sounds like some shit he would do. Like if I die, I'm gonna haunt people. I'm gonna fuck with people and scare the shit out of them and fuck with them and shit. But I mean, I don't doubt. I've had some, interesting spiritual occurrences. So I don't doubt the next person's spiritual experience that they've had. So yeah, man, that's That's very interesting, man. Shout out to Illa G and everybody. Dug Down, Bernadette, Rusty Jokes. Yeah, it's just, man, there's just nobody like him, man. So when he left us, he left like there's no one who could fill that void of what he did, and you know what I'm saying. Plus, like,
I heard that he really didn't like people like that. So if he liked you, then that was a big compliment.
It's, I wouldn't say. Now, I can't speak for the next man, but here's how I understood it. It's not so much that he didn't like people; it's that he's a little older. You know what I'm saying? He's got a family. He's been through the rap game, and he's seen the ups and the downs of it. So like he said in interviews, even when the fans, whether it's positive or negative feedback from the fans, he doesn't give a shit about either of it, because if it's good today, it could be gone tomorrow. Or if it's bad today, you know what I'm saying? So I think he just understood the rap game for what it was and didn't get too caught up in it. You know, he definitely appreciated the love and appreciated his second win. Because, you know, that second comeback was real. The Monkey Bars comeback, you know, the Sean Price solo career comeback, that was crazy. That was a crazy comeback for someone to do that in your what's he in, mid-30s? What's he, mid-30s? Something like that, coming back like that is crazy. It's amazing. It's on par with Doom's comeback, you know, from Zev Love X to Doom. But yeah, man. I mean, he loved the MCing part of it. He loved the people that were in those crowds and those people that were listening to him get busy on the radio station and shit like that. I think he just didn't like all the extra politics that came with all the shit, you know. Much
like everybody doesn't, you know what I mean? The yeah. Business is what For it sure. is, right? It's full of politics and a lot of bullshit. A lot of times people get into the music business and find out it's more about business than it is about music. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then, yeah. So,
and then really a lot of it.
Sean Price, man.
Shout out to Sean Price. Long live his legacy, man. Shout out to Rockness Monster. Like I said, Drew Ha, everybody on Duck Down, messes with Duck Down. You know, Marco Polo, what up? Like I said, go cop that Bernadette Price album, man. Go cop her album, man. It's actually really, really dope. I mean, I don't mean to say it like I doubted the Bernadette, but it's really dope. It's like super dope, man. It exceeded my expectations.
So in 2009, you end up in a beef with Mr. I Love College himself, Asher Roth, somehow. How did this even happen?
I just did that shit for sport, man. I just was bored and shit. And I didn't like how he was like, I think maybe it was bothering me. Perhaps I was jealous that he was getting a deal just based on his vocal tone. And here I've been dope for all these years and shit, or whatever I felt in my mind. But there really was no legitimate basis to it. I'm gonna just be upfront with you. It was on some KRS PM Don shit. It was just on some straight rap bully shit. It was just on some, I'm gonna clown this toy because you've got the voice, but you don't have the skill part. You know what I'm saying? Like you're getting over. You could trick them, but you can't trick me.
Well, I mean, at least you admit it, though. You know, at least you're willing to be honest about that, because you accused him of like biting, right? And you said that like his music sucks.
I mean, let me ask. What do you think? Do you think he's biting in any way, shape, or form? Do you think he was leaning?
Well, I mean, his vocal tone definitely, he was being compared to Eminem a lot during that time. And he even had the song As I Am, you know, on that album that he put out. So, you know he played off of it to his benefit.
You know, he had the same management and shit, right? You know, Paul was, no, wait. Never mind. Nah, Scooter was his manager. Never mind. No, it was Scooter.
It was, you were saying Steve Rifkin was paying for a lot of things for him to be successful, though. That's what you said in previous interviews.
Yeah, he was on his label, right? That shit was on. That
I
shit
forgot
was
what
on.
label he was on.
Yeah, Steve was.
But he did have money backing him for sure. He was not underground or anything. Yeah,
not at all. Yeah. No, I was just talking my shit, man. I was just doing my rapper thing, man. I guess I was bothered by something, and I voiced my concern. You know what I'm saying? I staked my case, or whatever they say in the court. But yeah, I was just doing my rapper thing, man. There's really no legitimate real life basis to it. It's not like he stepped on my shoe or did anything. He never said anything to me. In fact, I don't even know if he knew I existed. For real.
Well, you released the song Cremation, right? Dissing
Yeah. Yep.
And then he responded with Silly Boy. Silly boy.
Yeah. Yeah, shit was bad. See, here's the thing about rapping, right? Sometimes somebody, it's like being at the club. Sometimes if you go to if under certain circumstances, somebody might call you out and you might have to prove that you could actually rap. So that's kind of one of those instances. And, I don't know. He's not terrible or anything like that and shit. Like I said, he didn't do anything personally that I thought was so offensive or, he didn't come at me any weird way. I was just on some rapper bullshit. It was a
time though where hip hop got really commercial though, because like we never heard somebody make a song about college and like it was obviously for a certain audience, right?
I didn't mind that. But that's not really anything like I think there's a place in rap for that, even though it's never been dope. It's never been done real dope except for like maybe like J Zone, you know. What Music for Tu Madre was his college. It was a college project, that album. And then Kanye, of course, with all that shit. But like, I guess like I don't mean to cut you off, but like, I just didn't like the fact that he is getting over with the vocal tone. You know what I'm saying? He's getting over with the Eminem, with the old school Eminem vocal tone. I went to the pharmacist. You know what I'm saying? Who's pharmacist? That little playful ass bullshit ass. Now it wasn't playful bullshit when Eminem did it. It was dope because it was. I mean, I don't have to explain why it's dope. Yeah, is super ill, but like it's like the Diet Coke it's like the Big K Diet Coke version of Eminem. You know what I'm saying? You're getting none of the skill, none of the originality, but you're getting this familiar tone that you're used to. And you know what I'm saying? It's just, and I'm a huge M fan. I'm a huge Eminem fan. I always have been. So yeah, it was nothing personal to Asher Roth. In fact, I told my homeboy Mickey Fax he said something, he was linking up with Asher or something like that. And I was like, yo, tell him I said, what up? And he was like, he didn't know if I was being serious or not because somebody else had sent him a text, something about, because I don't think Mickey Fax knew about the history with that song or whatever, or those songs. And basically, long story short, it looked like I was trying to cook up some scheme or some shit. Or I think it did. I don't know how the fuck it looked. But I was like, nah, I was like, I was just saying legitimately, like, tell him what up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have nothing against him. That was a long time ago. I mean, I did what I got all my rapping. I got all my hay. I'm not going to say all of it because as an MC, you never get it all out your system. But I've got a lot of hey, I could rap out my system.
Right.
You feel me?
You've battle tested.
I'm a real MC. But I come from that. Like that's how it was in early days in Columbus. Like I've had a couple years of that under my belt before we even started messing with Bobbito, putting the music out with Bobbito and Raucous and all that. So that's where I come from. That's where I thrive and have the most fun and shit. Me and Camu were assholes, man. Me, Camu, and Jakai were assholes, man. We talked the most shit and backed it up. But like that's where we had fun at. We'd go to high school, like, you know, we go to other schools during games and pick battles with people and shit like that. So
you never had a conversation with Asher after that situation?
Nah, nope, nah.
Wow.
Nope. Shout out to Asher Roth, man. Shout out to Asher Roth.
You think you won though?
Who? Do I think
against him, like in the battle?
Do I think I won?
Yeah.
Do I know I won? You mean?
I'm just messing
do
with
I,
you. You know?
Do I absolutely know?
Yo, this man
You're funny, bro. You're funny. You're funny, bro.
Like, are you kidding me?
You're funny, bro. Yeah, that was also some bully shit, man. It was a different time. You know what I'm saying? And I was a different person, man.
Well, hip hop is a competitive sport, man. It's like, you know, that's what it's about. Like you were talking about back in the day, you would go to people's school. It's like kind of like, you know, you hear one person talking about this, yo, my man is the best. He's like, nah, I'm the best. You know what I mean? You're gonna go at it. You gotta prove who really is that skilled. That's the way it is, you know.
And part of the fun is talking shit, and then part of the other fun is trying to back it up. You know what I'm saying? And it just so happens, yo, everyone likes. It's fun to talk shit. It's fun. It's fun to be competitive. So I mean, whether or not somebody means it or whether or not they can prove it is a whole nother. Like there's no best rapper. There's never going to be a best rapper. It's all subjective anyway. It's art. And then on top of that,
it's
everybody's
subjective.
Yeah, and then everybody's good at one thing. Every moment in life is different. So like you might have an off day, then you might have an incredible day. It's all varies and shit. We're just all human beings contributing to an art form. And then and it's all out there if you wanted to listen to it. That's basically what it boils down to. I don't get into and I know you didn't ask this, but I don't get into like debates over like who's I don't know, man. It's like I respect everybody's opinion and I understand music's subjective. I think like to try to argue over who's better is ridiculous, man. It's like trying to argue with somebody over what their dream was the previous night. And I'm trying to tell you what your dream was. And I'm telling you, no, that's not what happened. I don't know what the fuck happened in your dream. So for me to tell you who's better to you is ridiculous. I can tell you who I like, you know, and then I can leave it at that and say, hey, that's my opinion.
That's why
you know
I hate the top 5 argument because nobody has the same criteria, right? Like some people, they value more of the flow, the bars and punchlines. Some people value substance more.
Right.
You can't really compare. It's like it's going to be different for everybody. So for you to try to like argue about that, I just think is kind of crazy. And like you're born in different eras. So of course the music in your era is probably going to be the one that's influencing you more. You can't ask a kid from today like that didn't grow up on Tupac or Biggie and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like
it's not going to have the same impact.
It's not going to resonate with them.
Exactly. And we have to respect that. People have to respect that.
But what I do think though, I do think that people, if you're really a hip hop fan, that you could go back and outside of your era and do the history and do the knowledge though, and pay respect to the people that came before. You know what I'm saying? Even if that's not your main thing, I do think that people can do that, especially if they consider themselves to be like real fans like that. And I think that's what one thing that is kind of missing a lot of times in the newer generations.
That's what I've done my whole life with not only music, but with like movies and TV shows and shit. Like, but definitely with hip hop for sure. Because, you know, I'm 47. So when I was starting to listen to it, it was new. But also by the time I got hip to the good shit, there was good shit that I missed out on. There's a bunch of shit I missed out on, man. I didn't know anything about the Bridge Is Over and like I didn't know anything about the battle. I knew about the song eventually, but I didn't know anything about MC Shan versus BDP. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know about. I had to learn about the battle between Kumo D and Ball with the Ball. Who the fuck is the Ball with the Ball dude? Nah. This is the dude before that. No, my dude said Kid Rock. This is he mixed his blunt. What Diamond D? He said he mixed his blunt with the hash. God damn it, man! Hold up, shit. But anyway, man, it's certain shit that I had to learn and shit. You know, it's just like certain shit I had to come back and double back on. So, yeah. Definitely had to do that
for sure,
with a bunch
man.
of shit.
You know what I like to do a lot is when I find out a sample, I like to check out the original song.
I do sometimes, but sometimes I'm afraid it'll ruin the magic of the song and shit. I'll do that though with a bunch of shit for sure. I've done that with a bunch of shit. I'll take it a step further. I'll do it even when I'm making beats, and I call it digging through someone else's trash. Like I'll go through like if it's an ill sample or some shit. Like I've definitely done that shit with the Billy Cobham 93 to Infinity record. And I think everybody has like go back and like look at where the samples came from and then try to find that record or similar artists. That's how I first started digging. But nah, for sure though. That's why I love Who Sampled for that reason. Who Sampled is hella
exactly.
Hella helpful for shit like that. And then it puts you on.
That's actually because before back in the day, it's like you had to just figure it out. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't go to some database and
you had to figure it out.
And like for some people, it was even offensive if you asked them what song was the sample from. People didn't really like to share their shit.
Oh yeah, real DJs and real beat diggers, and like so. Here's the thing, right? I was real lucky because when we got down with a solid crew, so it was before the mentor the dude that we met that got us real dope, that taught us how to make beats and shit. When I say us, I mean me and Camu. Was a dude named Intellect from Columbus, and he's the one that he was like the nicest on the scene. He was the illest dude, bro. Like he was the illest off the top. He was an ill dude, bro. His shit sounded like real, like his music sounded like it should be out. His beats, he was already doing beats on they were already fucking with the MPC and the ASR10. So anyway, hold on, shit. You gotta help me because I just lost my train of thought. What were we exact talking about that? Before what
like
were we
some
talking
people
about before?
get mad if you ask them like back in the day, like where the sample was from, and like just real beat diggers. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah. So check it. So that's what kind of dude he was and shit. Like him. So basically, we got schooled by a bunch of cats that went by that code and really knew all these records and were like real in what they did, like real DJs and shit. Shout out DJ Fazo. Shout out to DJ Drastic. Shout out to Low Zone. You know, it's so many DJs, man. It's a lot of good DJs in Columbus, man. Shout out to Superman, Scotty, Top Notch. So basically, like, bro, we just learned all that shit, bro. Like, we were going to record conventions and shit. I was stealing records. I remember I stole the Roy Ayers Change Up the Groove record. It was like $78 and shit. I just put it in my other stack of records and shit. That's a dirty move. That's a dirty move on my part. But I was a young dude, and I was like, yo, the cover art on that album is incredible. That's the record that like Keep It Rolling, Tribe Called Quest is from and shit. And like Straight Outta Compton is from that record. And Mental Stamina, J. Rue, Primo is from that record. So it's an ill record. So anyway, my point is we were schooled and grew up like in the hip hop realm around cats that live by those codes. So I'm all too familiar with that shit. Like right. Switching to even the sticker on the middle of the record so nobody knows what it is. So to throw them all the way off, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, man.
It's dope though too. Like when you like really examine and analyze the way someone flipped the sample though, or like what part of a song they chose to do. You know what I mean? Like and like the chops, just like everything, right? Like it's just like the technique. Like when you analyze somebody else's technique, it's like it's just dope.
Yeah, for sure. Because there's so many different ways you can do something. That's why it's so interesting to listen to people like Pete Rock and Dilla, because they're so creative with the way they flip shit, you know? Like, exactly. listen to the World Is Yours sample, that Ahmad Jamal sample. The end of the sample is the beginning of it. That's why on the third verse, Nas gets caught up rhyming. It's not really that he gets caught up rhyming to the wrong part. He probably was like, him and Pete, he would probably like, yo, let me rhyme to this part now, on some MC shit, because it's fun to rhyme to other parts of the beat. But what you think is the one of the beat on The World Is Yours is the second half of the loop. You know what I'm saying? Like that loop is when you listen to it, it's backwards. It's backwards the way it plays out and shit. Not the melody is backwards, but the way the order of the music plays when you listen to the beat, it's not the way it is on the song and shit. It's not what you think it is. The first part of the sample is the second part. But Pete Rock is ill like that, bro. He's so ill like that. Him and like I just said, him and Dilla are super ill like that, where they could take some crazy shit. Like look at the Get This Money beat, right? The Slum Village shit. Look how crazy that shit is. How crazy like his ear and vision for shit. Like how he caught that little part and was like, "Yo, I know what to do with this. It just needs to be, I hear it in my head in a 4 or 8 bar count. I need to extend this part and keep the melody here." You know what I mean? Like it's crazy hearing creative people do shit. That's what was always really impressive to me about like RJD2, because he would find a bunch of samples they would match all up and shit. I remember asking him, I was like, "How do you get these to match?" And he told me he uses a guitar or some shit. He said he uses a guitar because he comes from a musical background. This doesn't make any sense at all to me. I don't know how a guitar would help you match up the tone or pitch of each sample. Does that make sense to you, Chris?
How using the guitar to figure out what the key of the song is, figures out the keys of both of them, and then he knows how to pitch the next one down to match the key of the previous one.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
That's what I do with like keys playing.
Okay.
Figure out the key of both of them, and then I know if this one's A major and this one's C, then how I notes I have to shift it down.
Okay. And then somebody like Camu's ill because he didn't not only listen one of the illest shits about Camu is he didn't even have his own equipment. All the beats you heard him make, this is him just sitting around in somebody's chair for a fucking like half hour while they're doing whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's why you had so many of his beats, though, right? You had so many of his beats because he made it on your equipment.
That and we were like brothers. Like we were like lived at each other's houses and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we literally lived at each other's houses and all that shit. But yeah, and then I let him use my MPC for a while and take it where he, you know what I'm saying? Like take it to the crib and shit and use it. But yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of shit. That's just how it was. We were a production team and shit. We were a production team. You know what I mean? That was how our shit was supposed to go. But yeah, so on top of the fact that he didn't have his own equipment, this man would just play off an ear. Like he would hear some shit or just keep fucking with the shit until it got to be how it sounds in his mind. Like to where it sounds like, oh, this shit is dope. Listen to all that Nighthawk shit. All that shit is the most unorthodox shit in the universe. If I load up the beat, when I load up the beat, and you hit the pads to see what the beat is comprised of in an MPC, like it's like the heart and soul, like the ingredients of the beat. Here's the kick, here's the snare, here's the bass part, here's this. On a Camu beat, it's fucking madness. It's nuts. It's like a fucking kitten did the shit. It's nuts. It's there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. It's some of the craziest shit, and you can hit the pads and just be laughing and shit like, what the fuck is this? But then when you play it, it's the dopest shit in the universe. But when you break it down, you're like, yo, how did you just take these little ass random ass sounds and make some ill shit? I remember one time, here's an ill story about Camu making a beat. Pardon me. We were at my homie Rock Tight's crib, right? Shout out to Rock Tight. And Camu was like, let me borrow some records. And Rock Tight's like, he's like, man, I need these records. Like, I need to go through them. You're going to take all the heat. You're going to hear all the shit and loop all the good shit. And Camu is like, man, he's like, give me any record. He's like, you give me any record. It doesn't matter what record it is. And I'll make something hot with it. He's like, give me anything. He gave him, it was some bullshit ass country dude. I forget his name, man. I don't know if it was Conway. It wasn't Conway Twitty, but it was something like that. And Camu made the beat that ended up being the song called The Chosen for Jakai. Like it's Jakai's A side on his first Fondle single. But he chopped the shit out of it and made it some ill shit. Just the fact that he was so creative that he could take whatever and just make some dope shit out of it. He was an ill dude, man.
Yeah, man. When you made the tribute song to Idea, you received so much backlash. Like people were accusing you of exploiting him and said it was too soon. Talk about like your relationship with him and your reaction when he died.
All right, so and before anything, rest in peace, Idea, and shout out to his family, his mom, and everybody. So here's the thing about that, right? I was living in California at the time. I was living in the Bay Area, and I was going through like some crazy. I was addicted to Molly. I had just come from being addicted to opiates when I was living in Columbus, and I'm going through it. In fact, I've got Mad Molly in my. So I go. I'm staying in like San Leandro or Alameda, right? And I would go down to Berkeley and check out like Rasputin music and shit like that, right? Like the whole strip, the whole Berkeley strip is real dope. It reminds me of Austin, Texas. It's real dope. Have you been there before? To Berkeley, California. Berkeley, California.
No, I haven't.
It's super dope, man. Like the camp, if you go, like the campus strip and shit is real dope. So anyway, so I go to this one bar and I'm there chopping it up. And one of the bartenders, I'm there getting like, I'm drinking like alcohol and all that good shit, but then I'm like eating and shit too, right? So I'm chopping it up with the server, whatever, the bartender. He says he's from Minneapolis, right? And or Minnesota. Where's Idea from? Minnesota?
I don't know.
Ideas from
top of my head.
Okay. So I always fuck up Minnesota and Minneapolis, right?
Me too.
So anyway, the bartender ends up telling me
St. Paul, Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay. And thank you for correcting me on that. And so anyway, the bartender ends up telling me that he's from there, right? He's from Minnesota. And he's like, and then he on some one-on-one shit. I mean, the only reason I'm gonna say it now is because, you know what I'm saying? Like everything's done. It's all said and done now. But he was telling me that Idea was going through some things, basically going through some addiction issues. And I was going through the same shit. So my heart went out to him, right? Now
he knew him personally?
I don't know how well he knew him, but he told me that much. I don't know how publicized this information was to people from the city or any of that. You know what I'm saying?
Got you.
So I don't know. I can't speak on that, but he definitely told me that he was going through some shit with that one shit. You know what I'm saying? With that one, with heroin, basically is what he told me. So I tried to reach out to him. Like I asked him to try to reach out to anybody he knows. Cause like I said, I just went through some shit. My mom had just died. So like there was a period where I was doing like three Percocet 30s a day and shit, right? Sometimes more, sometimes 3 Percocet 30s and like 10 Percocet 10s. And there was one time where I couldn't get a hold of any pills. So I snorted heroin. I mud puddled it and snorted it. It was like a 2-day. I snorted it and slept for like a whole day and shit. Got some again, slept again, and then was like never touched the shit again, and was talking to my homegirl who had sold it to me, like, please never fuck with this shit again. So I had that little stint with it to where I felt like I could, like, you know what I'm saying? I felt like I could talk to him maybe and try to pull him out of some shit, or try to at least let him know that somebody is on planet Earth that relates to him. And I was never able to get a hold of him. So when I heard the news of what happened, it hit me really hard because I had some inside information about him fucking around with some, on? Yeah, exactly. So that's what I could never tell people at the time of all that shit. Like, why did I give a shit? Why was I adamant about making something like that or whatever, recording a little tribute and shit to him? Because I just got done going through, and I was still low key going through I was still going through crazy addiction shit. You know what I'm saying? I was still doing like certain, like if I could find opiates, you know what I'm saying? Like certain shit like that. So my heart went out to him, but I caught what I caught. And I guess it looked like I was being an opportunist. I don't know what I would be an opportunist for. I wasn't selling anything. There's nothing that really, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shame on this man for saying condolences for our friend that died. He didn't really know him. I mean, Lord knows I've dealt with my fair share of death and shit. So for me, it's something that, like, it was crazy for people to try to come at me like I was being out of pocket for making a tribute like song,
well, one of the
whatever.
things that they were upset about was they were saying that because you alluded to the fact that it was drug related, which you already knew, and we later found out that it was, you know what I mean? But people were still mad about that at the time because it wasn't confirmed yet.
Well, for me, yeah, that's understandable, and they have a right to feel like that, of course, and emotions are high when stuff like that happens. But for me, it was confirmed. The only thing that I was guilty of being was too honest. You know what I'm saying? And too from the heart. But I already knew what I knew, which is the way I felt. You know, I've met Slug in person. I know Slug in real life, and he's a great dude. And I've met who's the homie, man? The DJ that did the cuts on Oliver Hart on the Oliver Hart album, and he's super dope. He's a Rhymesayers DJ.
I can't think of it off the top of my head, man.
Abilities, DJ
Oh,
abilities.
yeah.
I met him at LP's a long time ago. Yeah, I met him a long time ago, and he's a good dude. So, like, I don't know, man. Here's the thing. I totally get it, because when there's people that are close to us, and bear in mind, he was not close to me. I never knew him. I had heard some things, didn't know if it was true, was hoping it wasn't, could relate to him all too well at the time, and was trying to reach out to him. Like, I have a friend of mine. I'm not going to say her name. I have people that I know who knew him personally that already also confirmed things for me. So
people just didn't know how much you knew and everything, and they made a lot of assumptions, basically. Right.
Yeah. And but the thing is, when you're hurt from losing somebody, that's a natural emotion. You want to lash out at something.
Right.
Especially when you don't have any answers. So you're going to lash out. But my fault. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say that, yeah, because like a couple people that came out and said stuff like Mac Lethal was one of the ones that said, if I die, don't make a song about me unless you know me. Psalm 1 said, fuck anybody who tries to capitalize off the death of idea. And it was just like, what was your personal reaction like when you started seeing all of the backlash? Because you eventually take the song down.
Yeah, I think I had a weekly at Hip Hop DX at the time. I was taking care of my dying grandmother of cancer at the time, so my reaction was, well, okay, there's how that went. Let me go downstairs and see what my nana is doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, life went on, and I had my own real shit that I was dealing with, but like, I'm not really one that really, this is a human being's reaction about somebody paying a memorial tribute to somebody. How dare you bring flowers to this funeral? It's ridiculous. So I just sat back and relaxed, because, like I said, I've dealt with death, and I know that it can make people
everyone grieves different.
And plus, they didn't know the whole story, though. You know what I'm saying? It was tricky. They have every right to feel the way they felt, though. You feel me? But I'm saying, at the end of the day, it's a bit crazy to say, how dare you? Because I wasn't selling anything. And now that they know the story, I knew what was going on before them, and I tried to reach out on some addict to addict shit real early. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's where it stemmed from.
Did you ever talk to anybody about this? What you're saying right now?
I don't remember, man. I don't remember if I did or if I didn't. Because after a while, you don't. it's so much energy. Like you don't care. You just don't even care. You're not going to explain yourself. You're not about to be explaining yourself to every
But did you
little
talk to
person that
anybody close to him
misunderstands. I
about
don't
what
remember.
happened?
I think, you know what, actually, I know I talked to Trina, my homegirl Trina, who's close to him. Shout out to Trina. And that's who I got a lot of the information from also. But I think I told Slug this, you know what I'm saying? Like when we had a video shoot and I went out there and I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines, I know I'm good at clearing stuff up or like bringing stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like airing things out. So I think I discussed it with him, if I'm not mistaken, but nobody else's opinion mattered to me. And his real friends didn't care about any of that. They didn't get mad because I had a song that was paying my respect to him. You know what I'm saying? So I could see if I was selling the song or I had but all I was doing, if people pay attention to me as an artist, one thing I do is I pay tribute to the fallen through songs. I've done it with my mom. I've done it with a lot of people. To me, it's like, it's a high form of tribute for me. So, I mean, cause you know how long because all those hours when I'm writing that bitch, I'm crying and shit. So it's a high form of tribute. The time that I spend thinking about the person as I'm crafting the song and the verse, not that, you know what I mean? Not so much what you do with it once I record it. So it is what it is. Like I wanted to clear it out with the people who it mattered to and let them know why. Basically the same thing I just told you. And the reason why it was dear to my heart and the reason why it meant something, and the reason why I felt like paying a tribute. I've spoken to like them. I think I may have told Dibs also. Shout out Mr. Dibs. But yeah, the two people you mentioned though, I didn't there's no need to clear anything up with them. You know what I'm saying? Like they're entitled to their opinion.
Right.
And again, when something first happens, man, when something happens like that, the human psyche, like you're so mad, you want answers, you want to blame somebody. I mean, it's just, and if that's like your family type friend, they're closer. Like I said, I never met the man. I never met Michael. I never met him. Never had the honor. Never met him. I know Slug and I know Abilities. I know Dibs. I never got to meet Idea. But I've always admired him as an MC and as a person. Like when he won the Blaze battle and didn't take the Puff Daddy deal and all that shit, I admired that. So, yeah, it is what it is, man. People could feel the way they feel. I'm not just some guy selling oranges on the side of the street. I'm heralded one of the greatest MCs that ever walked the face of the earth. And I've also laid out a lot of the blueprint for a lot of current battle rappers, at least at one stage's core style. So I've got classic material. So I'm not just some guy like, hey, maybe I could make a couple bucks off this. There's nothing for sale. You know what I'm saying? That's my love language is words and verses. If I spend time crafting a verse about you, you meant something to me in one shape or another. So that's what that is. But like ultimately though, when you're hurt and you lose somebody, you're like, who the fuck is this? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you? Who the fuck is this talking about my brother? So I could understand why they felt like that, but also they need to understand the reason why I did that.
Mm-hmm. So 2012, you did the album God Save the King. And it was interesting because during the making of this album, you were in a different space spiritually, right?
Uh-huh.
So is it true that
absolutely.
you got saved when you were 16?
Yeah. Yep. When I was a young lad.
So talk to us about the process of making the album, like what kind of mode you were in.
So basically I was really, I got really, 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 really back into Christianity. Right. And I didn't really want to make music unless it reflected that for the most part is how I felt. But also I have an understanding of the gospel that It's not about being perfect or earning anything. It's just about being fucked up and receiving this salvation. According to this line, you know what I'm saying? According to Christianity. So, I just wanted to, I don't know, man. I wanted to make that album. If you listen to it, a lot of it is still just copyright, just still regular shit. And if you listen to all my music, it's always been the same way and shit. It's almost like if I met you and I never told you what my zodiac sign was. And then like 20 years into knowing me, I was like, surprise, I'm a Libra. And you're like, you know what? You're like, I could tell you're a Libra. And I'm like, I lied to you. I'm not a Libra. And I'm like, basically, you only focus on that because I shine the light on it for people to focus on. And I talked about shit. There's a couple songs though that are like on the more spiritual side, but it's still from a practical point of view, like Talk with God. It's not like it's never ever beaten anybody in the head with anything. It's more yeah, like that's a concept song with me talking to God, like you know, yeah. The whole thing, a lot of people don't understand the gospel. Now, whether I'm saying I believe in that right now is a whole nother thing, but a lot of people don't understand what the gospel is. Like, you don't have to earn anything with that, with Christianity. And also you're not supposed to judge anybody. And also it says that it doesn't say anything against anybody in the Bible specifically. That's humans that draw that out. It doesn't say anything against any group of people being shunned in the Bible. It doesn't. It says it's an abomination to do certain acts, right? It says being with a man and another man is an abomination, but it also says that no man is righteous, no, not one. It says that just us existing is an abomination to man. So people don't understand the Bible. They use it too much to split people up and shit. And that's,
religion is not the problem. It's how people use the religion, basically. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of it's just kind of crazy because it's like, you know, a lot of things like you said that is taught is like, you know, you're not supposed to judge each other. You're not supposed to judge each other. No sin is bigger than another sin and stuff like that. And like these different things. But when you look at in actual like church and stuff and like how like the gossip and how like people talk about each other and stuff, it's like it's not very
right. That's big.
Christian like, right? Like it's like some of the people that preach religion are the worst. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like the most judgmental.
Absolutely. 100%. And what you said is absolutely true. Like, cause like I've spent a good amount of time in a bunch of, you know, in churches and shit. Like I wanted to be a pastor and shit. Like there was a point in time where I wanted to be a pastor, and I wanted to go to seminary college. In fact, I know the Bible very well. I know it better than a lot of pastors and priests and stuff like that. And what you're saying is right about how people talk. The churchgoers, people talk. They gossip a whole lot and do shit, but they won't even read the word for themselves to know what's going on. They're like getting it regurgitated to them from like the pastor, and they don't even know if it's true or not. And on top of that, they don't even know Aramaic, Greek, or Hebrew, so they don't even know the original translation. So they don't even know what the fuck.
Exactly.
They don't know what the fuck is what. Then on top of that, they've got a new Living Translation. They've got all these other translations of something that's lost in translation. It's insane, dude. It's insane. And then
that's why I noticed that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, then on top of that, they're losing the whole spirit of the shit. They just want to be right so bad and get down to the detail instead of just treating somebody with love and respect. Because that's all it really boils down to. It's not about what exact day can we not eat this fish? When it's all about, am I treating you with respect? That's the simplest shit. There's no way to fuck that up, right? Like, that's
what you know most religions is teaching though. Like 90% of all religions is pretty much teaching that. It's just being a good person. Teaching people to treat each other well, right? And that's the crazy thing because like all the judgment and everything, but you look at it, Jesus was amongst the sinners though.
Right.
He was with the people that really needed the help, right?
Oh yeah,
but it's like those are the people that are harshly judged by people that are religious though. You know?
Exactly, because the religious people, quote unquote, are just people following what do they call it? Like following what do they call it? Not a tradition, but a they're just doing a bunch of shit. They're just following an order and shit. They're doing a ritual. Here we go. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. They don't know why they're even doing the shit. They're just fucking doing it. Instead of like digging into it and figuring it out, you know, they're just like, yeah, I just do this shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't even know what the fuck this cauldron is at Catholic Church when they bring it on. I don't know what this Latin is that this guy, and then the crowd stands up and says it. That shit is crazy to me. That shit is nuts. That shit is like, yeah, no, that's absolutely what it is, man. You know, there's a difference between having a spiritual, awareness and inside and being religious. Religious is just a set of rules that you memorized and you're trying to fucking call somebody out when you see them fall short of the shit. You know what I'm saying? Spirituality is actually having a relationship with the creator and giving a shit about your fellow man and woman, even though it's not always easy because you know that they're a child of this creator that you love. So even though they may get on your nerves or whatever, or you may just be an asshole, you want to get along with these other people because you know that your creator that you love would want it that way. It's so simple, really.
You know, yeah, man, it's kind of crazy. That's why I think that a lot of people now these days, I'm seeing it more and more. It's about people having their personal relationship with God instead of like always feeling the need to follow a specific denomination, you know what I mean? Or like set of rules and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's about like kind of their personal spirituality and everything. But it's difficult to have these kind of conversations with people because it usually leads to like arguments. Like they always say, don't talk about sex, politics, or religion unless you want to argue.
And religion.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, you got it takes, I mean, yeah, it takes a certain type of people. I'm one of the few people, I'm one of the few people I know that I could talk about objective shit, you know what I'm saying, and shit like this that I don't agree with or whatever, and it's not gonna get me out of my square. I like to talk and debate and share ideas and shit. I've got a couple of friends that are like that too. Some people you can't do that. Some people you definitely can't do that, and it's definitely not wise to do it with your art, you know, because it's just not. But at the end of the day, here's one of my biggest problems with any spiritual denomination or religious sect or whatever, is that when people act as if what they think or believe is factual, that gets on my nerves. Like when Christians say, I know my God is you don't know. You don't know. You're saying that shit, but you really don't know. None of us know. That's the whole thing about it. So when people start acting like they know some shit and they don't know, Christians, everybody, that's what gets on my nerves. I mean, I used to fancy myself a Christian. That's what used to get on my nerves about a lot of Christians when they would say, I know, because it's like, nah, we don't know. It shit sounds good. You hope you're getting credit for it. You hope there's a God and he hears you saying that shit and that he'll remember that you were like, I know. You know, but we don't know for a fact. And when someone says they know, that's when I stop. Like they start losing credibility with me about shit because I'm like, this is ridiculous. You know, you oversell. You don't need to do all that. Like you don't know. None of us know. We don't know shit. We're idiots. Quite frankly, we don't know shit for real. But yeah. I just think that humans need to be more humble about the shit. You know what I'm saying? Just be like, we don't know what the fuck's going on, but this is what I believe. This is what I hope.
So in 2022, you released the album, The High Exalted 2. On the third song, spoiler alert, Have You Cena? You end up beefing with a WWE wrestler. How has this happened? John Cena.
You don't know how it happened for real? Or you just want me to tell the story?
I just want you to tell the story.
All right. He's a fan of... So all through the years, right, I had people telling me like, yo, John Cena's looking for you. He wants to work with you. All this shit. All through the years, there's different magazine articles where he's saying he's a fan of mine and all this shit. I know people that work in the same building as him, and they're telling me that he's asking them about my music. So long story short, I wake up one day and it's a fan that hits me up, and he tells me that John Cena said my shit on WWE SmackDown. And I don't believe him. I think he's got it like confused because, a lot of people get shit wrong. They think they heard something, but they didn't quite hear it right or whatever. Got a few words wrong, whatever. But he sent me the link and it was my shit. It was my shit, man. It was a line I said to Esoteric, and I said, and I got a level with homie. It's not that you ain't on my level. It's that you ain't even on the level below me. And he said that shit to whoever he was in the ring with. Like, he said it twice, actually, two different occasions in the ring and shit. And I tried to sue him, man. But I don't copyright. I don't copyright my music.
Well, wait, like, why didn't you already know people that knew him? Why couldn't you just holler at him directly and be like,
well, he would have had to holler
at my shit.
I mean, by the time I saw the shit was, or I saw the shit when it was on a YouTube clip on WWE. I mean, I could send you the clips if you want to put them underneath here. So I saw the shit once it was already done. You know what I'm saying? Like, the question is, why didn't he hit me up and say, yo, Copy, I really like when you talk this shit like this and belittle people. Why don't you write me some shit like that? Some slick shit for me to say against this XYZ guy. And, and I'd have wrote him some custom shit for you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know. That was the biggest slap in the face to me, is because I'm like, yo, I'm like the most underground dude and you're super known and shit. You're just going to steal my shit and be like, oh yeah, don't worry about him. He's so minuscule. He can't do anything. He doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the crazy shit. When he could if he's a fan, clearly there's so much. It's like I built a case and shit. I sent the whole shit to my lawyer when I was trying to see if I could sue him and shit. But it's all these different times in like magazine interviews where he's talking about me and all this shit and bigging me up and all this shit. So, and the ironic shit is I say the shit in a song that was dissing Esoteric, and Esoteric used to ghostwrite for him. And I just mentioned John Cena like a bar before the line I say that he steals. So it is what it is, man.
Esoteric used to write for John Cena?
Yeah, Google that. Yeah. He wrote some shit. He definitely wrote some shit. And Eso's nice with
tell me that John Cena's really not an MC like that? I thought he was top 5 white rappers of all time, man.
Shut the fuck up. Oh shit. But did you know he wrote his shit? Did you know he wrote some of his shit though?
Who?
Or nah?
That Eso?
That Eso wrote some of his shit. Were you just fucking with me on that, or did you know that also? Yeah, nah, he did though. He wrote some of his shit. Yeah, it is what it is, man.
That he was a fan of you, even though you was beefing with Eso at one point.
Yeah. So basically, my shit was, yo, I'm gonna at least let people know that you stole my shit. I mean, what more can I do? I can't do anything. You know what I'm saying? I can't. What else could I do? But yeah. Shout out to John. Hey, shout out to John Cena for stealing my shit. Hey, John Cena, what you gonna do when the rock comes for you? 88 right on you, baby. The rock coming for you, baby. John Cena, copyright coming for you, baby. Yeah.
This dude's crazy.
That's about all I could do. I can't do much more than that. I can make the rap song and I can do what I just did. Hold on, let me put my headphone back on. That's all I got though, man. It ain't much I could do because I didn't copyright the lyrics.
What I'm asking is why you didn't hit him up and ask him for a favor, like, yo, John, you really took my shit. Why wouldn't you get a feature on my album now or something like that? Do an intro
that shit
or
don't
something.
Work.
You know what I mean?
Don't work. Like, I think I did. I sent a DM to him on some like, did. You know what I'm saying? I did something like that. That shit never works, man. It shit don't work, man. You know why? I don't know, man. This shit don't work, man. You would think like something like that. Either he's got too much shit going on in his DMs, or he's like, what could copyright do to help me? He's like, John Cena's like, what do I need copyright lyrics for? I already got those. He's like, I already got that for free. He's like, all right, I'm already using your shit, buddy. I don't need you. No, I don't know, man. You would think,
but
though.
What about, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to say, you would think that you would want to hire somebody as a writer if you admire their work to the point where you steal their shit. Because here's the thing. I made up that shit. It's not like I saw that shit on a bumper sticker and figured out a filler way to make it a punchline. I came up with the whole shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of my ideas. And so like, there's like, I've been doing this shit forever and I still do, and I never run. So it's like, yo, you would think somebody would be like, look, do you want to come write for me? But yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It is what it is. I think that's the craziest shit is how
well, even with him not hiring you though.
Here's the craziest shit, bro. One of the craziest parts is how sloppy it is and how publicly, like how he literally bit my shit and how it's out there for people to see. And then he tries to pass himself off like he's in the hip hop culture and like some type of MC in some way, shape or form or fashion. That's the craziest shit because it fucks up his gimmick. It fucks up any type of a gimmick or credibility. Cause I mean, he's got the Jake One beats. He's got the bought bars and all that shit. You know what I mean? He could pull his little 8 Mile shit off, but like with a blemish like this, it is what it is. And it's crazy because I'm not a huge artist, but it doesn't need to be huge. Like, look, like just the fact that somebody could track something and be like, oh, yo, yeah, he did this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up because it's like a big ass company doing it to a mom and pop shop. You feel me?
Right.
It's crazy. Yeah. But what were you about to say, bro? My bad for cutting you off.
I mean, like he was like challenging hip hop artists all the time back in the day. You remember that? Like he's like come to the event and battle rap me in front of like the whole crowd and shit like that. Like he was really pushing like he was really an MC.
I never ever, for one, I did. Now I know I was already, and this is even to my credit, like to my reasoning more. I missed all that. I wasn't into wrestling growing up. And I damn sure wasn't into it when he was out because I was already out, you know what I'm saying? Being a young adult and shit, doing young adult shit. But I didn't fuck with wrestling like that. But here's the thing though, all that shit is super set up. You know what I'm saying? Like all of it is super set up. Just like sports, just like a lot of sports is, you know, just like rap for real. A lot of those rap beefs, some of those rap beefs are set up. Not all of them, but some of them. But
my thing was more like not hiring you, but like he could have at least returned the favor to be on some like, yo, I'll do an intro for your album or I'll lay a 16 if you write it or something, right? Like, you know what I mean? It would still be a good look.
Nah, it would. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But it is what it is. Some people don't come from that. Some people don't have that type. They don't come from that cloth. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I borrowed this man's intellectual property and I benefited from it because the shit he said the shit in front of like 2-3 million people. Did you see the clip of the actual clip of him taking him saying the line and shit? Or you just heard it in the song and shit? Okay. Yeah, it's bugged out, man. It's wild. It is what it is, though. I mean, it's fucked up because part of me, I'm flattered and shit. Like, that's like, damn, that's dope. I rock with you. I appreciate you. But it's like, damn, you could be putting so many people on to the genius that is me. Like, why are you trying to steal my ideas and pass them off as yours and shit? Like, bro, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
But did you have to get that shit cleared in order to put it on the song?
Nah, I didn't. Nope. Hell no.
Because it was his voice on
shit.
WWE, so don't they own that?
Right. He stole my shit. What are they going to do? Come after me for selling you know what I'm saying? Like, how many records am I really selling here? You know what I'm saying? Like, it wouldn't even be worth their time. But on top of that, it would be ridiculous, man. It would be ridiculous. I mean, if they did, it would be interesting. It'd be fun and shit. I think it'd be fun. Anytime I have to go to court and jail time's not over my head, I have a good time and shit. I enjoy myself. So, yo, I would enjoy it, man. I'd go to court for that. John Cena, yo, actually, I'm gonna keep it this real, right? I have his home address and a bunch of shit, right? Because I'm a mastermind, just the same way I popped out the fucking bushes at Cage when he least expected. I have a lot of people's information, right? Let me pull it up right now. I'm not about to say it, but I'm looking at it right now. I was going to send him a copy of my album, but the owner of my label here, I'll tell you what, I'll say almost his address. John Cena, is your address?
Don't even say it, but don't even say it.
What I can't do. You don't want this.
You was gonna send your album to him.
Can I just do this? Yeah, the one with the diss on him. How about John Cena? Your date of birth 4/23/1977. You're 43. Is your social? No, it's like no. I'm not about to do all this, man. But hey, I'm gonna send you this just for your own entertainment. But yeah, I was about to do some childish shit. Like here's the deal. I didn't want it to be like come off threatening or any of that. If I send him a copy of the album, I wanted it to be like, yo, here's this. I know you stole my shit. Here's what I did with it. You know what I'm saying? Here's what I did with the premise. And here's a diss song. You know what I'm saying? Here it is. Here's what I did with this. You're a fan. Enjoy. Here, you got in one of my songs because you stole some shit from me. But
did you ever hear from anybody that his reaction to that?
I don't know if he ever heard it. I don't even know if he ever heard it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if he's like a fan of you, I would think that he would have heard it, you know?
No, but anyway, yeah. So that's what that was, man. That's what that was. He stole my shit. A really famous person stole my shit, and there was nothing I could do about it. That's the John Cena shit in a nutshell. It's kind of frustrating. Yo, there'd be times where I'd be in jail. In that John Cena commercial, it was a car. It was where they got the beat, the Jake One beat, and I'm in the jail. I'm like laying in my bunk and shit, and I hear that shit, and I'm like so mad in my head. I'm like, this motherfucker, man. Like, I'm so mad, and I can't even vent about the shit because who the fuck would believe me? Fuck John Cena. That motherfucker stole my shit. Nobody's going to believe you because everyone in jail is a liar. Everyone in jail. It's mad people in jail just saying shit because they could be who they want to be in jail and shit. So even if you have like interesting stories in jail, like I usually like hold shit to myself because I'm like, nobody's going to believe this shit anyway. You're not in jail and shit. It sounds like a lie.
So last year, the album, The Last Supper, right?
Yeah.
You dropped that, but you were locked up.
Yep.
What happened and how did you get locked up?
I was driving around in a car with stolen plates. The plates were from a dealership. So, it doesn't have to match a specific make or model of a car. Dealership is for test drives. So I had that going for me. And then on top of that, I had no license. My license has been suspended since 2013. Then on top of that, I had an open bottle in the car and like a freshly rolled blunt. And it was like just burnt a little bit. So basically they got me on a DUI. They got me on receiving stolen property and they got me on driving under suspension. So I ended up having to go do a program. It's a 6-month program, cognitive behavioral therapy program, as opposed to doing 3 months in prison. So I did that shit. But I was in a different county.
So you weren't really in jail then?
I was in a couple jails. I was in a couple counties until they decided to put me in this program. But no, it's not like a real jail. It's not a jail. It's not a prison. It's some soft shit. It's some shit to try to change the way you think. On paper, it's a level 1 prison, but it's a no contact facility. It's motherfuckers telling left and right, thinking that's how they get out of the program. So yeah, it wasn't like real jail. It was more so I got my GED there but it's better than the judges like to send people there because a lot of the judges own part of the program and the private jails that they send people to. So, there's something in it for that. And then guess what? The criminals are just like jumping through hoops to go the fuck back home. So with that said, they're getting what they call it, like an approval rate, a high success rate. So it's making their program look really stellar. But really, criminals are just trying to get the fuck back home because this program you got us in is nuts. You're writing us up because we're talking in line. You know what I'm saying? This is fucking insane. This is crazy. This is fucking nuts. I got to go back to prison because I'm trying to tell this guy some information. He's asking when the class starts and you think I'm talking in line. This shit's crazy, bro. This shit's insane. So yeah, I went and did that shit and then, and got the fuck back home and shit. I could have went to do 3 years in prison, but that's just too, like, for what?
Oh, it was 3 years.
Yeah.
You said 3 months at first.
No. Oh, did I? Okay, my bad. So the program, just to reiterate, the program I was in is a 6-month program. I was locked up last year for a total of 9 months, 3 months getting kicked around 3 different counties. And then 6 months in the program. Yeah. But had I not chose the program,
you were facing up to 3 years.
3 years in regular prison. Yeah. In like actual prison.
Wow.
Yeah. And
so do you feel like the program was beneficial for you though?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, I did the program before in Columbus, like 10 years ago, but I think it's beneficial for the fact that I brushed up on my social skills and I got my GED and, man, there's something about getting thrown in any situation and just coming out with the best possible outcome that I like. You know what I'm saying? It's a trait that I like. It's a trait that I like about me that I have. Like, all right, I didn't count on doing this shit, but yeah, I'll live with a bunch of dumb motherfuckers for a couple months under the worst, most annoying circumstances and still keep my cool about the shit. You know what I'm saying? It's beneficial. It's for sure beneficial. Yeah. That shit really does help, to be honest with you. It can help. It can help in a lot of ways because cognitive thinking is real. A lot of people don't think about why they're going to do something, what the outcomes can be. You know what I'm saying? And like all that shit. So yeah, it was cool, man. Trust me, I didn't want to do it at the fucking time. I wanted to go home and be done with all this shit. But now that it's all said and done, shit happens for a reason. I got caught slipping out there. So, yeah, it is what it is. It could have been worse. I could have just been sitting around in a regular lockdown facility where I'm not doing shit with my time. I'm not doing anything with my mind. I'm just sleeping in late, watching a bunch of dumbass watching fucking ridiculousness. You know what I'm saying? And at the best, maybe having a push-up routine. Like, I'm glad I was able to go because they put you in classes for a bunch of shit, man. They put you in job seeking classes, teach you how to make an ill-ass resume. They just do a bunch of shit, man. Like, you end up, it makes you appreciate. It's fucked up that people like me get to that point, but it makes me always appreciate my freedom anytime I get locked up. And it's weird that my mind even gets to that point that I just don't appreciate it without that. But it's something about getting locked up to where when you get out, you're like, damn. And like when you're locked up, you envy everybody else's freedom so much. And like, if somebody even says they're going to Walmart on the phone or some shit, you're like, damn, you're like Walmart. And you're like, damn, those Walmart aisles. You're just thinking about it, and everything sounds everything sounds great. But the key is to remember that shit when you get out of jail. You know what I'm saying? And don't do stupid shit.
Right.
But yeah. I was upset, man. Chino passed while I was locked up. That shit broke my heart. You know what I'm saying? That's a personal friend of mine. That shit fucked me up. My album dropped. I couldn't promote it. I'd worked so hard on it. I feel like it's some of my best work for real, but I wasn't there to promote it. So nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. But yeah.
Before we get into Chino, because I do want to ask you about that, right? But did they make you like do like any therapy or any kind of stuff like that while you were locked up?
Yeah. We had like 3-hour drug and alcohol classes every day. And then we had, what's the other shit? What did they call that shit, man? Basically, in a nutshell, it's close to therapy, man. It's close to therapy, and also has the cognitive behavioral shit in there. So they're trying to like change old ways that you thought and stuff like that. But yeah, essentially that's what it's about.
Got you.
They have us out there. They have you out there doing community service and stuff like that. I got kicked off community service for scamming a quarter pounder at McDonald's, because when you do community service, somebody told on me and shit. When you do community service, like the lady that picks you up or whoever picks you up, they'll take you somewhere after. You know what I'm saying? Like we went to go set up chairs at a church and shit like that, right? So afterwards, before they drop us off back at the program, she stops at McDonald's and you know, she's on her little budget and shit. But like, I'm like, I don't really need money to get food and shit. I just need y'all to get the fuck out of my face so I can tell these people what I need to tell them. So the lady's outside smoking, right? Lady's cool and shit. Then I'm in there with two people that I'm in the program with, and I'm like, hey, I shouldn't have told them shit. I should have just let them go outside and just act like I was going to the bathroom. So anyway, long story short, man, these motherfuckers I don't think they told on me like trying to really tell on me. I think they got a kick out of the story and told other people in the program, and the word got around and shit. But that shit is crazy, man. Yeah, yo, you got me fucked up. You got me locked up for like 9 months, and you put me in a McDonald's, and you think, dog, I was 250 pounds when I left the program and shit. Like, I was in there eating. You think my fat ass is not about to scam? You got a hungry fat criminal in this bitch. Yeah, I'm about to tell her what I need to tell her to get this fucking cheeseburger, the quarter pounder. But yeah, that shit was funny though. But yeah, it's cool though. It definitely helps. It helps for sure. Some of it is overboard, man. Because like I said, I've done the same program in Columbus, and this one happened to be in like Marysville, because I got caught up out of my county. Like Columbus would never have pulled me over for some shit like that. I mean, they would have, but they probably would have let me go. Yo, can you hear me?
So you've experimented with a lot of different drugs over the years, right? And what do you think it is that drew you to using substances?
Couple things. One of them was I had been so drug free and straight edge for all my life until I was 23 that I felt like I had enough brain cells to waste. Like I felt like I could afford to do this, you know? The second thing is, I don't know, man. I kind of wanted to see what the effects would be creatively. I wanted to see what it would be. Like the first time I got high, I didn't start getting high really till me and Camu moved out to Middletown with Cage. Like we were both Cage's roommates at one time. Me and Camu, there were, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the first time we did acid. That's the first time that I did acid. A lot of the shit, man. So a lot of it was I wanted to see what it would do mentally. I was 23. I had stayed away from shit. You know what I'm saying? I felt like my frontal lobes were developed. I felt like I could afford to party. And also now this is the slippery slope part. My parents were addicts. So I guess at the time I was thinking like, I won't let it get it too close because I know what that looks like because I saw it firsthand growing up. But also, that's the bullshit line that an addict would tell themselves when they're getting too close to something. You know what I'm saying? Like that's bullshit, because that should have been a warning sign to just not fuck with anything. Like basically, I nitpick about little shit. Like I nitpick about how sharp I would be if I had never smoked weed ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's like the big gripes that I have with shit. But there is definitely, like I said, there was a time where I was addicted to Molly, physically dependent on it. And then there was definitely a time when I was doing like 3 perk 30s a day and I felt so shitty. I was scared to go to the hospital. I just laid in my bed till I felt better. And then eventually I did that. And then that was that. And ever since then, I never really fucked with them. I may have had them maybe once or twice since then if they were if I got them from like a doctor or some shit. But the problem with opiates is they're too fun. So why even start? you can't have fun unless you just decide to just die on them. You don't want the fun to ever quit. So like, it's pointless to even fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? But I fuck with almost every drug though, except for like PCP. Technically, I fuck with the designer version of PCP, but I fuck with a bunch of drugs though, man.
But even outside of
and they're fun for
even outside of like actual substances like that though, you know, you said earlier that you had like 7 DUIs, right? So drinking is
yeah, that's bad. The alcoholism is worse than the drugs. I would honestly say. I don't put it like this. There's nothing on my criminal record for drugs whatsoever. Not selling, not buying, not using, nothing at all. Not weed, nothing. But there's 7 DUIs. So that tells you right there that alcohol was an issue. Absolutely. Now there was also a time where I was mixing pills with alcohol. Like, and I didn't know that you can't really do that. That's the dumbest thing you could do, to mix like Xanax or any type of pills on alcohol. It's going to intensify. It's going to black you out for real. It's going to fucking turn you into a zombie. You're going to be walking around doing shit. You're not going to remember shit. End up in jail with a pocket with a Twix in it.
But was it really about you having fun, or was it about you wanting to block out certain things, or was it any of that?
It started out as me having fun. It started out, when I started doing this shit, my mom was alive. Like, my life was a different story. You know what I'm saying? Like, my mom passing away was a big blow to me as a human being. So when I first started doing it, it was just fun. You know what I'm saying? It was just something to do, a challenge to your body. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't get hungover. I've never gotten a hangover in my life. The worst thing that's ever happened to me is I've been dehydrated, but it takes a lot of drinking. And usually it takes a lot of vodka to get me like that. So that's the fucked up part, is that I don't wake up with hangovers. So there's no repercussion in that regard. But at first it started out as fun. Then it ended up becoming problematic and shit, you know? Like, once I started getting DUI, I got 5 DUIs in the span of 5 years. They all just kind of crept up. Before that, I used to laugh at people and make fun of people that had DUIs and wonder how somebody could even do that. Like, that's some amateur shit. But God will let you get away with shit for a certain amount of time, and then he'll fucking be like, look, man, I've woken up out of blackouts being in between like 2 semis. Like, there's a lot of shit that I've gotten away with, just being a dumbass that I shouldn't have been out there doing. You know what I'm saying? So the 7 or 8 times, even if I had 30 DUIs, that's a modest count in regards to the amount of times that I've drove blacked out and just, you know what I'm saying, went out there doing dumb shit. Not at all to romanticize it or glorify it at all, because it's not cool. Like, it's not cool. You could kill people. You could kill yourself. I can't go to fucking Canada. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of shit. You put a hindrance on your life. It's just not cool, man. It's just so much easier, especially nowadays, to Uber. But see, sometimes when people drink, they're a different person than when they're sober. Like, the sober them might say, yeah, I'll call an Uber or I'll call a cab or whatever. But then when you're drunk, you're like, you get cocky, you become a different person, man. At least I do. When I get that drunk, I was wilding out, man. I was doing too much. I was doing way too much. Yeah, and then I was trying to cover my fault, though, to the second part of your question. Then I was trying to cover shit up. Once like people started dying and shit, then I was doing it to cover shit up. So yeah, it started out.
Is the modern day copy, more in control of those things now?
Yeah. I hardly drink at all nowadays. But yeah, completely. You can't, dude. I mean, after all that shit, that's insane. That's insane, man. That's insane. Yeah, I have a sponsor and all that shit. I fuck with the program. But I'm not gonna lie though, like there's some times where I do drink and shit. So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I'm, without anything. But yeah, I definitely have a hold on shit, man. Man, it's crazy how much how much of a problem I created myself just to learn a simple lesson. But that's what addiction, that's what alcoholism will do to you, though, for real.
Do you think that you would have never ran into this issue if your parents weren't addicts themselves?
Well, you mean if they weren't addicts, or if the trait wasn't in my family? Like if it
just that element not being around you in your life.
I think the fact that it was around me, if anything, would serve more of a deterrent. I don't think that it egged me on at all, because you have to understand, I was the kid that poured water in my mom and dad's ashtray when they left it. Like I wouldn't even say the word cigarette. If they wanted me to get their cigarettes for them, I'd wrap it around newspaper, because I wouldn't touch it because it was so disgusting to me. I would get so upset, and like, bro, my mom would come home drunk. I would record her on karaoke and play it for her the next day to embarrass her and shit. Like, I vowed never to touch alcohol or anything ever. So at first, like, the crazy thing is, it shows you kind of the power, even though at first it started out me messing around with like substances and partying is like kind of like wondering what it was about. But the thing was, I wasn't able to cut it off when it started becoming problematic. Like, I remember going to NA, bringing a girl to NA, and we both are drunk, and I'm just there so I can get my sheets signed and shit. So it's crazy, man. I don't think seeing it was an add-on, basically, is what I'm saying. I think if anything,
so you're thinking more of like genetically, it might be an issue.
I know it is, man. I know it is. I mean, have you studied it at all? What do you think? Do you think it's hereditary, or you think it's just random?
Well, I have a degree in psychology, and I've worked in rehab facilities before. So, I have a more unique insight into that type of situation. I think that people are born with, predisposition, like, you're predisposed to being more sensitive, vulnerable to certain things. So I think that addiction is one of those things, but it's having the right environment to set up that monster to actually become something.
So do you think that being around it when you're young, even though you despise it, later on can turn into the thing that you despise becomes something appealing? But to me, what I'm saying is, it would have to be appealing from a different standpoint. Like, it's not like I can't look at it and be like, hey, this is the thing that I used to hate that my parents did so much, so I'm just going to do this for the night. I'm looking at it like, this makes me feel this is like I'm doing it for different reasons than that, basically, is what I'm saying. Unless it's
you got to look at it like this, right? Your parents were obviously doing it to cope with something in life, right?
Well, there's that, but then also they grew up in the stupid ass 70s hippie era where everybody was just partying. Mm-hmm. They didn't know that Coke they didn't even know that Coke. Now, that's not to say that they weren't, though. That's not to say that they weren't.
Right.
But at their time, their life was amazing. My mom, like, you got to think, my mom was with the man she loved. She had her whole, like, everything was great. We're living in Florida. So, and like right by the beach. I don't think that right near the beach, I don't think she was doing it at the time. I think later, her answer is like similar to mine, which is crazy about my mom's addiction. Later, at first it was something for fun. Then later it became a coping mechanism.
Right. Well, I think that, in life we're taught coping mechanisms, right? And when you reached a really pivotal part in your life that was very difficult, you realized this was something that you probably could lean on, that could make you feel better, that could take you out of this kind of hole that you were in at times.
It wasn't. It was more like let's go do this drug. It's more like me and Dom, like, let's go find these pills and go have fun and go be idiots and have a blast. It wasn't like it was happening before any turmoil happened in my life. Like, I was fucking with that shit before my mom died. And my dad lived so far from me and was so removed from my life, like on the regular, that his dying, like that happened when my dad died, I was 20. So basically later on, yeah, it did. But in the beginning, it was just me having fun.
Right. In
because
the
you got
beginning,
to
it was
understand
more like curiosity and fun, right?
Yeah.
But then later on, when it got real serious, when it was an issue, when things started to cause more problems, because it didn't seem like you really ran into any issues when you were having fun, but it was like later on in life where it became a problem, right? And that was the reason why you were using it was for a different reason now.
Yeah. It was basically it had become engraved in my mind as add these pills and everything else will be more fun. Like go to Dave and Buster's on opiates. It's even better. You know what I'm saying? I would do ecstasy. Like I said, I was on ecstasy on the plane ride. I would do ecstasy and go to the airport and get on the plane. Like I would master a drug to where there's no awkwardness with it. I'd really get to know the drug, really get to know the high. I know it sounds silly and shit, but like it would be to where, put it like this, right? One night I had some E. I took the ecstasy. My grandma calls me and she's like, Petey, she's like, your grandpa fell. You have to come help us. So I'm on E, right? I was about to go meet up with some chick right now. I'm like, all right, well, I'm not fronting no grandma or grandpa. So I'm gonna go over there and help them out. So now I'm rolling and shit. I'm in this house trying to help my grandpa. So I spend the night on the hospital floor because then once I end up kicking it with them at the hospital so long, I'm just like, fuck it. I might as well just do this all night. So like basically I've spent a lot of time with certain drugs, man, out of depression and shit. Yeah. When my mom died, that was the worst, man. That was the absolute worst. When my mom died, that's to where we can start talking about what you're asking about. To where now I'm just doing this. Now I'm doing whatever to stop me from wanting to kill myself. Now I'm just doing. There was a time I smoked crack, right? Somebody had crack. I smoked it. I'm literally don't care about whatever. I'm like, will it kill me slow? Will it kill me fast? Let's hope it kills me slow and I have a good time doing it. That was my mindset. But it didn't last that long. Like the fighter in me came out like, I'm not about to be doing this shit. Like that shit might last for a couple of days, but my mindset, I'm not like that. I'm not going to accept that as a plan and follow through that as like a real life plan. I'm going to maybe sulk in some self-loathing and shit like that and all that shit for a couple of days. And I'm going to be like, man, let's really figure out what the fuck's going on and start and pick this shit up.
I think that people don't really look at using drugs like long term as you having a relationship with substances, right? They don't view it in that context. But when you really think about it, a drug, a substance can become almost like your friend. When you feel a certain way, when you want to go do a certain thing, you're inviting this thing along with you, right? So when you make the decision for it to not be a part of your life anymore, it's like you're mourning the loss of a friend, pretty much.
Absolutely. That's like what the Eminem Relapse album is about, you know? And that's like one of the real sad things. That's what, now you've seen this working in the field that you've worked in. This kicks in when people have to go to rehab and it's not usually in their heart to do so. Now they want to have their last hurrah because they're going to miss their friend. You know what I'm saying? Now they want to run around. Now they're going to run out. But nah, absolutely. That's true though. But I've done that before.
I'll start on Monday. This is my last time, basically.
They sign in high as fucking shit with shit in their pockets and shit keistered up and all that. I've definitely, man, it can be sad if you're not ready for it, it'll be sad. If you're ready to not do the shit anymore, it can be exciting and happy and shit. Even though it's still gonna be a little sad. But
it's like an abusive relationship. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
You know how like when you're in a toxic relationship with somebody and you It's like there's good parts of it. There's good times, but then there's fucked up shit too.
Listen, man, when I had to wear an alcohol monitor and shit on my ankle, and I was going on tour with Razcast, bro. Don't you know, like, man, I wanted to. And then there was one night where, or one day where probation called me, and they said the thing was cut off, like, or it wasn't working for some reason, right? And I was like, man, I want to drink right now. My homeboy talked me off the ledge and shit, but nah, absolutely, man. The shit. I mean, and for some reason, it's human nature. The more we're not supposed to do something, the more we want to do it. You know, it's like our inner rebellious nature. So it's crazy. When I could not drink alcohol or else I'm going to jail because I had the alcohol monitor on my ankle, man, a cold Corona sounded so fucking good. It had never sounded better than that time in my life because I knew I couldn't really do it, you know?
Let's talk about Chino XL, right?
Yeah,
What
man.
was your relationship like with Chino?
Chino treated me like a peer, man. When in my mind, well, he treated me like a peer, man, and I was below him. He had been in the industry. He had been doing this for many years, and I was a fan of him. You know what I'm saying? I still am to this day a fan of him. So meeting Chino was crazy. Chino showing me love was crazy. I'm trying to think how I met Chino, man. I'm trying to think how I actually met him, bro. We ended up talking on the phone, and I forget I know it had to start about some music shit, about like somebody wanting to book us for some shit. But the crazy shit is once we started talking on the phone, I started realizing like, all right, he pays attention to all type of rappers and shit. Like he had been paying attention to my shit, but also he talks to you like a peer, man. You know how people said when Proof talked to you, he made you feel like the most important person in the room. That's like when Chino talked to you, he didn't like, it was like, bro, he's just a cool ass dude, man. He was no ever any weird shit with Chino, like as far as like trying to put somebody down or like play him low or like big bro you or no shit like that. Chino was really cool, man. He was cool as fuck. He had funny ass, interesting ass industry stories, some of which I can't tell. They may not even involve him, but just some bugged out shit. Bugged out shit. I know now motherfuckers are gonna be like, what is it? Damn. Just some pimp shit. So another rapper being a pimp, picking up girls at a Greyhound station, like basically, you know what I'm saying? Just a rapper that's got that type of lure, to him, and Chino being like, yo, he really does that. And me being like, oh shit. But Chino was always, we had a group called Verse 48. It was supposed to be me, Chino, Tame One, and Vakil from the Mole Man from Chicago. Shout out Vakil. And Stu Bangers on all the beats. And it's just one of those things that never came to fruition. But Chino was one of my guys, man. It broke my heart to hear, you know what I'm saying? Hear that he was
Did you have any feeling that he was going through tough times like that?
No. I don't think anybody did, bro. The dude was always.
Did you even know about like the cancer or like anything like that? Any of the health issues?
No, I didn't know about any of that. No, but he bro, he was just always, I don't think he would let anybody know that, bro. Like he was always in such, bro, he called me brother copy. Like, bro, first time bro, I grew up just like being a student of hip hop, and I bought his album from Media Play and shit, you know? So like for him to embrace me like I'm a peer is crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? He's just such a good dude, man. He cared about the craft. He cared about people. He cared about people more so. Like, bro, there's this one artist. It's not a very well-known artist, man. He's like He's like a very underground artist, man. Like I'm talking about completely independent. When I say underground, I don't mean like raucous Eastern Conference or none of that. I mean like bedroom. I got the shit on my fucking Bandcamp if you want it. And Chino treats this guy. She used to treat this brother like gold, man. He didn't give a fuck what your status level was or what other people valued you as. You know, he just saw you as a human. He just saw the great in everybody. I still can't believe that. It's just wild, man. You know what I'm saying? You never know what somebody's struggling with. So that shit fucked me up, man. Yeah, that shit fucked me up. Long live Chino. Shout out to Chino's family, Chino's daughter, everybody, you know, in his family, in his intermediate circle. But yeah, that shit fucked me up, man. But you know.
So you were surprised, to say the least, when you found out the news.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't
because they
think
didn't release the reason for his death at first. It wasn't until like later that they revealed why.
Right. Yeah. And it's kind of a shocking reason. It doesn't sound like something that you would think that he would do. I mean, I don't know. What do I know? Right. I've seen some fans say if you listen to his lyrics, then it's not that shocking. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. It's just crazy, man. It's just, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, man, because we all go through bouts of mental doubt. And I think most humans have fantasized about suicide to some degree, even if it's when you're a young ass kid and you're like, oh, they'd feel so stupid if I did this. They'd really miss me then. Like, even if it's on an immature level like that, I think most humans have done that. But like, it's just, you know, it does so much damage when you actually go through with it. You know what I'm saying? Because all the people you leave behind, it's not like you're just you and you don't have any family or anyone that cares about you. If that were the case, it might be easier. It might not matter. But like, motherfuckers care about you. Plus, like, we all have moments of weakness. It's really a moment of weakness, and someone just like make a permanent decision on a temporary feeling. Yeah, well, they make a permanent decision on a temporary feeling. You feel me? Like that shit's gonna pass, even though depression is real and it could last longer than some other people's bouts. But at the end of the day, next day you're probably gonna feel better when the sunshine is out, you know. But at the same time, shit, I can't talk about another man's pain. So you know, it's just unfortunate, man. I miss him, man, and I know a lot of other people do too. I hate the fact that he's gone, man. I hate that he.
Do you remember the last conversation you had with him?
Yeah. We were talking about going overseas and doing some shows and shit in Australia.
Man.
Yep.
Rest in peace to Chino, man.
Rest in peace, Chief. Long live Chief. Big brother Chief, man. Long live Big brother Chief, man. Yo, he's the father of a lot of people's style. He's the father of a lot of people's styles, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he created the whole people catching strays in a metaphor style. You know, he created all that shit. Like I'm gonna say some shit, and then you're getting fucked like Tupac in jail. Like, oh shit, what the fuck Tupac do to you? Like he started all that shit. Nobody was doing that shit before him. You know what I'm saying? Eminem's done that shit since. A lot of people have done that shit since.
Do you know who Almighty M80 is?
Yeah, that's my guy. Yeah, I know M80. That's my guy. Yeah, Matt. People either love or hate Matt. But yeah, I know Matt. I know Matt well, man. That's my guy. I fuck with Matt.
Did you know him like before he became the A&R and everything like that? Because you guys are, you know, from the Midwest together and everything. So
yeah, I do. Actually, I've known him for a while. I've known him since maybe shit. I known him since before my mom passed away. I've known him since like 07, 08. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I've known him. Now we're not like this or anything like that. We're not like best buddies or any of that, but I've known him. And, I respect his hustle and shit. And I know he gets a bad rep. But no, he's never done nothing dirty to me. He's never done nothing wrong to me or any of that shit. So, I can only speak on his dealings with me.
Yeah, shout out to M80 though, man. That's my guy.
Yeah, what were you gonna ask me though?
He's entertaining as fuck too.
Nah, for sure he is. What were you gonna ask me though? What were you gonna ask me?
I was gonna ask you because I've done a few interviews with him now, right? And one of the things that he said was
he eating pizza and shit when you did the interview?
Oh, of course. You know what I mean? Like our first interview, people were complaining that he was eating a sandwich. Then the next time,
that shit actually, bro.
The next time he made sure to get a pizza instead and comment on it. Man, I like when people keep it real. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just like when people are unapologetically themselves, even if they are an asshole or whatever, right? At least like they're honest. You know what you get with them.
No, exactly. I did see that. I saw the interview where he was eating the pizza and shit. I actually did see that where he's sitting at the desk. But yeah. Shout out M80, man. Shout out M80. Midwest represent. He's from Ohio, man. Yeah. Us Ohio cats stick together, man. We do. We stick together, man. So shout out to M80. That's my guy.
Well, one of the things that he said is that in hip hop, white people are so weird with each other. Like they feel threatened or in competition or something. Like when white rappers are around other white rappers. Do you feel like that is true?
Yeah, not with everybody, but with a lot of with certain white rappers, it's definitely a thing. Yeah. That's what Cage had against. That's what he has. He wants to be the only white rapper. He wants to be the only white rapper, or if there's other white rappers, he wants to be the best one out the group. Yeah, it's a real thing, man. It's fucking strange. It's weird.
It's kind of like females though, right? Because female rappers are kind of like that too, where they, it's like, it's not as common, I guess, in a group of most of the time when you're amongst rappers. So it's like they feel like they got to be the one to stand out or be the only one.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. It's definitely somewhat. I call it like, I liken it to like the Apollo, like what's the child Apollo, the youth Apollo, the one with the younger, you know what I'm saying? Where everybody, they clap for everybody gets a clap. No matter what you do, you get a clap just for being there. So some people they want to be the only one there and shit, man. They want to be the only one there. It's crazy. That's crazy to think. That's crazy because when you think about it like that, then that means that you're not really making music to make music on the scale of musicality and sounds. You're making music just to be a person. You're just trying to win a contest and on stupid terms. You want to basically be the only baby in a baby pageant. You want to be in the baby pageant where you're getting all the attention and all the easy props, but you also want to be the only one there. You don't want to have any other white rappers. You just want to be like, yeah, I'm just here. It's bugged out, bro. It's really fucking weird. It's a weird mindset. I've only seen that shit in hip hop. That's the only place I've ever seen any shit. I've never went to like a fucking like call center and it was like a fucking some dude over here that wants to add, I'm gonna be fucking, I gotta be the best fucking Yugoslavian ever in here. It's only gotta be me. Check the Yugoslavian on the phone. It's only white. It's only white in hip hop. It's strange, man. It's weird. In fact, I've seen it more white in hip hop than I've seen it with a female in anything else. It's crazy. It's bugged out.
So is there any like notable names that you can say that you experienced that with?
Cage, I just told
Besides
you.
Cage. I knew you were going to say Cage. Okay.
I mean, bro, yeah, but everyone else is cool. Eon's not on that bullshit. No, Aesop's not like that. LP's not like that. Anybody I fuck with's not like that. D1's not like that. Dom's not like that. Nobody. I don't fuck with people that are like that. That's really why I stopped fucking with, why I removed myself from the Weathermen, because homeboy was like that. But I've seen it though. You know what I'm saying? Like I've also, you got to understand also like going places, traveling the world, and then maybe I'm seeing like this rap group, and you know what I'm saying? Like you see shit from like, I'll see like a local group in like fucking Boston, and I'm seeing it. I'm like, oh, he's like the guy. He's like he's the one there and shit. There was a dude. Yeah, bro. It's just like that. It's weird, man. It's never it's never done by anybody who really like loves the craft, though. It's really done by people that just really want to get popular. People that love the craft, people that actually love the craft don't give a fuck who you are or any of that. They just like that you're doing shit that stimulates their mind.
What do you think of Lord Jamar's white rappers or white people are guests in the house of hip hop argument?
I agree with him. I completely agree with him. That's like, I agree with him. I completely agree with him. That's like if I go to a Juneteenth rally, like celebration, I'm a guest there. I'm not about to be up in that bitch and take my shirt off and shit. And like, I got a fucking like America flag around my head or some shit. I'm in there respectful, and I know what I'm there for, and I know the history before me, and I respect all that with my presence and my energy. That's how I see it. Now, that doesn't mean that we need to walk around. I mean, it is what it is, man. That doesn't mean that white people weren't there in the beginning. A couple of us, not a whole lot of us. But I'm saying, like, we're guests in Black culture, man. We're guests in brown culture. How else do we want to sugarcoat that? Whose ego are we sugarcoating this for? That can't take that we're in a hip hop, bro. If hip hop's not a Black art form, I don't know what the fuck is. Like, who are we sugarcoating it for? So yeah, I think that's the case. I think it just upsets. I think it upsets certain people, but I don't get upset by that. I think it's true. You know what I'm saying? We didn't create hip hop. How's it? What did I miss? Did white people secretly create hip hop and I missed it? No, we're guests. We're guests.
Well, what do you think about when people try to use the argument of like, well, then Black people are guests in basketball because it was created by white people, or football?
But it's like, why are we talking about basketball? I thought we were just talking about hip hop and white people being. Why are we jumping to this? Like, I get why people would do that because they want to root for their race. I don't have a dog in any fight in case of like what race I happen to be born. I didn't pick this race. There's some perks to it. There's some bullshit to it. Ultimately, I don't get credit for anything good that this race. I'm Sicilian, but let's go. I'm white because let's be, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's not jump through a bunch of, try to not to be white with a bunch of I'm Sicilian titles. So let's say this though. Sometimes I've seen a lot of white people do this. They don't like to hear that the original man is a Black man, the Asiatic Black man. They don't like it because they're not Black. Well, if they were Black, would they be able to get on board? I'm able to get on board even if it doesn't benefit. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm the type like that. I just like the truth. So I don't know, man. Shit is weird, and people are weird. And I honestly forgot what the fuck you asked me.
Well, it was about the Lord Jamar white people are guests.
Yeah, the Lord Jamar shit. No, we're guests here, bro. We're guests, bro. We're guests. That doesn't mean that we didn't contribute. That doesn't mean that we need to walk around like we're not shit. But also, to me, that listen, when I was coming up, all the hip hop events I was going to growing up, there was very few white people there. And that's not to back up this claim just by that. But I'm just saying, like, there were white people since the beginning. There's Paul C, people that know, production, rest in peace, Paul C, then the Beastie Boys. Like, there's a lot of people that's been there since the beginning. But aren't we guessing all music? Rock and roll was started by Black people. So all drums are created in Africa. So really, if you want to get down to it, I mean, any type of music, almost we're guests in the house. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with that at all. I don't have a problem with that. That, like I said, that's not to shortchange anybody's contribution to hip hop and say like, I don't know. I don't have an inferiority complex with that. That doesn't bother me that he says that at all. I completely agree with that.
Well, what do you think about like when he says like more like this is the house of hip hop, so if you're a guest, like you have to ask for permission to change something?
No. We're not doing that. No, that's too much. Now we're power tripping. Now we're power tripping based on the fact that we are guests in this house. Now you're power tripping. That's like me coming in your house and I'm like, you want me to take my shoes off? And you're like, yeah. And then you're like, hey, put this hat on. And it's a clown hat. You're like, put this on too. And you're like, yo, I'm trying to show respect, but now you're taking advantage of it. Like you're trying to, no, that's too much. Hey, Lord Jamar, you care if I drop this song about police brutality? Like what, how does that work? How do we ask permission?
Well, I think that the original argument came from the Macklemore situation. Remember when Macklemore made that song about he thought he was gay and everything when he was a kid?
Oh, not Macklemore. Oh no, yeah, you're not going to talk to me about Macklemore.
You left that.
Sorry, no, you know I'm fucking with you, right? I'm fucking with you. Yeah, Macklemore.
No, because like it was a whole thing, right? Because
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about because he had that song.
Perspective was like, this is not something that's really in the culture. You're introducing it to the culture.
So he's saying, I see what you're saying. Now listen, on that, that's touchy, man. That's touchy because you got to say, doesn't everybody have the right to express?
Let me say though that the time that he did bring up this argument, the time that he did bring up this argument was years ago, before being gay was as accepted as it is now. So times are a lot different.
No, I remember when that shit.
It's like 10 years now, something like that. Yeah,
I remember when that shit dropped. And I know what you're saying now. I get the context. Like he's saying, like you're introducing, and because you're a white artist, and because you just want a Grammy on top of it all, you're introducing a narrative that people are going to pay attention, and it happens to be this thing that can make that.
Right.
I get that. Okay, that makes it a little different. But here's the thing: at the same time, hey, Chris, that makes it a little different. But at the same time, one has to ask, why is one of theirs form of expression more important than the other? Like, even though I'm not a fan of Macklemore's music and I'm not a fan of that song, I'm not here to say like I'm not a fan of the message because it's self-expression. I'm never against self-expression. So that's fine. As long as somebody's not talking about raping kids, killing animals, or doing shit non-consensually and shit like that, as long as, then that's fine. You know what I'm saying? If he's saying he doesn't know if he likes boys or girls and all that, I don't have a problem with that. But I do see what Lord Jamar's saying, though. I do see what he's saying, though. But at the same time, who's to say that Lord Jamar's not the little confused kid? Maybe this song is helping some kids somewhere. Black, white, Puerto Rican, Asian, whatever. Like that's the thing. Trying to assert yourself and assume that something is, you know what I'm saying, is doing one thing when it could be helpful. What if that shit like that helped out somebody like Ghostface's son? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if that, like, one person's, like, something that's so offensive to one person might be so comforting to another person. So it's so hard to say, man. It's crazy like that. Like, I think a different objective.
It was 12 years ago when he did say this, around 12 years ago. So, and you remember, like, times have definitely changed since then. We're like in way more sensitive times now, where it's like, even Eminem has.
I think
Eminem has apologized for using gay slurs, and you remember how big he was on saying it back in the day. So it's a lot has changed, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
No, you're absolutely right. My thing is this: if you want I think that Lord Jamar, my fault. I think that that Macklemore was doing that song more so to try to get the gay dollar behind him and try to get that rainbow support, so to
I've
speak,
heard of
because
that
that's a strong support thing, you know, because if you really are, not to say he's not a real fan of hip hop and a student of the game and all that shit, because I know he is. Here's the truth. I know from people in Seattle who told me, yeah, Macklemore used to spit that shit. Like, he's on that hip hop shit. He just did so much. He's like, what's that one group? Die Antwoord. They just did so much lyrical shit. No one gave a fuck, to the point where they said, fuck it. Let's just do something with the gimmick. You know, let's just make it cute. Let's make it digestible. You know what I'm saying? And I've heard that about Macklemore. But here's the thing. He should like, think about the fact that, some kids might be seeing this shit and it could encourage something that they're not yet ready for. That's more of an album cut. If you really care about like hip hop and the youth and how things could be interpreted or misinterpreted, that's more of an album cut, if you ask me. If you make it a single, then you're going for the gay dollar and the gay support. That was a long way to say that.
So you've done some experimentation within the hip hop space with sounds, but you've always remained in hip hop.
Yeah.
You didn't go into a different genre. How do you feel about people like Kid Rock, MGK, Post Malone that get on with hip hop and then move into another genre? Do you understand why people in hip hop, especially black people, view that as a culture vulture move?
Yeah, for sure. They start one way and then, they use it to get set up and then they move into some other shit. And honestly, you could tell by the type of rock or the type of country that they make whether or not it was a culture vulture move. When their other music is shit as well as their rap, then they're just like, they're just looking for the next, opportunity and shit. I think there's a way to do that as long as your heart's in whatever you're doing, it's not wrong. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know, man. They said Eminem, after the Eminem MGK battle shit, that he had him, running from rap and shit. So I don't know, man. I don't know if that's true or if he just saw a different opportunity to make some money. But I'm not a fan of the MGK music I've heard. It sounds all right if AI made it. Like if it were like K-pop, some shit like that.
He did put out one recently that is kind of dope.
For real?
But it's more like acoustic style. And that's definitely like heavy, like vocal tuning going on.
I think his voice is dope when he was rapping. But there's nothing on the music shit. I don't think he has lyrics, but I think his voice was dope and his timing was dope. He didn't have fucked up timing or anything. But I think that, I don't know, man. I mean, honestly, some of that, I don't like Kid Rock as a person. After I heard him, the drunk Oprah rant where he's talking like the borderline racist shit. Yeah. I didn't like him ever since then. But some of that corny ass, I like Ball with the Ball, man. I'm going platinum. I like my name. I like that stupid shit. Now, here's the thing, though. I used to see his cassette back in the day at the tape store when I was a kid, the Grit Sandwiches for Breakfast. The shit that Too Short produced some of the tracks on there. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that helped me like accept him more, like like he has a hip hop past or what, even though those songs aren't great.
Well, he was rocking heavily with black people at one point, though. He was really rocking heavily with black people.
He's on some bullshit right now. He's on some bullshit. Yeah, he's on some real life bullshit. All the MAGA shit. He's on. So I don't fuck with MGK. No offense to MGK. I know we're both from Ohio and all that, but I don't fuck with MGK's music or as a person. From what I know of him, and I don't fuck with Kid Rock at all. But I do, but except for some of his older shit. So he has a song with Eminem called he said, what'd he say? He said, you breathe in the wrong air. He said the world belongs to me and this hippie with long hair. I forget, but Eminem was on fire at the time. Like all his verses were crazy. That shit was crazy. It was called "Fuck Off" or some shit like that. But yeah, I can't do it, man. I can't do it, man. It's the white people that get real comfortable after Trump says all this. After Trump makes the climate kind of comfortable to be racist, that all these people start jumping out and start getting real, like, you know, on some super MAGA shit, which is crazy. I mean, to each their own. You know what I'm saying?
You fuck with MGK's baby mama though?
What? I used to think she was super hot. Who? Megan Fox, right?
Yeah,
I used to think she was super hot. Now I keep checking for Adam's apple every time I look at her because I've seen so many comments online and shit where people are like, "She's a man."
I'm pulled up.
But no, I mean, I don't know, man.
What about Post Malone though?
What about him? I like him as a person, but I don't fuck with his music, but I like him as a person. I like his energy when I see him. Like,
oh, you don't like his music at all?
It's all right. It's not. It's all right. No, I'm just kidding. I love it. It's great. I love it.
Yo, we need a posting feature on the next Copywrite album.
I don't know. I like, you know what song I like of Post Malone's? I like the one where he says, "What the heck?" You know what I'm saying? That real old one where it's got him in the. It's like before he was famous.
The White Irishman.
Nah, it's before that, bro. It's like look this up. Look up Post Malone first music video ever. It's like before he was famous at all. But I'm just.
Oh,
but nah,
he's talking about where he was like.
He's like, what?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And he's got them crazy shorts on and shit. He's got crazy shorts on, bro. But yeah, it looks like he did it at the mall, like one of those videos. But I respect Post Malone's hustle, and I like him as a person. You know what I'm saying? Hey, sometimes like how you feel about somebody as a person is more important. That's exactly it. It's more important than how you feel about him as an artist. Because somebody can be dope as fuck and all that, but a piece of shit in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sometimes
you can love
it
their
makes
music.
you like their music even more though, because you like them as a person.
Yeah, but but it's very rare is what I'm saying though. So I'd rather, exactly. Like, okay, their music's not, I wasn't crazy about it before, but I love them, that I fuck with them as a human. So this is my shit now. Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'd rather have a person
sound in the background.
Hey, can you cut that off real quick? My fault, bro. That's the Post Malone joint.
It's like that's as fuck.
I know that shit's crazy. Yeah, but yeah, man. Fuck, Post Malone is all right, man. He's getting money. He's doing positive shit. He's just out here living his life. I don't have a problem with him. I don't like when they call his music hip hop though. It's not hip hop.
He's even doing country now.
Is he? Yeah. It's not hip hop. It's just not. So I don't know. I feel Raekwon on what he was saying the other day on Joe and Jada. It's not. People were calling a lot of shit hip hop. It's just not hip hop. It's weird. Shit, like even a lot of the rap, like Lil Baby and shit. That's like melodic, like singing rap. It's not really hip hop, man. I don't know, man. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it doesn't have value and people shouldn't like it. I'm just saying, do I like it? No, but I'm just saying, like, it's not hip hop. It's just the categories are all fucked up. Everything gets dumped into hip hop automatically. White R&B vocalists get thrown into hip hop. just because.
As a white rapper, Eminem has set the bar as far as success, right? And what a lot of people have noticed is no matter how successful a white rapper is, they'll always be compared to Eminem or be ridiculed in that way. Like, yeah, white boy, okay, Eminem, okay, Slim Shady. Have you ever experienced that?
When I was growing up, it was Vanilla Ice and shit. So it was, if you ask me, Eminem fixed the curse of the white rapper. Because before, let's see, I don't know how it is if to be like a non-rapper or somebody who is still trying to prove themselves and then they get hit with the Eminem shit. That shit that's a lot. You know what I'm saying? Plus, he's good as fuck. At least with Eminem, it was just like a joke. Like they were putting you down and shit. But
you mean Vanilla Ice? You mean Vanilla Ice?
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, my fault. Yeah, I said Eminem twice. My bad. But yeah, man. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's crazy, huh? Because it goes from two different dynamics. Because like I said, when I was growing up, it was the Vanilla Ice shit. Then it turns into Slim Shady. Either way, it's somebody. I don't know, man. You still got to earn your shit no matter what. it's all annoying and shit. It is what it is, but you still got to prove people that you have talent. So it doesn't matter. Like if you have talent, somebody can say that shit all day and it's not going to affect you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all that shit is going to be dissipated by the time you're done rapping for them. But it is crazy though. I mean, Eminem did the goddamn thing, bro. Eminem did his fucking thing, man. Shit. Dumbass Vanilla Ice did his thing too and shit. He got dangled out the window and shit, and he started doing shitty rock music.
Everybody forgets Fred Durst, man.
Fred Durst is so bad.
I did it for the nookie. So you can take the cookie.
He would I want to talk to the dip to the filter when the filter. Fred Durst has the most fucked up. The red hat. Damn.
Have you ever met Eminem?
Nah, nope. I've been in the room with him while he signed autographs, but I never met him. No. In the early days.
What year was this?
So like 1998, 99. So Bizarre saw MHz perform at Scribble Jam, and he tracked us down and shit. Got our number from my dude BHB. Shout out BHB, and he ended up bringing us out to Detroit. So while we were doing that, this is right when Eminem was blowing up. So we were at like a record store and shit, and it was Eminem and Proof at this. They were sitting at a table signing autographs. It was a long ass line and shit. That's the only time I've been remotely close to M and shit. But like I was kicking it. We were there with Bizarre. You know what I mean? We're there kicking it with Bizarre. Bugs, rest in peace. Conniver, exactly, and Mr. Porter, and then also Paul Rosenberg's over there because he used to represent High and Mighty. So I'm like, when I see Paul Rosenberg, I'm like, yo, yeah, I fuck with High and Mighty. But anyway, yeah, that's it, man. Now Marv One told me that he played Bada Bing for Eminem on the set of 8 Mile. Because again, I'm an Eminem fan, man. I'm a rap fan, period. So I've asked questions like this. And he told me that. I was like, you don't want to hear his reaction? You don't
No, go ahead. Yeah. I want to hear his reaction.
You don't care. Yeah. He didn't have a reaction. That was his reaction.
What?
He didn't have a reaction. He just sat there looking straight ahead. He didn't even respond to the song and shit. So yeah, I brought that up for no reason.
Well, what was your reaction when you heard him rap for the first time?
Oh yeah, I knew I had a new favorite rapper. When I first heard him rap, I heard him on. Hold up. The first verse I heard him on was "Tri Thieves," right? I don't even know if you heard that shit. This is on Bizarre's Attack of the Weirdos EP. He gave a copy of it to Camu when we were at Scribble Jam. So on the way back from Scribble Jam from Cincinnati to Columbus, we're listening to it. But then I started going down the Eminem rabbit hole. Like this is where the original I Just Don't Give a Fuck came out. Like I would be online every day listening. Me and Jakai would go to the library to listen to Eminem. Bro, I had a mini micro cassette recorder. I would record the song off the fucking computer tower and I would take it home. I remember playing it over the phone to my friend and shit. I was playing I Just Don't Give a Fuck to my homeboy and like, you know what I'm saying? Like tripping off all the bars. Cause he says some crazy shit on that song. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, the bars are crazy.
Wait,
but
this was when the EP had came out already, the Slim Shady EP, not the LP.
Yeah, but I didn't know it. Yeah, right, exactly. Not the LP. The EP was out, but I didn't know the EP existed. I was just hearing shit as people uploaded it on like hip hop site and shit like that. That's where I was getting, and I was hearing like, remember like 365 and the shit he did with, you know what I'm saying? I'll take it back before we knew each other's name. Running an ultrasound and snatch you out your mother's frame. I'll take it further back than that. Back to love. You know what I'm saying? All that shit. The shit he did with all that raucous shit.
Infinite?
Not Infinite. The shit he did. It's a song he did with somebody called the song is called 365. I think the artist his name is Scam. And he was a visual artist, graphic designer for Raucous and shit. But the song ended up being on Raucous. But anyway, though. But yeah, bro, I was obsessed, bro. He was my new favorite rapper. I was completely obsessed with Eminem when I first heard him. I loved all his shit, man. I was obsessed.
Did you see the viral clip of Benzino going off on the white podcasters saying they can never be as hip hop as he is, basically because they're white?
No, I didn't see that. But Benzino's half white, though, right? He is half white. You should know what that's like.
He is half white, though. And Puerto Rican.
But listen, here's the thing, right? Benzino, now maybe if that was Lord Jamar, just kidding. Maybe if that was like, maybe that was Kool Herc or somebody saying that to the white podcaster, perhaps it would hold true, but not Benzino. You know what I'm saying? Like, Benzino
is Puerto Rican and Cape Verdean, by the way. He's not half white.
Okay. That was just Eminem's. That was just people say
Eminem thing.
People say shit all the time in battles that aren't true.
You're half white.
That's right. You're half white. I think it's ridiculous for. I think that's dumb for Benzino to say that. I think maybe somebody else can say it, but not Benzino. You know.
Well, he did get mad though because in the interview in the podcast, the guy basically said to him that I'm mad at you because you fucked up the source. So it kind of brought out a reaction in him, you know what I mean, to get him mad and really like go off though.
He said that to Benzino?
Yeah, he said that to Benzino.
That's funny,
so he made
man.
made it personal. It wasn't like as a journalist, you know how to ask certain questions. You'll be like, you know, how do you feel when people say that you fucked up the source or something like that? You know what I mean? But like when you make it personal to be like, I'm mad at you because you fucked up the source, then it's like, yo, the guy's gonna be on defense then. You know, so
shout out to Dave Mays. Yeah, that's crazy. And Jonathan,
you know Dave like that?
Jonathan Schechter. Nah, I know John. I met John before though, but I just know the history on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a hip hop head. I know the history on that shit. But that's crazy though. Man, Benzino's never been dope. Even in the Hangman 3, he wasn't dope. His shit was, even on the Flavor Unit, this shit was never dope, bro. He does not have a history of contributing anything audibly enjoyable to listen to. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. At least when
do you respect what he did with the Source magazine, though?
I don't know what he did with it. I don't know exactly what he did with it. What he do? He bought it. They just bought it. It was already on and popping. I don't know exactly what he did, bro. Honestly, here's what I do know. Because I like to deal with facts and shit, not like general interpretations. I don't like how he made him and Eminem's beef a Source magazine and Eminem thing. That was stupid because I think that ended up bringing the demise of the Source. So I don't know, man.
I think he's admitted that was a mistake, though, that he didn't keep it separate.
Benzino's interesting. I'm not going to act like I haven't sat and watched Benzino on YouTube for 2 hours, locked outside of a girl's house with a grocery bag, crying,
look,
and getting arrested.
People can say what they want, though, right? People can say what they want. Most of the time, it's people that are Eminem fans that hate Benzino for the reason. But the man is entertaining as fuck. Like he really is, though. Like people still pay attention to him. You know, I'm actually about to interview him soon.
He's like the grown up. He's like the grown up Orlando Brown.
Yo, that's wild. That's a little too. That's a little too much. That's a little too much, man.
Like,
come on, shout out Benzino. Benzino's my guy, man. Come on, man. You gonna have me looking crazy.
I'm just joking, bro. I'm just joking. Nah, Benzino. Look. Here's where Benzino just got caught up. He got caught up because so many people's favorite rapper's Eminem. You go against a rapper like that, even if you're a great rapper, you're still going to have everyone saying Eminem. If Nas and Eminem battled, a lot of people would just be on Eminem's dick. You know what I'm saying? Just because a lot of people are white and M's white and they want to root for their mascot, their guy. But so like he had an uphill battle, Benzino. But so I just kicked all that dirt on Benzino. I just kicked all that dirt on his name. I tried to clean it up. Shout out to, yeah.
But, I mean, like, okay, I know that a lot of people, because of them being mad. Them being mad about the Eminem thing, they'll like discredit
hold on.
everything he's ever done.
Yeah. I just got to say fuck Benzino, though. I just had to double down. But go ahead with what you were saying.
No, I'm just saying though, like, I don't like it when people will discredit everything that somebody's done because of one thing that they did that they didn't like.
Yeah.
I don't think that's fair, right? Yeah. So like okay, you could say that he lost to Eminem or you don't like him because of the Eminem situation and all that, but that doesn't take away like his contributions as far as like really helping the Source magazine because when
No,
Dave
you're right.
Mays
You're
had
right.
it,
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're
he
right.
only
You're right.
had
You're
like
right. You're
a
right.
one paper issue or whatever. It wasn't.
I know it was like a
came
newspaper.
along.
It was like something you'd see in the fucking village or some shit. It was like the most. Yeah, it was like some shit you see on a college campus. No, I know. It was like
Right.
It
And
was
he
like
brought street cred to the Source. And in hip hop, that was real serious at that time. It was important, like that something had street cred in hip hop.
yeah, no, you're right. They got into it. It just the shit got crazy. Shit got crazy with both of them. They both put a lot of energy.
I will say though that it sucks though that like to this day that he still gets hate messages from Stan. So that's kind of wild, bro. Like it's 20 something years now.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know what though? There's a way to turn that into money. There's a way to flip that around. There's always a way to flip something around, like as long as there's some kind of energy someone's giving towards your way, there's a way to flip it around to make it beneficial to you. You know what I'm saying? It's a matter of figuring it out.
Right.
Yeah, he's definitely interesting though. He's definitely interesting, and he's definitely history in the game and shit. I mean, the Source set of precedents with the 5 mics. Nobody can deny that.
That's true, man. That's true.
It would be ill if they kept that going to some capacity,
Battle rap, man. What made you want to get on stage and compete with other people after you still already had an established career?
Because that's how I grew up rapping. That's my whole thing. That was the whole thing that was fun about rapping. Like that's how I grew up. Once I started getting good and shit, you know what I'm saying? I used to battle street battles though. But I love to battle, man. I love to battle rap, man. It's fun as hell. I'm very competitive. It's just my shit, man. It's my shit. It's my shit, and I always wanted to do it. It just takes a lot of energy and shit and a lot of work. And I give props to all the battle rappers because that shit is not easy. I mean, it is for some people, but like that shit is crazy, man. That shit is crazy.
But it's a lot of work, and a lot of times it's not a lot of money for these people, though. Like how like when you make a song, you could stream it over and over and stuff like that. It has replay value. A lot of times people aren't watching a battle multiple times. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you're right. And also, how does it route directly to you? Because like the YouTube owner of the channel is not really going to divvy it up. But here's the thing: the rush of when you're doing the battle and performing the verses. That's what's addictive. Is that rush when you're saying the shit, hearing the reaction, getting the shit off. You know what I'm saying? Making the shit connect. That's where the rush comes from. And low key, the scramble of getting ready. You're a student. You've been to college and shit. Like I said, I just caught the education bug being in jail, right? And just from that, I love the scramble of getting shit together, having something to hyper focus on, get right. What's the word I'm looking for? Like pass the shit and then move on and get the next shit. So some of it is like the new thing to obsess over. You know what I'm saying? But no, you're right. It's all about the different individual, man, because man, I've seen some of these cats literally scrap all their rounds, come up with all 3 rounds the night before and have the shit memorized by the next day. And I know it because we're sharing a hotel room. Pause. I keep waking up to use the bathroom and go back to sleep. And I keep hearing you just rapping. And you're just sitting there rapping like to yourself. But I know what you're doing because I'm a rapper too. And then the next day I'm like, yo, what did it? And you're like, oh no, I got all new shit. And they've got the shit in their mind. That shit is crazy to me. That shit is insane. Yo, shout out Disaster. Shout out Marv One, Real Deal. Loaded Lux. Man, so many to name. Daylight, so many to name. I love that shit, man. I love it to death.
You know what? It's similar to what you were talking about earlier in the interview, right? When you were talking about the way you write rhymes and like how when to land the word on the snare and stuff like that. And
Right.
remembering those different things is how it sounds just as good when you wrote it, right? When you rap it over later on.
Right.
It's the same thing with battle rap. It's like, if you know where to pause, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's like stand-up comedy. It's like where you know where to pause during a joke and you look at the crowd or have a certain expression and everything.
And let that
That's
shit hang.
what sets it apart.
Yep.
It takes it like from 50% to like 100%. You know what I mean? It's not just the rhymes. It's the performance of it.
You're absolutely right. And knowing how to do all that and having the confidence and to stay committed to that pause until you get the reaction that you want, or until enough time is there to what needed to be. You know what I'm saying? No, you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right. 100%.
And
Just
that's
crazy.
why I think that they say that, you know, battle rap is almost like the highest form of hip hop, right? Because it's the real essence of hip hop, of the competitive nature. And just like, that's like,
look, I'm going to say that I'll say that. I'll agree with that, but I'll say that graffiti, because you got to understand, people, you know, the shit, bro, look at the passes when you're on the freeway and you see the most impossible fucking spot and you're like, how the fuck did they get up on there? You know what I'm saying? They did that shit. It may have been rainy as fuck when they did that shit too. So that shit, because there ain't no money involved in that shit, really. Graffiti, breakdancing, and then DJ battles. But yes, I would go along with whatever. I would say MC battling, DJ battling, graffiti, and real not legal walls, even though legal walls are cool too. But I'm talking about motherfuckers taking risks to do that shit. Physical risks and legal risks.
There's not a lot of like a promise of a check at the end necessarily. You know what I'm saying?
Graph writers don't get
for the love,
right? And graph writers are the last in that line. They don't get any money for shit unless, I mean, you know what I'm saying? For doing that. No, wait, shit, man, it's hard to say, man. But no, those are all. I would agree with you on that. I would agree with you because the MC shit is some real. I talked to Chino about doing that shit. I was trying to talk him into doing it. A lot of people, it's just a lot at stake. A lot is at stake. But here's the thing. Man, there's nothing like just, it don't matter who win, bro. It's real fun to compete like that. It's fun as hell, man. It's the same feeling when I did the most recent battles, organized battles like that. It's the same exact feeling from any other battle that I've had, any other random ass fucking back alley battle. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always fun, man. It's always that same rush and it's always that same fear of, damn, I might fucking lose. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes it fun. But the shit is fun.
That adrenaline rush that you feel in your body, like, you know what I mean? It's almost like how they say when you go on stage to like perform like in front of a crowd, like the butterflies and shit like that.
My palms are sweaty. Yeah. Nah, exactly.
These weak arms are heavy. So right now you're working on If It Ain't Rawls, It Ain't Right with Jay Rawls, right? Talk to us about that.
Me and Jay Rawls. Jay Rawls on all the beats and me, you know, on all the rhymes and shit. Couple features, but yeah, man, we've never done a whole project together. Both of us from Columbus, Ohio. Both of us known each other forever and shit. Like, so it's only right. We started on it before I got locked up, and when I got out, I was just super hyper focused. I had a bunch of songs written, so I went to Jay Rawls he's a teacher also at the Ohio State University. So he teaches hip hop there. So I went to his to the studio he has on campus and we banged out a bunch of songs and shit. So we're still wrapping up maybe like 3 more songs and then we should be in the mixing stages. But I'm not dropping it this year, man, because there's way too much heat right now. There's so much good albums right now that it wouldn't be the wisest move to drop this album. To drop anytime for real, because there's so much heat out right now. But yeah, me and Jay Rawls, if it ain't Rawls, it ain't right. I'm excited about the shit. So yeah.
And then you're doing the High, Exalted, and the Mighty, right? With DJ Mighty My?
Yeah. Yep. Shout out Mighty My. Yeah, man. So yeah, bro, those are the 2 main focuses I've got right now. I've got Table Scraps dropping on vinyl for the first time. Through Fat Beats, and then I got the High Exalted dropping through Coal Mine Records on vinyl re-release. Wait, what? Oh yeah, oh yeah, yo, and I got a band called Def Kiss, man. We got some crazy shit. Like it's still hip hop oriented, but it's definitely it's got some crazy like John Street on the guitar. It's crazy, man. Like it's called Def Kiss, so that shit'll be dropping like relatively soon, couple months, maybe less than that. So I'm excited about that shit too. But yeah, man, I just, I love the music, man. I just truly love to write. I love to come up with new ideas and I love to record. So that's just where I'm at with it right now.
All right, Copy. I just want to thank you for your time, man. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Nah, man, I just want to thank everybody who's been listening to me, and supporting me. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for tuning in with me all these years. Rest in peace, Camu Tao. And go cop The Last Supper on Man Bites Dog Records. That shit just dropped a couple months ago. Cop that shit and be on the lookout for my new shit. And shout out, thank you, Panda Chop, for sitting down with me and having this, interview. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you working with me on the time and all that stuff. So salute. And I appreciate you putting the focus on East Coast underground hip hop shit. Even though I'm from the Midwest, but still, I know the type of music you fuck with, and I appreciate that.
Appreciate you, bro.